British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776 Touching. Alan Wilson certainly supports destroying North Vietnam's war potential. The French have expressed their persistence in their colonial policy and are willing to be the bad guys to deter others. In addition, the destruction of Indonesia and the shelling of Jakarta before the Netherlands withdrew from Indonesia many years ago can effectively deter the major colonies. The French will bear the bad influence, but everyone will benefit. Paris has done this. Can't Alan Wilson even applaud? This matter should not only be known by British Malaya, but the entire British colony should know about it. Everyone should know how to report the Commissioner's telegram from a neutral perspective. We are not biased towards any party. In the Malayan Administrative Office, Elisa held up the telegram in her hand and said to her colleagues with a smile. Everyone nodded. The so-called not favoring any party is favoring France. The fact is actually very obvious. This is France's revenge before the withdrawal, and everyone's job in public opinion is to make the obvious facts not so obvious. Then we will use the position of France as described by the Commissioner in the telegram. That is, France is just taking back what it has sent out. Richard, the head of the administration, made the decision. It is what it is. Without us, Malaya will not be able to enter the modern society for 500 years. We do not take a position. We are just the carriers of news. As for the contact with other colonies, the Office of the Committee on Overseas Assets will find a way to contact them. Ethel was silent for a while and said, we must also pay attention to the movements in Malaya. After all, this is an extraordinary period. We must be careful of infiltration from all sides. Pay attention to newspapers that sing the opposite tune of the official attitude in public opinion, especially Chinese newspapers. Elisa nodded and said, whoever disagrees with our caliber at this time is the enemy of the British Empire. This trick of calling a horse a zebra was played very well. Alan Wilson, who received the reply, was very relieved, but he was not surprised when he thought about it. The reason was the same. If the destruction and withdrawal of North Vietnam went smoothly, he could just pat his butt and leave. As the only public opinion hegemony that was not severely damaged by the war, all British colonies reprinted France's just actions at the first time. This was also reasonable and the public opinion guidance was very successful. Many colonial newspapers tended to think that the French had reasons to do so, which of course caused dissatisfaction in the Soviet camp. The war of words broke out instantly. As a country that broke through the hegemony of the free world in this era, the Soviet Union certainly could not take it lightly. However, it is not worth making a fuss. In these days, the colonies generally have not yet become independent, and the free world's hegemony of public opinion in the third world is still very stable. The unstable part is that there is a huge pro-Soviet ideology in European countries. As long as European countries do not cause major chaos, the war of words will be ready at any time. France was the first country to fight back against the Soviet Union's accusations. Although the French Communist Party is the second largest party in Europe, France's support for the tough attitude of the colonies is far greater than that of the French Communist Party. Although France is in a mess in terms of public opinion, since the French Revolution, when has the French political field not been chaotic? France has long worked out a set of non-interference methods. You scold yours, I do mine, and neither of us is delayed. As for the United States, which is ready to pick peaches, it is not as enthusiastic as Britain, France and the Soviet Union, who are in completely opposite positions and accuse each other. For the current Washington, it can be detached from the world and watch the countries involved bite each other. Standing on the side of Britain and France may support the colonial policy, while standing with the Soviet Union may lead to the alienation of Britain and France. This is also simple. Even if the United States believes that the Soviet Union's accusations are not unreasonable, it is enough to keep silent. It is also wonderful to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. There are only a few days left before the official withdrawal date of October 8th. The crazy actions of the French army before leaving have exceeded the expectations of the Viet Minh. The wanton destruction will cause huge damage to the army in the long run. However, the French army headquarters released a force mainly composed of North African soldiers, and they also prepared for contingency. Be alert to the last time, destroy the planned targets and start evacuating. At this moment, 3 Royal Navy warships, 1 large and 2 small, have entered the Gulf of Tonkin. Major General George Bull looked into the distance and remained silent in the command cabin, as if listening to the sound of the sea. The destination this time is Haiphong Port in North Vietnam. The role of Haiphong Port to Hanoi is similar to that of Dah Gut Cao. It is the first line of defense to defend Hanoi. It has been controlled by the Viet Minh. The purpose of this small fleet is to prevent the evacuated French army from being blocked by the Viet Minh soldiers in the coastal defense and to deter them from the open sea. France is familiar with this kind of sabotage action. It is not because of the killing of chickens and monkeys in Africa a few years later in history, and it specifically selected a colony to destroy and deter other colonies from pursuing independence. It has been there for a long time. In order to maintain the centripetal force of the colonies to the mother country, France often destroys local historical relics and cultural forms, so that people gradually forget their original ethnic attributes in the centralized management with French characteristics. France once found the King's Jade Seal of Vietnam in Vietnam and smashed it. The experience in this regard can be seen. The current action is just on a larger scale. The factory facilities in North Vietnam that are still in the hands of the French army have been bombed or directly bombarded. After the explosion, the local French army retreated to Hanoi without hesitation. Facts have proved that, if an army wants to do banditry, it often doesn't need anyone to teach it. It is absolutely reasonable that soldiers and bandits have always been one family. The French troops stationed there showed more physical strength and professionalism than in previous battles. We can emphasize that France's behavior is the sequelae of France's frequent revolutions. As we all know, the French themselves are in turmoil every day, and it is normal that it affects the army. Alan Wilson held a copy of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand and urged Vivian Leigh to help him write a letter very impolitely. Didn't you see that his hands were wrapped? He wanted to work now, but he was powerless. Vivian Leigh rolled her eyes at the man. How could she not know that the man was pretending? The great British treasure was also an accomplice. She could only ask while writing, "Your hobby of reading is really good." Reading is a kind of communication. No matter how a writer avoids it, he will inevitably add some subjective factors of his own. I can judge what kind of person this is from the books I read. If it is a full-time author, it would be even better, and I can also see his understanding at different stages of his life. Alan Wilson put down The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and told his own experience. For example, Mr. Jin Yang, Xia Meng's admirer, wrote The Book and the Sword in his 20s and The Deer and the Cauldron in his 40s, which showed Jin Yang's mental journey over the past 20 years. As for Kyung Yeo, she was a mistress, and the mistresses in her works were all white moonlight. Even online novels are like this. The protagonist of Tu Dao's novel is passionate, while the protagonist of Hang Meo's works is arbitrary and wants to fight against heaven and earth. As for Tang San's novels, his aunts and uncles are all gods, so how can he become an official? Whatever you say is right. Vivian Leigh couldn't argue with Alan Wilson, so she took the paper and said, "It's written. Do you want to send it directly? Or do you send it yourself? It's not a secret. Just ask Radwich to send it to Kuala Lumpur." Alan Wilson kept his achievements and fame to himself, and said indifferently, "I'm a British man, and I came to South Vietnam from afar, to help France find an excuse for action." What kind of spirit is this? You have many reasons, but are they useful? Vivian Leigh came over and sat on the man's lap and asked, "After the destruction, will the North have no ability to go south, and South Vietnam will be safe?" This is only useful in the short term. As for North Vietnam, don't worry. Someone will pay for them. Alan Wilson is not unaware of the consequences. On the contrary, he knows very well that North Vietnam's losses will not last long. The consequence of destroying many facilities in North Vietnam is that some countries will bleed, but it's better to know and do it. Even the French Air Force, which has not been deployed for a long time, has joined the action, but this time the target of the bombing is no longer the Viet Minh army, but factory facilities, dams, power stations, warehouses, and granaries. All kinds of things are included. All facilities that could not be taken away, except for houses, were to be destroyed, as long as they were still in the hands of the French army. With this instruction, the French army in North Vietnam did not skimp on ammunition, since they did not expect to take the ammunition away anyway. Even the Viet Minh did not expect the French army's actions to be so thorough. When many Viet Minh troops bordering the French army arrived after hearing the news, they saw booby traps buried in items, even in iron mines, and dead livestock everywhere. The granaries controlled by the French were burned down. During the evacuation of Hanoi, do not move buildings, but completely destroy the power supply. Bury explosives in important warehouses and blow them up at the same time on October 8th. In the French headquarters in Hanoi, General Kany loudly issued an order: ensure the destruction of North Vietnam's industry and war potential. This is the only thing we can do at the moment. Starting today, Hanoi will be under martial law, and any suspicious element found will be killed without mercy. Facts have proved that once imperialism becomes shameless, the third world cannot even compare to it. Once France no longer considers maintaining its rule, the sabotage orders issued will be absolutely destructive. The operation that should have been staged in French Africa without leaving a single telephone pole behind fell first on North Vietnam. Off the coast of Haiphong Port, the Royal Navy fleet that came to support was looming. George Bull was mentally prepared. If the French troops evacuated from the Red River were blocked, Haiphong Port would be bombarded immediately. The Royal Navy had already contacted the French headquarters in Hanoi, and they knew each other's existence. At the end of the colonial empire, the two colonial empires of Britain and France showed a unity that had never been seen in the past 300 years. It's really touching. Alan Wilson sobbed twice, reached out to touch the corner of his eyes, and wiped away the non-existent crocodile tears. It is estimated that North Vietnam will have to wait for 2 years. Chapter 777, Nam Bo Bay, USA. At this moment, in Alan Wilson's eyes, the situation in North Vietnam is irreversible, and South Vietnam is in a mess. There are all kinds of warlords, mainly including the Binh Thuan faction, the Cao De Jiao, the Hoa Hao Church, and the Catholic militia. Whether it is the part of the Soviet bloc or the part of the free world, it is not optimistic. Now that the French have taken action, the situation is even more pessimistic, but it is also good. This battlefield of more than 300,000 square kilometers can allow the two major camps to play to their heart's content. It must be admitted that Alan Wilson is not without sympathy for making the already poor Vietnam worse, but some things are like this. Even if you know it is wrong, you have to do it. In the final analysis, I really have a cow. There must be something for the relevant forces to do, otherwise it is not appropriate for the United States to always think about the legacy of Britain and France. It can be said that the British Malaya is now ready to become a large rear area, which is definitely more sufficient than in history. Alan Wilson has even prepared himself to share 30% with the Pentagon. 70% is still fizz, and 30% depends on their mood. However, this is not shameful. It is not a shame to make money, except that he can't take the South Korean army to Vietnam to fight like Park Chung-hee. Alan Wilson thinks that he can do better in other aspects, with better psychological preparation, better industrial layout, and even better ulterior motives. If the Vietnam War is over, and British Malaya is still not independent, then it can be considered that the first stage of the independence wave should have passed. At that time, if Britain can still retain its strength, and if we are more optimistic, France still has some strength, the two countries can have a good talk with the Americans. Of course, these are still very far away, and it is too early to imagine now. Just observing the various forces in South Vietnam in person is enough for Alan Wilson to be busy. After this period of contact, he couldn't help but sigh that it is worthy of being called the Little China in the South. South Vietnam is just like the Cannon Party. There are no fewer local warlords than in Chan Gong's camp, and maybe even more. In fact, even the current French commander-in-chief never has noticed the chaos in South Vietnam, otherwise he would not have started to clean up North Vietnam's war potential. In his opinion, the French cannot clear North Vietnam, and South Vietnam is definitely at a disadvantage in the confrontation. This is expected, but it seems that the United States is more confident. Alan Wilson responded indifferently. The French seem to have some illusions that they will still retain their influence in South Vietnam. It's okay to think about it. After all, everyone has the freedom to think about it. Alan Wilson knew in his heart that it was inevitable that a place like South Vietnam, which is infinitely close to the Cannon Party, would be flattened by a wave. As for which is stronger, South Vietnam or the Cannon Party, it is obvious that Changong is not the ceiling of the US allies. In fact, the US prefers South Korea, which began to stand on its own in the late period of the Korean War. Some people think that Changong is more reliable than South Korea, which is obviously a filter brought by the same nationality. At least Nava's judgment is definitely more reliable than the US delusion that it can copy and train the South Korean army. The French commander-in-chief believes that it is ridiculous to expect South Vietnam to fight North Vietnam alone. Saigon's military and political chaos and factional struggles are endless. Under such circumstances, no one can establish a strong and stable government, and the Viet Minh will sooner or later control the entire Vietnam. Alan Wilson also agreed with this, but did not speak out in support. After all, from the perspective of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Britain should encourage the optimism of the United States. If there is no accident in the next few days, I will leave. When South Vietnam withdraws its troops, if the general has time, he can go to Kuala Lumpur as a guest. As he spoke, Alan Wilson put on his suit, nodded and said goodbye. The United States still hasn't learned the essence of the British offshore balance. Although they are both helping the weak and suppressing the strong, the targets chosen by the United States are often too weak. The rebellious son still has a lot to ask his father for advice. It is almost impossible for South Vietnam to survive. If it survives, the US Pacific Fleet will definitely enter Cam Ranh Bay and look far away at the Pearl River Delta. This is inevitable. Originally, Alan Wilson was going to muddle through the last few days doing nothing and wait for the North Vietnamese withdrawal to be completed before leaving. However, the invitation from the American embassy surprised him. Could it be that the distinguished ambassador also wanted to experience the peerless style of the Saigon boxing champion? Although he was surprised, Alan Wilson took the initiative to take a car to the American embassy to see what the Americans wanted to talk about. Mr. Wilson, the second-class secretary, whose swelling had subsided, showed the open-mindedness that the United States has always possessed, the style of being submissive to the powerful and striking hard against the weak. He took the initiative to greet Alan Wilson, who had arrived. Although it's embarrassing, I'm sorry for harassing Mr. Wilson's female companion. Everyone makes mistakes. It's good to know the mistakes. Alan Wilson forgave the other party tolerantly. Although Zia Meng and Yachagu Sakoru had nothing to do with him, he did not deny that the other party thought so. Following the other party, Alan Wilson met McLean, the US ambassador to South Vietnam. McLean was not very old and was originally a banker. He was not particular about his dress. When he saw the guest coming, he greeted him warmly. "Mr. Wilson, welcome here. Mr. McCarthy mentioned you. Joseph is always so enthusiastic. We haven't seen each other for a while," Alan Wilson said with a smile, "because I used to work in British India and have some experience in evacuation, so this time I came here to take a look. The previous misunderstanding has already explained that I personally have a certain responsibility. Britain and the United States are firm allies. Even so, some misunderstandings are inevitable." McLean said that the matter had been turned over and immediately got to the point. "Mr. Wilson, what do you think about the future of South Vietnam and even the entire Southeast Asia?" Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "The free world is now facing an unprecedented test. This test is a test for Britain and France, as well as a test for the United States. Britain is happy to see the United States play a greater and more important role in world affairs. There is no doubt about this. Britain is willing to share some experience to assist, but in terms of specific measures, I believe that the United States does not need help from other countries. It should have a backup plan." "You're too polite, Mr. Wilson. In fact, many officials believe that Britain's experience in handling world affairs is of great help to the United States today, especially after the Korean War." McLean was no less fluent than Alan Wilson in speaking official language. Alan Wilson frowned slightly. He felt that the American ambassador in front of him was very familiar with clichés. He didn't sound like a banker at all, but more like a professional bureaucrat. But then he laughed and said, the most important thing between allies is loyalty. In fact, if you have any doubts, just speak up. From the experience of the Korean War, we should mainly resist the idea of the Soviet Union, or we should localize the resistance. McLean hesitated. This should be familiar to the UK. Of course, offshore balancing. Alan Wilson nodded and said lazily, they are all old tricks, but they work. In Southeast Asia, we must find a leader on our side, who must recognize our free lifestyle, and recognize that our lifestyle represents the trend of the future. McLean said, in fact, the United States does not need a very powerful ally. It only needs to reach the level of South Korea, and have basic self-defense capabilities. That's right. Alan Wilson sneered in his heart, but his face was full of agreement. If we look at South Korea's performance at the end of the Korean War, South Vietnam will not be a big problem either. Since the American ambassador who came to Saigon earlier said so, it is obvious that some powerful people in the State Department, the Pentagon and Capitol Hill probably hold the same view. In any case, it is already very good to have this result. It seems that, although the Korean Army's Jincheng battle was a disgrace, it finally made the United States recognize the results of the training. Now the United States feels that it can replicate the previous successful experience and repeat the deeds of the Korean Peninsula in the Indochina Peninsula to block the path of the Soviet Union's southward expansion. Alan Wilson certainly notes that the United States thinks that South Korea is a common example, but in fact it is just a special case. However, since Washington is full of confidence, it is better for him not to sing a different tune for the sake of maintaining the face of the United States. This is a good ally. Sometimes, a person wants to commit suicide, and he is unwilling to do so, even if you stop him. What Alan Wilson can do is that he and the United Kingdom stay away and look at the consequences of the crazy output of the United States. Alan Wilson couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If there is really a performance of the Korean army, the free world can rest assured. Hanoi, the largest city in the north. All French troops have been withdrawn here, and the railway leading to Hanoi has been blown up. Inside the city, people were rushing to the docks. The cars seemed to be walking on sawtooth, making people dizzy. Thousands of cars, motorcycles, bicycles, tricycles and horse-drawn carriages full of passengers were crowded on the dusty streets. Pedestrians ran around between trucks and cars, forcing drivers to brake again and again. The crowd included white-looking French military families and people who had cooperated with France for a long time. Now they all had only one goal: to leave the city and go to a safe place. The evacuation operation had already begun earlier. On October 8th, the French army would lower the French flag over Hanoi. At the same time, the French army behind was also on guard to prevent the Vietnam army in the suburbs from entering the city. Although this was not an inevitable thing, necessary preparations should still be made. In fact, whether to rush into the city first did cause heated discussions within the Vietnam, but the British fleet off the coast of Haiphong was eyeing it covetously, which made people worry. I seem to have bought an iron keyboard, which is really hard, but I think it is not appropriate to update only one chapter at night. Since I have updated one chapter during the day, I gritted my teeth and persevered. Chapter 778, put the blame on someone else. But now, the Vietnam has already judged that the French want to completely destroy North Vietnam before leaving. Even Hanoi, the largest city in North Vietnam, can be completely accepted. From the perspective of the Vietnam, this is of course unacceptable. No one is willing to accept a pile of ruins. If the French wantonly destroy and then pat their butts and leave, it will also be a huge blow to the Vietnam, which is about to take power. The commanders headed by Von Nguyen Giap and Nguyen Tien Dung suggested to the Vietnam Central Committee that they could consider taking over by force when necessary. In fact, France dared to do this, and it must have made military preparations, and it has received support from many countries. According to the news from Haiphong, Britain appeared in the open sea, and it seemed that it was going to support France. The Vietnam is now in a dilemma. The actions of Britain and France are too coincidental, which makes people think too much. A deafening roar was heard from the Hanoi power supply station. With the roar, the entire building was covered with dust and the shattered debris flew everywhere. The evacuated French troops had begun to destroy the city's power system. This was just the beginning. Within a few minutes, the water supply mechanism was blown up, and Hanoi's water and electricity system was completely paralyzed. Finally, after a few months, the French army and the Viet Minh were at war again in Hanoi, the largest city in North Vietnam. The French army had stockpiled a large number of weapons and ammunition in the center of North Vietnam. This time, they were unreservedly tilted out. In the air were bombers of the French Air Force, and on the ground were temporarily laid mines. In the port of Hanoi, there were constantly ships going away, going downstream with the evacuees. Outside the Haiphong port, in the command cabin of the heavy cruiser Devonshire, Major General George Bull looked at the telegram in his hand. Although he could not see the exchange of fire in Hanoi, he had already understood the current situation through the telegram from the French headquarters in Hanoi. Bombard Haiphong harbor, and the frigates rush into the Red River estuary. Major General George Bull issued a combat order. Although the London-class heavy cruiser was built in the treaty era, it has repeatedly made military achievements in World War II. As Major General George Bull's combat order was issued, the 203mm turret, which had been unused for a long time and was almost sealed, once again showed its ferocious side. In the 19th century, there was an unwritten rule that no matter how powerful the firepower of a warship was, it should not go head-to-head with a well-defended fortress. This was the experience accumulated by the British and French forces in the Crimean War, but with the exaggerated replacement speed of warships in the late 19th century, it took only a few years from the former dreadnought to the super dreadnought, and this unwritten rule has been gradually forgotten. The salvo of the London-class heavy cruiser was the first time that Britain solved the problem by force after World War II. At the same time, the two frigates accelerated and joined the bombardment. In the city of Hanoi, some Viet Minh soldiers who wanted to forcibly take over Hanoi were exchanging fire with the alert French soldiers. Shells were fired from the French artillery positions at the positions of the Viet Minh soldiers. The Viet Minh soldiers who had entered the city also fired at the opposite side from time to time. Shrapnel flew across the grass, blowing up pieces of grass. Under the cover of Hanoi's citizens, several soldiers ran towards the building with their translators. As soon as they rushed into the door of a building, a mortar shell hit the outer wall of the building, shattering all the glass in the windows on the first floor. Thick smoke billowed, and several soldiers fell in a pool of blood. "Well done, we wiped out these monkeys in one fell swoop." The French artillery was overjoyed and shouted happily. There was another loud bang, and a shell. Shrapnel and glass flew across the sky. The Presidential Guard suffered heavy casualties, and cries for help, screams, and wails were heard everywhere. Under the cover of artillery, several French soldiers pulled the bolt, and the bolt made a pleasant click. A golden shell was ejected from the gun chamber, and the shiny metal product rolled, and fell on the granite sidewalk, bounced twice and rolled into the drainage ditch beside the road. The battle happened very suddenly. Neither side expected that the first meeting would be in this way. The Viet Minh soldiers entered the city less than 500 meters. As soon as the vanguard turned a corner, they met the well-prepared French. The resolute counter-attack was still quite obvious. This small Viet Minh force that infiltrated, terminated the ineffective infiltration. The encounter here is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, the soldiers of the French army came from the European battlefield after all, and they were not unfamiliar with urban combat. The key is that the Vietnamese never gave them a chance, so they always felt that there were Vietnamese talking in the bushes when they walked. Now this kind of combat mode is not unfamiliar to the French. On another street, a similar but different battle was also taking place. This was an encounter. The French guards and the Viet Minh soldiers who sneaked in almost discovered each other at the same time. However, before the evacuation, the French headquarters in Hanoi had issued an order, and the French were mentally prepared for possible accidents. The distance between the two sides was too close, so there was no need to aim at all. The battle was short and bloody. Within a few seconds, several soldiers on both sides were shot. It was more like an execution than a battle. After all, the French firepower was fierce and prevented the infiltration of these Viet Minh soldiers. The infantrymen who were hiding in the buildings immediately rushed out from their hiding places. They lined up in rows and shot at the enemy, who was running away with their backs to them. It was like playing a shooting game in an amusement park. The French soldiers happily knocked down these defenseless targets one by one. Alan Wilson didn't know the situation in Hanoi. He knew that France was indeed fighting with the Vietmen again, but he didn't expect that the French army's combat effectiveness would return. To be honest, is there any difference between this and the Dien Bien Phu campaign? Perhaps the difference is that there was no city like Hanoi for the French to destroy in the Dien Bien Phu campaign. He was British, not French. The battle in Hanoi had nothing to do with him. What was more relevant was the bombardment of Haiphong Harbor. In all honesty, Alan Wilson had never imagined this. How long ago was gunboat diplomacy? It was so long ago that Alan Wilson had forgotten that Britain still had the nickname of the empire on which the sun never sets. Alan Wilson, who came to the British advisory group to inquire about the situation, frowned slightly and thought hard about his words when he heard the news that the Royal Navy had launched gunboat diplomacy. The telegram to the Far East Joint Command said that the Vietmen violated the treaty and took over Hanoi by force first and intercepted the families of the evacuated French soldiers. Haiphong port was in a state of combat readiness. For this reason, the Hanoi French command expressed its desire for help to the cruise fleet, but the Vietmin soldiers in Haiphong port opened fire first, and the Royal Navy had to fight back. That's right. Lieutenant Colonel Klein immediately recognized this fact and said, "What about Major General George? Of course we have to unify our caliber. The responsibility is not on Britain." Alan Wilson said firmly. Major General George Bull was a subordinate of his father-in-law, even if it was in the past, but this time the other party helped, and there was no reason to leave and abandon the other party. As for the so-called Far East Joint Operations Command, it is actually the British Army Command in Malaysia. It was the name changed after Mountbatten suggested the reform. It is considered the superior unit of the British Army in the Far East. After a few months of peace, the two sides fought again, and there would definitely be a war of words about who violated the treaty. Alan Wilson's words were basically in line with the facts. The French army's withdrawal had not been completed, and it was the Vietmen who wanted to forcibly take over Hanoi that caused the conflict. As for the destruction of the controlled area by the French army before the withdrawal, that was not a problem. The French army had the right to do so. It was only the Vietmen that violated the treaty. This was a matter of right and wrong. Alan Wilson spent some time sending a telegram to Whitehall, and then rushed to the US Embassy to seek US support. He met with Ambassador McLean and informed him of the current situation. In fact, the United States received the news no later than him. McLean was also considering it and asked, "Mr. Wilson, was it the Vietmen who first violated the treaty and caused the conflict?" Of course. At this critical moment, we have to believe the French's words. Alan Wilson said without thinking, "Now that France is about to withdraw, we should let the French leave calmly. In case of a little twist, the Soviets may find an excuse, which is very disadvantageous to us. What the truth of the matter is not important in the final analysis. The most important thing is that the other party must be wrong. This is very important. If the world is a reasonable place, there won't be so many wars. It is the job of Alan Wilson and McLean to defend themselves and slander others." Okay. McLean thought about it. He came to South Vietnam with an important mission, to work for the United States to intervene in South Vietnam and expand its influence. Now that the French are about to leave, the United States should really wait and see. In order to maintain the friendship with Britain and France, it should also believe the other side's words. But McLean still made it clear that the reason he did this was to maintain the unity of the free world. The subtext is to unite under the leadership of the United States. Alan Wilson certainly understood it, but his answer was vague. This is obvious. We can see the leadership shown by the United States after the war. The two of them unified their caliber and used the same wording to push this conflict to the responsibility of the Vietmen for breach of contract. It soon arrived in London and Washington respectively. The Vietnamese civilians who died in Haiphong port may not agree with this, but what does it matter? Who cares about their lives? Almost immediately, a war of words broke out. The entire free world expressed indignation at the Soviet bloc's betrayal and asked the Soviet Union to find a way to stop North Vietnam's breach of contract immediately, otherwise North Vietnam would have to pay the price. The whole process was seamless, reflecting the overwhelming advantage of the free world in public opinion. Although it was a case of turning the tables, Alan Wilson had a clear conscience. This was all for the unity of the free world. Sometimes he had to make a choice between being right and having a conscience, and this choice was not difficult. Chapter 779 France makes a big profit. Besides, it's not without benefits. Doesn't it show the unity between the United States, Britain and France? From the beginning to the end, Alan Wilson knew what he was doing. He also knew that the current behavior was untenable in terms of morality and served a selfish force. But what can he do in this position? Britain's strategic space is disappearing at a visible speed. In order to make his country more relaxed, he should do this. There is no morality, only right and wrong. The Far East Joint Operations Command immediately called back and asked about the ins and outs of Haiphong Port. Alan Wilson, who had already contacted Major General George Bull, was well prepared and unified his words with his father-in-law's subordinates. The caliber replied unanimously. The North Vietnamese military took the initiative to provoke, and the Royal Navy was forced to fight back. At night, the Far East Joint Operations Command did not continue to ask, but Major General George Bull's telegram had already explained the problem. General Bilton meant to get out as soon as possible. This has already shown that the Far East Joint Operations Command has accepted the two people's statements. At least in terms of the division of responsibilities, it has avoided the possibility of being held accountable in the future. As long as there is no loss, it is not difficult to turn the shelling of Haiphong Port into a small matter. Maybe among some conservative voters, this is still a thing worth celebrating. My Great Britain is invincible in the world. But from the perspective of Alan Wilson himself, there is another thing worth celebrating. This is also the love of the old father for his rebellious son. This incident may serve as a preview of the future Tonkin Gulf incident and provide a script for the United States to frame him. The Tonkin Gulf incident is a landmark event for the United States to fully intervene in the Vietnam War. Of course, this incident has always adhered to the American political tradition, using a small matter to make a big deal. Compared with the main incident, the Tonkin Gulf incident is enough to stand up. At that time, there were reports that the United States joined the Vietnam War after an unprovoked attack in Tonkin Gulf. The US president knew that these reports were false. At that time, the US Maddox was stationed on the northern coast of Vietnam, near the Gulf of Tonkin. 2 days later, the Johnson administration claimed to have been attacked again. After the second attack, the US Congress almost unanimously passed a resolution allowing the federal government to take all necessary measures to protect US troops in Vietnam. This means that within 48 hours, Washington had completed the unification of the two parties' attitudes towards the Vietnam War. It can be said that even the Soviet Union during Stalin's time was not necessarily so efficient. After the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, the United States fully intervened in the Vietnam War, no longer sneaking around like before, and finally began to personally take the field to educate this disobedient little regime. After this shelling of Haiphong, if the Royal Navy had retreated unscathed, it might have increased the courage of the US Navy, and the Gulf of Tonkin incident might have broken out earlier. However, Americans don't need to thank Alan Wilson. This is all a byproduct of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. He is ready to hide his merits and fame and leave Sagan. In fact, Su Yang and others left a few days earlier than him. There was no way, because Alan Wilson was such a person who liked personal heroism, to do the work of the rear. Without these big compradors, Alan Wilson was more relaxed, and Vivian Leigh was also more relaxed. They enjoyed this comfortable life in a third country, where no one knew them, but there were still Zia Meng and Yachigu Socorro. It seems that the United States has great expectations for South Vietnam. During lunch, Vivian Leigh waited for Alan Wilson to come back. She knew that the man must have gone to the American embassy again, and she stepped forward to help take off his coat while saying, although 2 Asian stars under the company were present, the British treasure didn't care. During this period, anyone who was not blind could see the relationship between the two, and there was no need to cover up the truth. Expectations? That's true. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. Although he understood that this was the biggest disappointment of the United States during the Cold War, he couldn't help but say, every country is different. The United States will not put expectations on any country for no reason. If it does so, it means it is profitable. Japan's position is very lucky. After all, it has blocked the Soviet Union's Far East and deep into the Pacific Ocean. This is considered to be of use. In the future, Japan's strategic space will be relatively loose. Is that so? Yachigo Sakoru looked at the British with eager eyes. She had also witnessed Alan Wilson's unpredictable methods during this period of time, and she couldn't help but believe these words in her heart. Of course. Alan Wilson straightened his back and thought to himself that you haven't seen my unpredictable methods yet, such as the Canberra Japan Compensation Conference, which was the real pinnacle. Eat first. Vivian Leigh's eyes were shining. She still remembered that Marilyn Monroe said that many American soldiers were in Asia, mainly to find exotic customs. Under the moonlight, the breeze blew in from the window, drying the sweat stains on the two people hugging each other. Vivian Leigh still asked the question in her heart solemnly, you don't have any thoughts about them, do you? It seems that this is not the first time you ask. Alan Wilson thought about it and replied with a smile, what's wrong with you? You always ask such unreasonable questions. I just want to ask. Holding the man tightly with both hands, Vivian Leigh stared straight into the man's eyes. You have a criminal record. This is what you did in New Delhi. How can I not think about it? Alan Wilson couldn't refute it because it was a fact, but it was not a mistake. Faced with a woman like Vivian Leigh who appeared in his jurisdiction, who could control himself, showing the talent of a prime minister is the instinctive reaction of most men. You still have ideas. Seeing Alan Wilson didn't speak, Vivian Leigh said shyly, I know you still like young people. Maybe you have a plan. What plan do you need? I can just talk to them directly. Ask them what they need, what kind of help I can provide, what feedback they can give me. What plan do you need? Seeing that the British treasurer was worried about gains and losses, Alan Wilson teased the other party, as if he had already had a plan in mind. Revenge followed one after another. That night, the British treasurer took a lot of initiative. The battle Alan Wilson faced was no easier than the two sides in the confrontation in Hanoi. He even slept until noon the next day. After getting up, Zia Meng and Yachigo Sakoru looked at Alan Wilson with strange eyes. I don't know why, but the confused Imperial Commissioner didn't notice this. He received a telegram from Whitehall about the progress of Britain's hydrogen bomb research. This was a big deal. He couldn't let a few people know. The lesson of West Berlin being sold in a muddle had not been forgotten so quickly. It's not that West Berlin can't be sold, but it was sold too cheaply. After thinking about it, Alan Wilson's second brother benefited. This kind of major matter of survival requires not only guarding against the Soviet Union, but also being vigilant against the United States. After the United States broke the contract with Britain after the war, restrictions followed one after another. After the United States and the Soviet Union began the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union strictly controlled the global uranium and plutonium mining, and Britain was also on the list of the United States defense. Last year, the Soviet Union successfully tested the hydrogen bomb, breaking the United States hydrogen bomb monopoly. Britain, which is in a catching up position, also tried its best, and even asked the earliest professional intelligence department in modern society, MI6, to continuously collect intelligence. Every time the United States conducts a hydrogen bomb test, the British Navy ships will carry these intelligence personnel to secretly sneak into the test area, to collect data and conduct surveys. Whether it is a land test, an air test or a submarine test, the British will appear in the end. It is hard to imagine that the country that follows the United States while developing its own is Britain. I think only the Soviet Union did this. But there is no doubt that it is Britain that is doing this now. Britain, which has control over the US experimental data, is now ready to present its own results. In the telegram, Whitehall stated that the biggest problem was the problem of the test site. Just when everything was ready, the British suddenly found that they had no suitable test site, so they could only conduct testing work through overseas colonies. Needless to say, the fact that the British mainland is small, the power of the hydrogen bomb is much greater than that of the atomic bomb, and it seems to be a problem to place it in British Malaya. In the end, the Labour government took advantage of this help and made a deal with the French, asking the French to provide a test site to solve the problem of the test site. It was initially decided to use the Gobi Desert between Algeria and Libya as the test site for Britain's first hydrogen bomb test. The Gobi Desert on the border between Algeria and Libya. Alan Wilson asked Lieutenant Colonel Clean if there was a map of Africa and received a negative answer. "You are a soldier. How come you don't even have a map?" "Commissioner Wilson, this is Asia." Lieutenant Colonel Clean replied with a wry smile. "We have to see the reality, right? We are serving in Asia. Why do we need to prepare a map of Africa? If we want to go to Africa, the Ministry of Defense will prepare it." "Okay. It's my fault." Alan Wilson expressed his apology and thought about the possible consequences of the nuclear test. Obviously, the test time has not been determined yet, but this is not a big deal. The big deal is what kind of consequences will be caused if Algeria is chosen as the test site. Although France provided the test site, it did not suffer any loss. France helped Britain a little, but once the nuclear test was successful, Britain would be considered to have helped France a lot. Isn't this a deterrent to Algeria's independence forces? Alan Wilson believes that France has made a big profit. Britain has simply saved the cost of the nuclear test site, which is hundreds of thousands of pounds. Chapter 780 Exchange of Interests. Actually, it can be placed in Australia, but it is said that the French took the initiative to propose it. "Paris is using us," Alan Wilson muttered in a low voice. It was too late to say anything at this point. In short, the news of this hydrogen bomb test was released by the UK, and France said it could help the UK solve it. As for why the UK did not secretly prepare for the test, it is probably for the purpose of deterrence. As for France's initiative to provide a site, it should be similar to what the UK considered. France is in a bigger predicament than the UK today. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu has only been a few months, and Paris needs the deterrence of the hydrogen bomb test more than London. It is surprising that London really agreed. Alan Wilson recalled that it seemed that the 10 years after the end of World War II were the best time for the relationship between Britain and France in the past few hundred years. Even the position of permanent member of the Security Council was helped by the UK to fight for France. This time, it agreed to test at the test site prepared by France to help France deter France after the defeat in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. When did the British and French grouping end in history? In fact, it was after the Suez War. Britain found that it would be crushed if it joined forces with France, so it accepted its fate and stopped struggling. This also took some time. France judged that Britain was not worth fighting for after the signing of the Nassau Agreement, and the two events were still several years apart. Lieutenant Colonel Clean ignored the Imperial Commissioner's days. The mission of the British Military Advisory Group had come to an end. Even France was going to withdraw from here, so there was no need for Britain to stay, and the United States would not agree. We communicated with the French side, and the deadline for the withdrawal of French troops in South Vietnam will not exceed the first half of next year. I have discussed with everyone, and we will leave Saigon before the end of the year. Lieutenant Colonel Clean did not hide the movements of the Military Advisory Group, and there was no need. The Far East Joint Operations Command is in Singapore. If Alan Wilson wants to know, he can't hide anything from him. It's better to be free and easy. Just take care of our own territory. Alan Wilson patted his forehead. Newspapers in Penang and other places have reported the shelling of Haiphong port, and the response is very enthusiastic. Compare it with the Dutch shelling of Jakarta. Is this a bad thing? Lieutenant Colonel Clean paused slightly with the file bag in his hand and asked about the subsequent impact. Not really, just killing a chicken to scare the monkey. It's better than the Royal Navy firing at Penang in the end. Alan Wilson smiled and stood up and stretched himself, saying to himself, I should go back too. This year's steel production in Malaya is planned to be the same as that in the mainland. I'll keep a close eye on it. It is expected that the steel production in the UK and Malaya this year will reach the 40 million tons mark. It exceeds the steel production of the Soviet Union in 1953 and is expected to be the same as the Soviet Union's production this year. The steel production of British Malaya has matured. The steel production of this colony alone is 2.5 times that of Japan, 7 times that of China, and 10 times that of India. The steel production of British Malaya is 10 times that of that powerful country. Similarly, China's production is higher than that of India. This is normal, except for the industrial level of the artillery party that cannot compete with the local warlords who can surpass India. 200,000 steel workers are the main employment population in Sarawak. Together with the employment population in related industries such as dock workers and coal workers, it can be said that the entire Sarawak is currently developing around the steel industry. Most of Sarawak's steel production capacity is used for export. In addition to the needs of London, which is being rebuilt in the UK, Iran, Egypt, and British Africa, Malaya can only absorb a small part of it. Now the steel industry in Malaya can have such a large production capacity, which is inseparable from the help of Alan Wilson, a bureaucrat, Pamela Mountbatten, a monarch and big capitalist, and Australia, among the colonies that the British Empire can still maintain. Alan Wilson, the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, has released all the potential within this framework. Relying on the above mentioned places is certainly not a long-term solution, but when there is a certain accumulation, you can try to expand the market. The war of words between the two groups is quite far away. If nothing unexpected happens, the withdrawal of the French army in North Vietnam should not be a problem. Alan Wilson, who was riding in a military vehicle, returned to the villa where Vivienne Leigh lived recently. Entering the villa, opening the door and going upstairs, he heard the sound of dripping water. Alan Wilson's expression instantly changed. He tiptoed to the bathroom door and pushed it open directly. After two quick but suppressed screams, Zia Meng and Yachigu Sakoru covered the leaking light and stared at the head that was poking in with fear. Sorry, please continue. Alan Wilson looked up and down without looking away, as if nothing had happened. Where is Vivienne? Why are there only two of you? As for turning his back to the two of them immediately like a gentleman, he was very sorry. Alan Wilson had a clear conscience and didn't feel the need to pretend to be guilty. He was frank and naturally wouldn't be hypocritical. Mr. Wilson, can you turn around first? Zia Meng said tremblingly. The man opposite her looked too frankly, without any avoidance. It seemed a little inappropriate to just look at the two naked women like this. You haven't answered my question yet. Alan Wilson had been keeping his upper body in the bathroom for a while, taking in the scenery, and didn't think there was anything wrong. The boss took the others out for a walk, and we didn't expect you to come back early. Yachigu Sakoru looked at the ground and answered in English, stammering. Her whole body had turned pink. The weather in Saigon is hot, and several women like to take a bath frequently. Vivienne Leigh went out today, so the two wanted to go upstairs to wash up, but they didn't expect that the man who usually came back at night would come back earlier today. It's okay, you guys take your time to wash. After listening, Alan Wilson withdrew his gaze with a sense of satisfaction and said, come downstairs and talk to me later. Vivienne doesn't need to know about this. I think you think so too. Then he turned around and closed the door, stretched out his hand to straighten his brother, tightened his belt, and went downstairs leisurely. A few minutes later, Zia Meng and Yachigu Sakoru went downstairs. Alan Wilson was making coffee by himself. His coffee making skills were not very good, but fortunately he was not picky and could enjoy himself. Alan Wilson, holding the coffee pot, pointed to the chair. The two women sat down obediently, their eyes focused on the coffee cups in front of them, and I don't know what they were thinking. You're welcome. There are no messy drugs in it. I'm quite particular about this. Alan Wilson poured a glass for each of them and made a belated apology. I'm sorry for what happened just now. You are not stupid. You can see the relationship between me and your boss during this period of time. When the two heard this, they couldn't calm down. Is this man hinting at something? Zia Meng said with a struggling look. Mr. Wilson, I haven't experienced it yet. Are you a virgin? No. Alan Wilson was about to say that he didn't mean that, but he thought that it seemed that he was forcing a good woman into prostitution from his performance when he just came back. Sure enough, when the term virgin came out, Zia Meng couldn't help but tighten her clothes. What is this foreigner going to do? But after thinking carefully, it seems that she can't resist, even if the other party wants to do something. Not only that, Alan Wilson, an imperial commissioner, was speechless. He was a civil servant who was good at talking, but he could not help but say such a thing. He thought for a long time and said, in fact, from a man's perspective, who can resist the temptation of beautiful people of the opposite sex? This is a common phenomenon in gender relations. Of course, I never force things, but once I can get what I want, I will give enough in return. Otherwise, Vivian would not be so accommodating to me. Mr. Wilson, can you give us what we want? Yachikusa Koru asked back. Xia Meng was secretly complaining when she heard it. I'm me. What do you mean by we? Did you agree with me? Alan Wilson did not intend to succeed, but after hearing this, he became active and slowly said, I know Mr. Hatoyama Ichiro. I wonder if I can help. Hatoyama Ichiro exchanged with Yoshida Shigeru again. It is estimated that the struggle between the two will continue for some time. However, even if the speed of the change of Japanese prime ministers is comparable to that of France, Hatoyama Ichiro is still the prime minister of Japan. Don't let the boss know. Yachikusa Koru blushed, but expressed her desire to make progress in a firm tone. Of course not. Alan Wilson didn't expect that he could negotiate a business before leaving, so he said, I won't delay your life. After all, given your environment, it is normal to get married in the future. I didn't expect that coming back early today would actually bring unexpected gains. Alan Wilson was very happy, and he was also running and running. He squeezed in from behind the two women and kissed each of them. If it weren't for the time, he might not be able to make it. He could think about doing it in one step and showing his talent as a prime minister. Admittedly, this might hurt the national treasure's heart, but Vivian Leigh didn't need to know about this. I want David to attend an aristocratic school. After Vivian Leigh came back, she talked about the future development of their son and asked for his opinion. What do you think? Will it be good for your network? It depends on your financial resources. If you are an ordinary person, using all your income to send your child to a school with high tuition fees will not only fail to expand your network, but will also be a blow. Being isolated by aristocratic children too early. Alan Wilson thought for a while and gave pertinent advice. What I mean is, before entering university, study in a school in Hong Kong. I have a working relationship with the governor of Hong Kong and can take care of him. When his personality is formed, he can return to London for higher education. Chapter 781 Return to Malaya. I'm worried that Hong Kong is not safe. This is very worrying. Vivian Leigh said with a worried look on her face. Under the current situation, Hong Kong may not be in the hands of Britain one day. If you mean 100 years, then it will definitely not be there in 100 years. Hong Kong is the product of a lease treaty and has a time limit. It is not very dangerous before the time limit. If David goes to school there, it will be a great achievement if he can deal with the civil servants in Hong Kong. Alan Wilson replied solemnly, I know what you are worried about, but if you believe me, there will be no problem. Of course I believe you. Vivian Leigh snuggled into Alan Wilson's arms. I'm just afraid that I won't receive the best education. The nobles in the country are still very complacent. They are not a good group. If you go to an aristocratic school, you must show a greater family background and financial resources than them. Your financial resources are sufficient, but your family background is still a little lacking. Alan Wilson was speaking the truth. It takes time for the aristocracy to evolve into someone who is approachable. Now is not the time for future generations to bow their heads and behave themselves. There are still many people in the British aristocracy who are very picky. As for going to school in the United States, Alan Wilson would never agree. He was afraid that his son with Vivian Leigh would be discovered and restrained by the Americans in the future. As for other European countries outside of the mainland, other European countries are also an option, but after thinking about it, Hong Kong is more reliable than these European countries. Vivian Leigh has followed the old path of Greta Garbo. Since winning the second Oscar for a streetcar named Desire, she has actually retired from the film industry, but it has not been announced yet. In the future, Vivian Leigh will only be active behind the scenes in the film and television industry, concentrating on taking care of her husband and children. It can be said that how to educate her son is more important. When asking about the development of Hong Kong, Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and said, with Hong Kong's position, even if I work as a commissioner in Malaya for 20 years, I may not be able to make the people of Malaya catch up with the income of Hong Kong people. That is almost the only outlet for a market with hundreds of millions of people. Envy is not enough. Moreover, he had already discussed with Whitehall on the allocation of Asian colonies. British Malaya is an industrial base, and Hong Kong is a financial center. Everyone knows which of the two is easier to make money. However, it is necessary for each to perform his duties, and it is best not to put all the eggs in one basket. If Malaya has everything, it is not reassuring. The combined development with defects is more reassuring. The two have reached a consensus on the education of the next generation, and Guo Bao was finally persuaded by the Imperial Commissioner. That's the reason Alan Wilson feels that he can give his children more care in a place like Hong Kong. Of course, it is also possible in the UK, but there are too many monks and too little porridge in the UK, and there are many people who are more powerful than him. It is better to cultivate them well in Hong Kong. The next day, good news came from North Vietnam. The ship loaded with French troops had rushed out of the Red River estuary, indicating that the withdrawal of the French troops in North Vietnam had made initial progress. This is something to be happy about. Alan Wilson took the British treasure who had the same status as his wife, as well as Zia Meng and Yachagu Sakoru who might have the same status in the future, and prepared to appreciate the charm of Saigon, the Paris of the East. Sometimes Alan Wilson wondered, why are there so many Paris of the East in the world? How did the French establish this impression in this regard? But Paris of the East is not a good name either. At least in the eyes of many white people, it is a synonym for the place of fireworks. A group of Americans were having a party, flirting with Vietnamese girls who were scantily clad and had hot bodies. No one cared about politics here, and they didn't talk about wind and clouds, only romantic love. Vivian Leigh secretly pinched the man's soft spot and complained why he came to such a place. Zia Meng and Yachagu Sakoru felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that the man was hinting at something. You are so bad. Are you doing this in Kuala Lumpur when I'm not around? Vivian Leigh complained in a low voice, but she didn't dare to make any obvious movements. The key was to avoid attracting attention. I really don't have time. Alan Wilson thought that, if he had time to deal with such occasions, it would only make his physical fitness, which was already barely able to cope with it, go down a level. There is also a covetous sister-in-law in Kuala Lumpur now. Who believes you? It's because you don't like them. The queen of the movie eats too much, and doesn't like these country girls. Vivian Leigh looked at the man with an expression of I don't know you yet, and kept muttering to him. Although this is also a fact, it is not good to say it out loud. After leaving the nightclub and getting in the car, Alan Wilson hugged Vivian Leigh and bit her fiercely, making Zia Meng and Yachagu Sakoru, who were also in the car, feel uncomfortable. Although there was armed conflict, when the French army withdrew from North Vietnam, the whole process could be said to be safe. What remains is some handovers, which refers to who will take over South Vietnam after France leaves. Although France does not rule out the possibility of struggling, Alan Wilson knows that it is impossible not to be taken advantage of by the Americans. Alan Wilson, who has already set a time to leave, began to pay a final visit to relevant forces before leaving. If it were not for the American forces of the Wu Tingyuan group, he would have wanted to ask Wu Tingyuan if he could put his property in a British bank. Unfortunately, this can only be thought about. In a few years, Wu Tingyuan may feel that his wings are strong and choose to share the risks, but now he definitely does not have the courage. At least when Bao Day is still nominally the ruler of South Vietnam, Wu Tingyuan will not choose to be a traitor. It is an inevitable choice to hold on to the thighs of the Americans. I went to Bao Day's bedroom again, but unfortunately the queen did not show up this time, which was a bit regrettable. After leaving Bao Day's bedroom, Alan Wilson went to the American embassy. He and the Americans were acquainted with each other through fighting, which showed the peerless style of the Saigon boxing champion. It is estimated that only after 20 years, when the Americans have mastered the secrets of Saigon Iron Fist, can they be on an equal footing with him. Finally, he went to the French headquarters in Saigon and said goodbye to General Nava, the commander-in-chief of the French army. The two have met several times. From the time General Nava took office to the present, Alan Wilson thought that he had helped with all his heart, and this was indeed the case. Britain also bombarded Haiphong port for the evacuation of the French army, triggering a public opinion war. General Nava was very polite and expressed his gratitude to Alan Wilson for his help. Indeed, from the war to the present, Britain has never treated France so sincerely in hundreds of years. It's a pity that you are leaving. In the future, Britain will have to face the resistance of the colonies, the Soviet Union, and even the pressure from the Americans independently. Alan Wilson did not hide his thoughts. The situation has become more difficult. This is the case for both you and us. I don't know if there will be such an opportunity in the future to talk so easily. France will definitely concentrate on managing its North African colonies in the future. Alan Wilson has very complicated feelings about this. If both Britain and France lose their colonies, they will be ridiculed by the United States and the Soviet Union, even if they stick together. But if France really saves Algeria, the pressure will be all on Britain. If Britain retreats to its homeland, let alone how to face the United States and the Soviet Union in the future, it will not even be able to face France. The right to speak in the European community will inevitably change from the current British-French-led Britain to the French-led France. If this future appears, it is even more unacceptable than the Soviet Union liberating Europe. This future is terrible. Mr. Wilson, you are not under much pressure. British Malaya is an island after all. West Malaysia is a peninsula and East Malaysia is an island. With the strength of the Royal Navy, it can be well protected. General Nava smiled and said, "It is not like a French colony. It must be decided through ground war, and we cannot prevent North Vietnam from accepting future aid. That's the problem. However, if it is French Africa, this problem does not exist. The French Mediterranean Fleet and the Royal Navy Mediterranean Fleet are still strong enough." Alan Wilson's heart moved, and he said unnoticeably, "From the perspective of an observer, Paris should either give its full strength to French Africa, or have a good talk. The retreat of Indochina may cause some problems. Of course, this is a French matter. Just listen to my suggestions casually. I believe your suggestions are very valuable." General Nava nodded. He also planned to make a summary of the failure of Indochina after returning home. Alan Wilson stood up and said goodbye, still not forgetting to invite Nava. If he was not in a hurry, he could visit Malaya when he returned home. The next morning, the ship from Sagan Pier to Malaya blew its whistle, and Alan Wilson had already boarded the return ferry. The blue sea and blue sky, and the sound of the waves were still there. Xiameng and Yachagusa-Koru naturally could not continue to stay with Vivian Leigh. After all, the cabin was not as convenient as the villa. Of course, such an arrangement also gave the Imperial Commissioner greater convenience. "Where is Yachagusa-Koru? Why doesn't she come out to eat?" Vivian Leigh asked Xiameng, a little uncomfortable with the lack of one person. "She is seasick." Xiameng didn't dare to tell the truth. "Your man entered our cabin and acted like a beast." Alan Wilson had an experience with Japanese cars. They were very economical and very delicate. Unlike the grandeur of European cars, they also had a different kind of beauty. Then before the ferry arrived in Malaya, Alan Wilson completed the work that made Jinyang angry and made Xiameng seasick. "I know both the governor of Hong Kong and the prime minister of Japan. With this relationship, I will not treat you badly in the future." Alan Wilson looked at the looming Malayan coastline and promised the two women in a low voice. "Are we almost there?" Vivian Leigh came out of the cabin carefully and directly stepped onto Alan Wilson's arm. "Yes, we are almost there." Alan Wilson said gently to the British treasure, "Hold tight, it will be inconvenient soon." "I know." Vivian Leigh, who has completely turned into a commissioner, knows that she must pay attention to the impact when she returns to Malaya. "Don't worry, it won't delay the work of the Imperial Commissioner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 780 to Conservative Party Internal Conflict. One more kiss. I'll find time to visit you and the children. Alan Wilson, who was hugging Vivian Leigh, bowed his head slightly and gave a farewell kiss, leaving the national treasure with a happy face waving behind him. A few minutes later, the passenger ship docked, and Alan Wilson said as he got off the ship, "I will go to the administrative office first to inform the Far East Joint Operations Command, and take out a record plan. Based on the withdrawal of the French army from North Vietnam, we will evaluate the major cities in British Malaya. We must mark in detail where to carry out the explosion, and how to destroy the development potential of the colony." "I know, Commissioner." Radwich followed Alan Wilson's steps and said, "But in the end you still have to come in person." "I just informed the headquarters." "No problem." After getting off the boat and walking to the car, Alan Wilson turned around and agreed. British Malaya is not Hong Kong. He is the High Commissioner, not the Governor of Hong Kong. This matter needs to be discussed. He is not Cromwell. The reason why he can talk to the Far East Joint Operations Command is not because of his power, but because of the Mountbatten family. Alan Wilson is very clear about this. In another channel, Vivien Leigh also got off the ship with two seasick young actresses. British Malaya seemed to have two parallel worlds that did not interfere with each other. The Chinese and Malays each had their own circles, maintaining a calm situation. In fact, Alan Wilson would have a party with the elites of the two ethnic groups every month. Although there was suspicion of wasting public funds, it was absolutely necessary. When he was not in Kuala Lumpur, he handed it over to Elisa, who had just returned. Alan Wilson, who had been to South Vietnam once, compared the differences between the two colonies. Now he deeply felt the wisdom of opening up Malaya to the influx of Chinese. To a certain extent, that decision diluted many hidden dangers in British Malaya. The influx of a large number of new Chinese immigrants had a great impact on the original social structure. Many of the original structures had to be restructured. Take South Vietnam today, for example. There are many religions in South Vietnam and warlords everywhere, but the French army has not yet withdrawn and can still be suppressed. Once the French leave, when the Vietnamese have the final say, the problem will just begin. Comparing it with Chan Gong's artillery party, the relationship between local warlords and the rulers is probably that one side wants money, power and the army, while the other side neither gives money nor intends to give power, and will not allow them to continue to be warlords. The differences are too great, so naturally they can't reach an agreement. I have met with several sultans during this period, and also talked with Tan Cheng Lock and Lim Lian Giak. After the French army carried out the destruction operation in Hanoi, they each had some subtle changes. Elisa, wearing a capable work suit, reported to her boss who she hadn't seen for a long time. The progress of literacy is admirable, and there is. Listening to the report of the reliable West Malaysia Commissioner, Alan Wilson nodded continuously and said, although we intentionally balanced out two evenly matched ethnic groups at the beginning, it seems that we have actively exposed a weakness, but now it seems that the benefits are also great. Alan Wilson is very satisfied with the current situation in Malaya. He wants to come up with a comprehensive management framework with all advantages, but he has to do it. Many words that praise the national system cannot coexist. If it is too democratic, some people are destined to have no freedom. Excessive liberal democracy is just a slogan, so what can he do? It is better to use data to speak for itself. If someone compares and talks about it, then the UK has its own national conditions and is essentially a monarchy. What do you think of the current situation in Malaya? Alan Wilson thought of this and asked Elisa, since I went to South Vietnam, I'm a little unconfident now. This is not like you. Elisa glanced at her boss and said with the spirit of sitting upright, even though her boss's butt was crooked, in general, it's much better than South Vietnam. That's not enough. I want to make up for the shortcomings of the British mainland. If we go back 50 years, we should find a way to directly merge the white dominions. Now it's too late. After the French evacuated, there were still the Netherlands and Portugal. After all, they were not as justified as before. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand to support his head. This is very annoying. There is another thing. Pamela, your wife, sends a telegram every day to ask if you are back. If she has no objection, I will tell her today that you have returned to Kuala Lumpur. Elisa asked in an inquiring tone, is it convenient? What's inconvenient for me to say that? She is my wife. Alan Wilson twisted his neck and yelled, showing that he had a clear conscience, but there was something wrong with what he said. Where can I find such an upright person as him? Alan Wilson can swear, "Got, I can't live with gambling and drugs." Elisa left the commissioner's office with a look of confidence on her face. As a reliable subordinate, she would not sing a different tune. 2 days later, Alan Wilson dressed neatly from Vivienne Leigh's apartment and rushed to the airport to wait for his wife's arrival. At noon, Comet 1 landed at Kuala Lumpur Airport. Pamela Mountbatten and her group appeared. The two hugged each other, as if no one was around, not caring at all that this was a public place, and then walked out of the airport hand in hand. It's really hard to talk about business across half the world. Alan Wilson opened his mouth like an old-faced man, and said in a restrained, but inadvertent tone of concern, "It's not as hard as you ran to South Vietnam. How dangerous it is." Pamela Mountbatten responded warmly, and then with a smile, "Actually, I could come back a while earlier, but things were delayed. I learned about it specifically. You must be very interested. Then I'll listen to it." Alan Wilson squinted his eyes and asked with great interest, "Let's talk about it when we get back." "There's no point in talking about it here." Pamela Mountbatten kept it a secret and played a game of attack and defense with her husband. Princess Margaret yawned and then heard Alan Wilson turn around and ask, "Are you a little tired, Princess?" "Very good." Princess Margaret held her head high, but she didn't dare to show too much emotion. Returning to her residence, Pamela Mountbatten no longer concealed and mentioned the political changes in the country that might involve the two of them. The troops under the Far East Joint Operations Command may need to be expanded. Some tanks and other heavy equipment that were sealed after the war may also need to be sent here to increase the strength of British Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten put her legs together and acted like a lady and revealed to her husband, "The Near and Middle East Joint Operations Command has not changed. It should be a side effect of France's defeat. There are still many people who believe in the domino theory." Alan Wilson said as he thought, "Strengthening Malaya's military power is understandable, and it is worth doing so here. The location of the Malacca Strait alone is worth such an investment. That should be the reason." Pamela Mountbatten was just an information carrier who unconditionally believed in her husband's judgment. France's failure in Dien Bien Phu should have touched London. How could France fail for no reason? Where did the Vietminh's cannons come from? Alan Wilson chuckled. Anyone with a discerning eye knows where the Vietminh's supplies came from. When London saw that more than half of the Chinese population in British Malaya was Chinese, it was normal for it to strengthen some military forces for deterrence. If that's the case, the worry is not unreasonable. Pamela Mountbatten said with a worried look, "You are the chief executive here. Isn't that like sitting on the crater of a volcano? It's not worth making a fuss about. The Chinese have a unified civilization with their own characteristics." Alan Wilson explained to his wife, "It is extremely difficult to defeat a group as integrated as the Chinese. The difficulty is almost impossible. But on the other hand, the Chinese are extremely realistic. If they feel they have no chance of winning, it will be easy to manage them." "What about Malaya?" Princess Margaret asked. "Isn't the situation here the same?" "It's different. Malaya has indigenous people. We didn't take it from the Chinese." Alan Wilson said slowly, "It's very complicated to explain this psychology, but to put it simply, the Malays look at the Chinese almost the same as they look at the British or our outsiders. We can have slightly more Chinese than Malays, but not too much more. It's still the old method of divide and rule for offshore balance. The method doesn't have to be old, as long as it works. North Vietnam has China behind it, and China has the Soviet Union behind it. It's really a big trouble." Pamela Mountbatten sighed. "No wonder London strengthened the military in Malaya after France announced its abandonment. Wait for the opportunity slowly, don't mess up the rhythm." Alan Wilson chuckled. "Who said that these two difficult countries will always be united? The earth is round, and things are changing at any time." Seeing that her husband still had enough confidence, Pamela Mountbatten said nothing more and spoke again. "Then you will definitely be more interested in this matter. What is it?" Alan Wilson tilted his neck. His wife's expression seemed to indicate that something really happened. "Dear, you also know that the election is coming soon. It seems that the Conservative Party has some internal friction this time. There have been some criticisms about who will represent the Conservative Party in the election." Pamela Mountbatten said, as if she was not surprised. She knew that her husband must be very interested. "Oh." Alan Wilson said in a long and sarcastic tone. He was indeed very interested in this matter. Pamela Mountbatten did not keep it a secret. The matter was very simple. The Labour Party has been in power for almost 10 years. Conservative leader Winston Churchill had lost to Attlee twice. As he got older, Churchill, a famous troll in the House of Commons, began to lose fire. It was really unreasonable for an 80-year-old man to want to lead the Conservative Party to another election. Chapter 783 Two Rebels. The old boss had to fight one more battle, dragging his body, that almost had to be in diapers all the time, to realize his dream of becoming Prime Minister. Of course, some people in the Conservative Party were dissatisfied, especially Eden, the second in command of the Conservative Party. At the age of 26, Eden was elected to the House of Commons. In 1935, he became the British Foreign Secretary and became a giant of the Conservative Party. Eden was also famous for his handsome appearance and was much more popular than the old and frail Churchill. In fact, Alan Wilson thought that this was the problem of how the world could be a prince for 40 years. 20 years ago, Eden was already a heavyweight in the Conservative Party. He had been the second in command for such a long time. Churchill was still in the position at the age of 80. It was normal for Eden to be dissatisfied. You have to know the original history. Churchill had given up the prime ministership to Eden after he had satisfied his desire to be prime minister. Even if he gave up the position of prime minister, Eden did not express his gratitude to Churchill. It can be seen how dissatisfied Eden was with Churchill's behavior of occupying the toilet without taking a shit. It now seems that Eden believes that Churchill has little chance of winning the re-election. Churchill is already 80 years old, and the correct thing to do is to give up the throne and let him run for election. Only he, Eden, can lead the Conservative Party out of the underestimation and reverse the situation of two major defeats to the Labour Party. After listening to his wife's words, Alan Wilson chuckled and said, "One thing is true. Churchill is a very special existence in the Conservative Party. Churchill is an aristocrat." In fact, it was difficult to find like-minded people in the Conservative Party during the old Chamberlain's era. Churchill's origin, temperament, and interests are closer to the Whig aristocrats of the 19th century. He is an orator, and has the elegant tastes of the Victorian era, which makes him look like a rare animal among conservative politicians. Since Eden wants to take action, it means he should have a good grasp of it. Pamela Mountbatten asked at this time, "Dear, what do you think Whitehall means? If Churchill runs for election, Whitehall is very willing to receive such an old prime minister who doesn't even know he is still alive. But if Eden runs for election, this issue will have to be reconsidered." Alan Wilson thought and said, "No one wants to serve a prime minister who is too strong, right? And Eden is not very old, and he might interfere with the normal operation of the country. From the perspective that Whitehall needs a mascot, Churchill is very suitable. At his age, it should be impossible for him to contribute to the debt of the British Empire like during the war." After much thought, Alan Wilson gave his own judgment that Churchill's age should not cause trouble to the country. Whitehall would definitely like such a prime minister, but Churchill would definitely not be elected. If Eden succeeds in forcing the palace this time, the Conservative Party's chances of winning will increase accordingly. After all, Eden's image is definitely much better than Churchill's current one, but whether it can defeat the Labour Party is still unknown. The Labour Party has been in power for 9 years, at least it is considered to be in power seriously, and has not made any major mistakes so far. Which side will Whitehall stand on? Princess Margaret was spared for a long time, and asked directly to the point. The side of the winner. Alan Wilson laughed and answered the princess's question. "We are just puppets who listen to the ministers. How can we be qualified to look favorably on anyone? No one has this power." The interior of Whitehall is also complicated, just like the current Conservative Party. At this time in history, Norman Brooke successfully snatched the position of chief civil servant from the Treasury with the support of two prime ministers, Churchill and Eden, and became the most powerful civil servant. Ironically, the person who snatched the title of chief civil servant from him was Edward Bridges, the second cabinet secretary. Of course, no one denies that Norman Brooke's personal ability is still outstanding. His attitude is relatively strong. He has extremely high authority when he is in office, and he also consolidates the position of the department. He was able to confront the ministers back and forth during his term. There are two things that reflect his authority. Norman Brooke concealed Churchill's physical condition in his later years, which made the Conservatives, especially Eden, very dissatisfied. Then he helped Eden clean up his ass and destroyed the private documents of the Suez Canal. These two things are big things, and Norman Brooke dared to do them. Naturally, it proves his strong influence during his tenure. The two changes that his wife came back to tell the UK are very important, and Alan Wilson thinks the latter is more important. He really doesn't trust the Conservative Party. This party always can't help but want to perform freefall. Everyone knows that the Labour Party is impossible to vote for the Soviet Union, but the Conservative Party may really vote for the United States. However, it is good news to attach importance to British Malaya, which shows that the value of British Malaya has been recognised by London. Otherwise, it would not find a way to strengthen the defence of British Malaya. To this end, Alan Wilson first did what he could, such as singing praises for the increase in Malaya's military strength. After all, he had just returned from South Vietnam, and it was no problem for him to pretend to be an expert in Southeast Asia, based on his experience. And this was the fact. In a telegram to Whitehall, Alan Wilson said that in the minds of many Vietnamese, Vietnam was the political, economic, and cultural center of the French colony during the French colonial period. It was natural for Vietnam to lead the three countries after the French withdrew. Both North Vietnam and South Vietnam believed this, and it would not be different, because they belonged to the free world in the Soviet bloc. As for the situation in British Malaya, Alan Wilson talked about the old saying that, although there were hidden dangers, balancing the affairs of the two major ethnic groups was the right route at present, and he also revealed that a plan to destroy Malaya had been secretly formulated. This was not public, but it was not a secret. In fact, Alan Wilson leaked this idea through information channels as early as the day he returned, although if someone asked him, it would definitely not be the case. After dealing with Whitehall, Alan Wilson contacted Ms. Ingrid Bergman, the flag of the French women's movement, and asked about the film about how Britain would use counter-espionage to kill Beria. When would it be completed? The general election was coming soon. At this moment, the Labour government needed an assist. If this assist could come from France, it would be a very impactful thing for the entire British electorate. You can't see it. This kind of political film is very boring. It has been produced now. It will be released next month. In Ingrid Bergman's callback, it seemed that she could feel the Nordic goddess's eye roll. Alan Wilson could only bear the humiliation for Britain and express his longing for Britain across 10,000 kilometers. Eden in London was not as cool as the Overseas Commissioner. What he had been doing recently was to let Churchill give up his position. In Eden's eyes, Churchill was now a negative asset of the Conservative Party. With his 80-year-old appearance, he embarrassed the Conservative Party in Parliament. Even his eloquent eloquence in the past had disappeared. As long as he appeared in the House of Commons, all the members could see was the image of him with Alzheimer's disease. From the process of the previous two defeats, the Conservative Party was also summarizing the experience of failure, such as the Labour Party's political foundation grew during the war. The employment opportunities provided by the war allowed the number of trade unions and workers to continue to grow. By the post-war general election, the Labour Party not only had 2.6 million members, but also had a political foundation of more than 8 million members of trade unions and cooperative organizations. Now Churchill's aristocratic status is a mistake and cannot bring any benefits to the Conservative Party. The most important thing is that Eden wanted to make progress too much. He was the Foreign Secretary 20 years ago. It was almost 10 years after the end of World War II, but he was still suppressed by this old man who was reluctant to leave. Elections are held every 5 years. Normally, if they fail this time, they will have to wait until 5 years later. Eden himself is no longer young, so he discussed this election with Macmillan. In the end, the two reached a consensus and decided to talk to Churchill. Macmillan and Eden are of similar age. The 29-year-old Macmillan successfully won the Stockton-on-Tees constituency and became a member of the House of Commons. In Parliament, he became a member of the idealistic Young Conservative group YMCA. Because of his long-term opposition to Chamberlain's appeasement policy, Macmillan has long been a backbencher. The similar age, the same ideas, and the foreign experience of Eden made the relationship between the two very good. The two arrived at Churchill's house together and decided to have a good talk with the 80-year-old old party leader. In order to avoid the split of the Conservative Party, the facts are already obvious. The Conservative Party's loss once can be said to be an accident, and there is no excuse for losing twice in a row. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely recognize this traitor at a glance. When the Suez Canal crisis appeared, Macmillan was the first Conservative minister to advocate invasion, but he was also the first minister to call for a peaceful solution and directly put the ruling Prime Minister Eden in. Now two traitors came to the home of an old comrade, ready to bully an 80-year-old old comrade. And this old comrade has reached the point where he doesn't know that he is deserted by everyone. This afternoon was quite difficult for Churchill. Losing to Attlee in 1945 was a blow to Churchill. But this afternoon, he experienced a more embarrassing situation than in 1945. To avoid the Conservative Party splitting, this is our common opinion. The current situation is very clear. Voters are losing. For the image of the party, Harold and I hope that you can take the initiative to resign as the leader of the Conservative Party. This is the best way to avoid the split. Eden looked at Churchill, who was dumbfounded. To be honest, he didn't want to do this, but there was no way. Macmillan also nodded and said, the current Conservative Party gives people the impression of being a party of old people. This is the idea of many supporters in the party. Congressman Churchill is already 80 years old. He should think about it and improve his novel at home. Many people think that the correct way to use influence is not to continue to be the party leader. Chapter 784 Churchill resigns. The two rebels sang the same tune, and they were restrained in their words, but the nature of what they said was very serious. To make an appropriate comparison, it can be compared to robbery. Robbery is a standard crime of serious nature. No matter how much money you rob, or how small the consequences are, as long as the nature is in place, it will take 10 years to start, even if you only robbed a few dollars. Once the Conservative Party splits, there is no doubt that Churchill will be recorded as a power-loving image. Then the result of Churchill's struggle for so many years is that he will not only lose the election after the war, but also have no place for him in the Conservative Party. This is a very serious consequence. At this moment, Churchill did not speak for a long time. He also realized something, but he was not mentally prepared to welcome this day. Churchill thought that, even if the supporters of the Labour Party did not understand, the Conservative Party should understand his achievements in leading Britain to win the World War. In fact, it was the British voters who did not understand. The voters could not understand a Prime Minister who spent so much money to fight a world war. In addition, Attlee did not make a big mistake in his 2 terms and stayed out of the Korean War. He was already regarded by voters as a reliable Prime Minister. Compared with Churchill's behavior of exhausting the last drop of blood of the British Empire, the difference was obvious. The most disturbing impression is that the British people's understanding of Churchill has equated Churchill with warmongers. British newspapers have discussed in detail the consequences of Churchill's finger touching the trigger of British weapons. The Daily Mirror published a huge cartoon of Churchill pulling the trigger of a pistol on the front page. Some Labour Party newspapers have also been constantly emphasizing that Churchill is already 80 years old and citing the judgment of various doctors that an 80-year-old man, even if he is in good spirits, is inevitably declining physically. Deafness and speaking incoherently are no longer a secret to the current Congress and are also an important source of criticism by the Labour Party. In fact, some of the problems that Churchill once criticized during the Labour Party's rule have also been solved. For example, the steel industry is an important indicator of whether a country is strong. Britain's steel production has been steadily increasing since the war, but it is also very difficult to increase due to the quality of local iron ore and scale effects. After all, Britain's local iron ore is not really a rich mine, which will add a lot of extra costs. During the second term of the Labour Party, Churchill once said in Parliament that, if he became Prime Minister, the solution to the British steel industry was to get help from the Americans to complete his military expansion plan. An agreement was reached for the United States to provide steel to Britain and exchange non-ferrous metals. This was solved by the Imperial Commissioner in Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson has been doing this for the past few years. He is well aware of the importance of steel production in the eyes of ordinary people in this era. For this reason, he surpassed Britain and the United States in Sarawak, borrowed high-quality iron ore from Australia, and piled up production day and night. It can be said that Alan Wilson slapped the face of Congressman Churchill. The idea of using non-ferrous metals from British colonies to trade steel with the United States has become a famous joke in Parliament. After unremitting efforts, the Conservative Party has now realized a basic fact, that choosing Churchill to continue to lead the Conservative Party has not seen any benefits, but only disadvantages. So regarding the third attack on the Prime Minister's throne after the war, Eden and Macmillan now came to give an answer, allowing Churchill to leave decently. This is the greatest sincerity of the two. Churchill looked at the two people who had been obedient to him with disappointment, but their expressions showed that Churchill's disappointment was not enough to change their minds. Finally, thinking back to Churchill who led Britain to fight against Germany, he said slowly, "I will resign. If you think my existence is really a negative asset to the Conservative Party, dear MP, maybe our judgment is wrong. But change is always going to happen." Eden had no reluctance at all. He was already ready. Whether physically or mentally, he had imagined leading the Conservative Party and even becoming the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Now it is just the first step, and this legacy of almost the last century should disappear from the Conservative Party. In Eden's eyes, Churchill liked to seek fame all his life. He was very happy that various cities chose him as an honorary citizen of their city. Eden's refusal to stay made Churchill know the attitude of some conservative forces now. In the end, he said with difficulty that he was willing to resign just to stop the Conservative Party from splitting. "We hope to get these things done before the election." Eden and Macmillan looked at each other and said, "Many people are waiting for this day." Churchill was disappointed that day, and his disappointment was even greater than the unexpected defeat in 1945. In the British Malaya colony, Alan Wilson was preparing for the expansion of the Malayan garrison. On the one hand, he was helping to stabilize the conservative social atmosphere of the Chinese and Malays. On the other hand, with the presence of garrisons in Malaya, you can't expect British soldiers to live the life of eunuchs. In his predecessor's period, because the war had just ended, this kind of thing was not particularly important. After all, compared to the war where people fell, some other crimes can be ignored. But things have to be solved. After Alan Wilson took office, he began to introduce foreign workers to solve this problem. He would not deliberately conceal anything. First from Japan, then from South Korea. Now the sources of migrant workers are more diverse. Malaya's economy has made initial progress and its attractiveness has emerged. South Vietnam and Cambodia have also become sources. It is indeed unacceptable for an imperial commissioner to be a pimp, but if he does not care, the garrison will harass the local residents. Pamela Mountbatten can also feel her husband's embarrassment. The increase in the number of British troops will definitely bring some problems. Although the British military discipline is definitely ranked first in Europe, it is better not to have the problem of human trafficking. After hearing that her husband was going to introduce women, Pamela Mountbatten said worriedly, "Otherwise it will affect your personal reputation." As a wife, how could Pamela Mountbatten not know that her husband was a complete official fan? Don't worry about that. As long as the colonial government turns a blind eye and curbs crimes against women, no one can catch me. You may not know that Japan used to use the money from women selling their bodies to develop its armaments. Alan Wilson chuckled. As long as the people in the Malayan colony are richer than those in neighboring countries, we don't have to do anything. They will come to us on their own. Since it is a monetary transaction, it is fair. The basis of all problems lies in the economic foundation. Alan Wilson has not yet allowed the people in the Malayan colony to drive cars, but motorcycles are not uncommon. It is impossible to make everyone here wear Louis Vuitton, but they are better than people in many neighboring countries and regions in terms of neat and tidy clothes. What does it take? Time. Speaking of the issue of economy, Pamela Mountbatten went back to Europe, and with the sale of oil shares and the calculation of the World Cup's income, she made a net profit of $13 million. It can be said to be faster than a printing press. Of course, this also includes the cost of the British network. to help the French army evacuate Vietnam. This is undeniable. The respected Admiral Mountbatten, commander of the Mediterranean fleet, was sold at a good price by his youngest daughter. The progress of ballistic missiles is worrying. We need to increase investment. If you don't mind, please invest this money. Alan Wilson said patiently, hugging his wife who was sitting on his lap. The Soviet Union's ballistic missiles are ahead of us. This thing is very important. It is not a weapon for poor countries as Washington thinks. The Soviet Union's ballistic missiles must be ahead of all countries at this time. He remembered that the Soviet Union successfully developed the R-7 intercontinental missile only 3 years later and immediately entered the deployment state. The United States intercontinental missile technology is not as good as the Soviet Union. The Atlas intercontinental missile developed by the United States lags behind the Soviet Union's R-7 in performance and development time. The R-7 has a range of up to 8,000 kilometers and can be launched to the east coast of the United States. The accuracy error is only 5,000 meters. It can launch nuclear warheads with a power equivalent to millions of tons of TNT to the United States in half an hour. The Soviet Union's achievements in missiles and aerospace have frightened the self-satisfied United States. If Britain can keep up with the Soviet Union's steps and make the blue light missile appear first, or at the same time, it will be in a relatively advantageous position. I'm keeping an eye on the progress of the blue light missile, but should we still invest in it? Pamela Mountbatten is not short of money, but it is a new thing after all, and she is always a little unconfident. My dear, this is a life-saving thing. If we make some progress before the United States, we may be able to exchange for some good things. Now the progress of nuclear submarines is also slow. If we can exchange the success of the blue light missile for the reactor technology of nuclear submarines, it will not be a loss at all. Alan Wilson corrected his wife's misunderstanding. As a big bourgeoisie in the eyes of the Soviet population, if you are not involved in the military industry, wouldn't it be disappointing? Only the military industry is worthy of the absolute support of the country, and it is easier to obtain a transcendent position. The woman who hugged her husband's neck had a thoughtful look in her eyes, then she kissed the man with a smile on her face. That makes sense. I can't let my husband down. On October 21, 1954, London time, Churchill, the former Prime Minister of the British Empire, current member of the House of Commons, and leader of the Conservative Party, officially announced his resignation as leader of the Conservative Party on this day. He gave a decent speech, wishing the Conservative Party to achieve greater success under the leadership of the new leader. Churchill's voice trembled during the speech. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help feeling sad when he left. Soon, the news spread from London to the whole world. Chapter 785. People leave and tea gets cold. This statement marked that Churchill would withdraw from politics. As the only one of the three giants of World War II who was still alive, all countries gave Churchill great respect, which was similar to the thunderous rally of the Conservative Party in London. Whether in Moscow or Washington, major newspapers gave high praise to Churchill. In the extremely difficult moments of the World War, Churchill led Britain to not give up the spirit of uncompromising, inspired the morale of the forces of justice, and was the source of the Allies' continued fighting. At this time, when Attlee had been in power for more than 9 years, Churchill's retirement attracted enough attention for the Conservative Party. After exchanges and compromises unknown to outsiders, the new leader of the Conservative Party was about to emerge. Eden, who had been the prince of the Conservative Party for 20 years, officially took over as the leader of the Conservative Party, and would lead the Conservative Party to confront the Labour Party, which had been in power for 9 years. For many consecutive days, Churchill appeared in newspapers of various countries. The public opinion in the free world highly praised Churchill's noble act of abdicating and letting others take over, and recalled Churchill's merits during the war. How could a British colony like Malaya fall behind in such praise? Otherwise, wouldn't it be politically incorrect? Churchill's reputation in various countries is really good. I didn't know this before. Princess Margaret held a newspaper and sat on the lap of the commissioner who dared to be angry, but not speak out, enjoying herself. It's not surprising at all. If Gandhi were still alive, I would be able to think like a spring every day and come up with different angles to praise Gandhi. Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. If he was not British, He would love this prime minister who bled Britain dry, and even support Churchill to continue to run for election at the age of 80. What's there to be embarrassed about? What else? Pravda said that Churchill's heavy blow to the Ottoman Empire in the Battle of the Dardanelles made a huge contribution to the collapse of the Russian Empire and the establishment of the Soviet Union. Or did the New York Times recall that Churchill uprooted Britain's military bases in the Americas and replaced them with useless second-hand destroyers? The most annoying thing about Attlee's first term was the debt owed by the United States. Attlee was often ridiculed by the United States at that time because there were billions of dollars of foreign debt. After the second term began, the relationship between London and Washington really looked like an ally. Didn't Britain almost clear its debt? At that time, the United States also believed that the special relationship between Britain and the United States was extremely important because threats were no longer effective. Moreover, the Korean War broke out, and the United States was involved, while Britain did not send troops. The United States needed Britain's help to maintain stability in Europe. Princess Margaret pretended not to hear the Imperial Commissioner's complaints and strange words. Immediately, Her Royal Highness trembled all over, her legs suddenly came together, and she turned back to look at the instigator with watery eyes. The princess's personal hygiene is really worrying. Alan Wilson looked serious, showing the professionalism of the Imperial Commissioner, and whispered in the princess' ear, "It's a bit prickly. It wasn't like this when I left last time. It's been a long time." Princess Margaret hummed and whispered, "I didn't clean it well. As a princess, you should set an example." Alan Wilson pulled his hand out without leaving a trace. Margaret had already fallen into the man's arms, breathing a little hurriedly. For the safety of Her Royal Highness, Alan Wilson had no choice but to start artificial respiration. He couldn't let an important member of the royal family get into trouble in the colony he managed. He couldn't bear this responsibility. After a while, the risk of responsibility was obviously lifted. Margaret was no longer pale and looked extremely healthy. However, she seemed to have some problems with her physical strength. She could only rely on others temporarily. At the same time, she was very grateful for the timely rescue of the man in front of her. "I'm already 24 years old. In fact, this makes me very embarrassed. It is unacceptable for any man to have Her Royal Highness look at me differently. But Her Royal Highness can also see that my love for Britain exceeds everything else. There will inevitably be some conflicts between public and private, which makes me dare not cross the line. Besides, Pamela is my wife, and I can't hurt her." Alan Wilson looked gloomy, as if he had been sinking into a painful choice for a long time, but others couldn't see it at ordinary times. He hesitated and said, "If others knew about it, it would be a harm to everyone." The subtext is that he didn't want to refuse the princess, but was just afraid that others would know. To put it bluntly, he wanted to get it for free. How could Princess Margaret understand that the promising Imperial Commissioner's words were one after another? She could only understand the literal meaning. This man was also attracted to her, but was trapped by the secular world and ethics, and did not dare to take any action. Princess Margaret fully demonstrated her 3-second memory. How else should she act? Wasn't she acting just now? Then don't let others know. Princess Margaret hugged Alan Wilson, not wanting to embarrass this man. Alan Wilson never thought that he would have a day to play a sad drama. Fortunately, with the guidance of Vivien Leigh, the 2-time Oscar-winning actress, she calmed the princess down, and their relationship took a step further towards free sex. In the end, Princess Margaret also felt that she shouldn't rush the issue, so she changed the subject. Pamela has been very secretive these days, and she keeps talking about capital. I found her some works by the enemies of the free world, so that she can have some understanding. Alan Wilson said, while wiping his hands, books by Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and some books in Eastern Europe, so that she can see how these enemies understand capital. Once she has this understanding, she will have a goal in her future life. The way we respect our enemies the most is to turn the descriptions in all books into reality. The essence of capital is not that capitalists and workers are 70% and 30% equal, that capital is above humans, and that humans serve capital. It is not that humans own capital, and that capital obeys people. Although there is a private property system in a capitalist environment, it is very confusing and can easily make people mistakenly believe that capitalists are the masters of capital. It goes wherever wealth can be increased, from drug trafficking and selling slaves to launching wars, from destroying countries and massacring cities to barbaric enclosures. Capitalism itself is the goal, and war, free economy, industrialization, and technological advancement are all means. Of course, for the current free world, the essence of capital as described by the Soviet bloc cannot be spread, so focusing on the appearance of how much each capitalist and worker gets is a solution. Anyway, most people are stupid and cannot understand any profound theoretical knowledge. As long as the controlled public opinion hides the essence of capital well, and is entangled in the range of how much each person gets, even facing the Soviet Union's ideological invasion, it can withstand it. Of course, this is just a very superficial understanding. In the position of Britain, there is still a lot to do. The world in later generations is obviously divided into three groups. Europe and the United States occupy the high-end and financial industries. East Asia is the production base, and the third world provides raw materials. There are also countries like Australia, where the cost of industrialization is too high, but because of special conditions, they have joined the ranks of wealthy countries. As for the future of Malaya, of course, it is the proposition of the Second International, and it follows the route of Japan and South Korea. As long as the surrounding group is a group of poor countries, Malaya's sense of happiness will be compared. Although the numbers in later generations are similar, Alan Wilson notes that the living pressure in Japan, South Korea and Europe and the United States cannot be compared. China has a huge scale, so it is not as much pressure as Japan and South Korea at the same level. However, Japan and South Korea are still far ahead of China in terms of per capita income. The large population and large territory can dilute some of the pressure, but it is not enough to compare the living standards with Japan and South Korea. With the same salary, China is definitely more relaxed, but the salaries of the three countries are not the same. But in this era, information is not as circulated as in later generations, and Britain itself controls the hegemony of public opinion. When Malaya develops, it can shape such a concept that a wealthy country is like Malaya. I got off work on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The wife was still holding the works of the enemy camp and practicing the magic skills. When she saw her husband coming back, she asked him some questions she didn't understand. You have all the qualities that the enemy said. When the time comes, we can still defeat them. Isn't it a very fulfilling thing? Alan Wilson laughed, and the joy of practicing the magic skills lies in this. But I have always been a good person, and I was led astray by you, a bad guy. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help laughing at the end. My wife is pure and innocent. I did all the bad things. I, a bureaucrat, like to do this kind of thing. Pamela, who had just learned to speak, looked up at her parents, stretched out her two little hands and waved, hug. The couple ended their discussion on how to practice magic in reverse, and started the parenting course with toys. What a beautiful scene. The public opinion brought about by Churchill's resignation came and went quickly. After all, it is impossible for a politician to occupy the center of the news for a long time after retirement. The right not to use expires and becomes invalid. The departed Churchill can only represent the past. The new Conservative Party will move towards a better tomorrow under the leadership of Eden. For the current Conservative Party, Churchill's only role is to withdraw from politics and bring a wave of traffic to the Conservative Party. From this point of view, Churchill's withdrawal from politics has lowered the average age of the Conservative Party and increased the average IQ of the Conservative Party. After tangled considerations, Alan Wilson gave up the idea of going to North Africa to watch nuclear tests in the name of Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Control Committee, and prepared to spend this year peacefully. On November 8th, at a test site on the border between Algeria and Libya, Britain launched a nuclear test codenamed Operation Grapple. The hydrogen bomb with a yield of 18 megatons stunned the kings of several North African countries who were invited to the event. Chapter 786 McCarthy's Visit. There is no doubt that this is a kind of deterrence, which is especially what France wants to achieve. Otherwise France would not take the initiative to offer a test site. Vietnam's withdrawal has not been completed, but it is obvious that France is already looking for the next opponent. London knows the French's calculations very well. The cabinet certainly knows that this is France borrowing Britain's current power to achieve its own goal of deterring colonies. Agreeing is also because there are a large number of British colonies in Africa. From this point of view, the two countries have common interests and can also demonstrate the unity of the two countries. After comprehensive consideration, they agreed to France's request. Not only Britain and France, but also Moscow and Washington are clear about it, but the real big things will not be reported. For this nuclear test, the United States and the Soviet Union only made regular reports, saying that knowing about it is enough. The hard-working Malayan commissioner also has his own things. He has done a lot of work in South Vietnam this year. Seeing that the end of the year is approaching, he must do some things within his responsibility, deal with the backlog of official business, build camps to increase the garrison, and a series of supporting measures. After careful consideration, the construction of barracks should be placed in Sabah, which requires the approval of the local monarch Ali Khan. This is not difficult. Ali Khan has expressed his willingness and even wants to take the initiative to help build the camp. After the fall of the Hyderabad state, Ali Khan now sees the British colonial army as if he sees his relatives. The problem on the British side is not big, at least not as big as the French problem. Although the French army is withdrawing, the situation in South Vietnam is still unstable. According to the Geneva Agreement, the Vietmen will only take over North Vietnam this year. South Vietnam is still under the control of the French Expeditionary Force. There are still refugees gathering in South Vietnam from all directions, and the refugee withdrawal to the south is still continuing. At the same time, the Vietminh guerrillas in the south have not all withdrawn to the north. They are mobilizing more people to go to North Vietnam together, waiting for the French Navy to send warships to send them away. Americans never intervene in a place by themselves, in the name of reflecting the role of allies. So which country provides South Vietnam with the best of its ability? The Philippines. The Philippines looks like a beacon of democracy in Asia at this time. Under the advocacy of the United States, a medical team was formed, and a large number of doctors and nurses were sent to Vietnam. Now they are helping people who have fled to South Vietnam to check their bodies and see doctors. In fact, this kind of action to win people's hearts is not something that the free world will not do, but it will not do for a long time. For Britain and France at present, strengthening unity is almost inevitable. Fundamentally, the United States is against colonial rule and hopes that all nations can gain independence. When declaring independence at the end of World War II, it even quoted the American Declaration of Independence. But in Europe, the free world is facing the challenge of the Soviet Union. If Britain and France are not supported, the Soviet Union is likely to continue to expand in Europe, so the United States opposes colonial rule on the one hand, and supports the French colonial rule in Vietnam on the other. Different places have different response routes, and the United States can naturally find a logically self-consistent statement. The United States can do this to the French colonies, and of course it can also do this to the British colonies. Alan Wilson does not want the colonies he manages to be favored by the Americans, although this is a matter of time. After the French left, Malaya became very conspicuous, but he did not do nothing over the years. At least the Netherlands and Portugal still have military power, and Australia and New Zealand are very supportive of the existence of the Malayan colony. In any case, British Malaya and Indonesia are not adjacent to each other by land now, which depends on the support for the Netherlands to withdraw to Kalimantan Island at the beginning, which resulted in Indonesia being very close, but not so threatening. The sea is still the home ground of Britain. Although the strength of the US Navy is superior to that of the Royal Navy after the war, it doesn't matter who they are against. At least for Indonesia, the Royal Navy is still a behemoth that Indonesians cannot cross. The Netherlands could bombard Jakarta back then, and it was even easier for the Royal Navy, which is much stronger than the Netherlands, to do so. In fact, this is exactly the case. When the Royal Navy launched an artillery attack on Haiphong port in October, it reminded the Indonesians of the scene of Jakarta under the main guns of the battleships. The key lies in value. Alan Wilson held a cigar in front of the window. For Britain, the value of colonies is equal to nothing. Compared with the continental thinking in the hearts of the French, the British political circles, which pay more attention to interests, have a calculation in mind. Isn't the increase in the size of the British troops stationed in Malaysia because the steel production in Malaya is indeed expanding? Giving up colonies is the general trend, but it is not excessive to retain several key areas, especially now that France is still unclear about the future of Algeria. Britain cannot do nothing. The British should accept that they cannot be compared with the United States and the Soviet Union, but how can they accept that they cannot be compared with France? Continuing with a busy and happy life, it is time to wish Hedy Lamarr and Vivien Leigh a happy birthday. Every time this happens, Alan Wilson can find the motivation to work. The only unhappy news is that the royal family wants Her Royal Highness to go back. He has made great progress in his freeloading business recently. If the princess goes back at this time, it may interrupt the gradually warming environment. But fortunately, the princess made a promise that she would find a way to come back after Christmas and New Year's Day. This solemn promise finally made the Imperial Commissioner, who was worried that his efforts would be in vain, relax a little. In Hedy Lamarr's callback, in addition to the heartwarming birthday wishes, the rest is about the release of 007, Moscow Storm, which may not be quickly passed by the UK. Alan Wilson can help. Lord Sheffield Maggins is the official in charge of this aspect. Of course, some connections are indispensable. In his telegram to Hedy Lamarr, he said that Woodpecker Pictures could try to sign Maggins' mistress, which might have unexpected results. I'll come to Kuala Lumpur to see you after New Year's Day. Hedy Lamarr's reply always goes straight to the point, which is heartwarming. Just when Alan Wilson, who holds two positions, was coordinating the profitability of the British colonies this year, a piece of news ruined his good mood. Bogor is a famous city in West Java, Indonesia. Also known as Bogor, it is located about 60 kilometers south of Jakarta. Bogor is a well-known cool place, cooler than other tropical cities. The prime ministers of the 5 South Asian countries arrived in Bogor one after another. This meeting, initiated by India, Indonesia, Myanmar, Ceylon, and Pakistan, decided that the 5 participating countries would jointly initiate the convening of the Asian-African Conference. Why are you joining in the fun? What does Nehru want to do? Does he really think we can't do anything to him? Alan Wilson said to Elisa, while holding a newspaper. Ceylon also has a Royal Navy base. How dare they? Commissioner, Ceylon is too close to India after all, and some things cannot go against India's ideas. Elisa shrugged and explained, we have a military base, and we can't let Ceylon and India become hostile. And this time, at least in name, both the United States and the Soviet Union are more supportive. Recognition? Yes, both of their countries wish we would get out of the colonies like the French, but the United States' recognition is questionable, and India is not very reassuring in the eyes of Washington. Alan Wilson said with a straight face, what does London say? We should try to get us in. Aren't there still 2 days? Can we join in? At this point, Alan Wilson remembered the old way, joining in and making sure that this meeting had no results. Elisa shook her head and said, it may be difficult. Whitehall has made similar suggestions, but Nehru rejected them. He is really bold now. Alan Wilson sneered angrily, I didn't dare to talk to Britain like this at the beginning. Now it's different. The leaders of powerful countries don't take Britain seriously. Nehru's reason for refusal was naturally that this was a meeting of emerging countries in Asia, Africa and Latin America. This was just an excuse. At least the 5 countries this time were all former colonies of Britain. What's wrong with Britain participating? Obviously, Nehru now thinks that India is the leader of the third world and has begun to dream of a powerful country. Pakistan is also a group of good-for-nothings, without Jinnah spirit. After scolding Nehru, Alan Wilson pointed the finger at Pakistan again. Obviously, they were beaten by India once, but now they are still following behind India, which is disgusting. In his heart, Alan Wilson was not unaware that India's current diplomatic environment is very good. Although Pakistan has a good relationship with the United States is not willing to firmly support Pakistan to prevent India from falling into the arms of the Soviet Union. You should know that India's Prime Minister Nehru was originally very inclined to the Soviet system. If the United States caused trouble, India would have a closer relationship with the Soviet Union, which would be quite unfavorable to the world situation. 2 days later, McCarthy's reply made Alan Wilson a little happier. In the original history, McCarthy had already started to have bad luck, but now there was no such sign. He had invited McCarthy to visit Malaya several times, but there had been no response. However, this time McCarthy said that he would stay in Malaya for a while before Christmas. The reason for this change was also revealed in the telegram. This telegram also mentioned the Boga Conference, to be held by the 5 South Asian countries. These 5 countries were all British colonies in the past. Doesn't London have the idea of doing some work? Faced with the questions in McCarthy's telegram, Alan Wilson could only tell the truth, and explained that it would be better for Britain and the United States to discuss how to deal with this matter. The two could discuss this meeting first. Then McCarthy informed him of the time to come to Malaya to see if he could prevent the opening of the meeting. McCarthy arrived quickly this time and appeared in Kuala Lumpur on the first day of December. Chapter 787. The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. The special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States came to Kuala Lumpur, and Alan Wilson naturally could not take it lightly. He was ready to go to the airport to greet him. Pamela Mountbatten naturally had to follow him. On the way to the airport, he mentioned the latest report on the discovery of oil in the North Sea. There is no accurate evidence yet. We have been looking for it for several years. Speaking of this issue, the demarcation of the North Sea and surrounding countries seems to have not been noticed by the cabinet. It is not too late to do work in this regard now. Alan Wilson sat in the co-pilot's seat and accidentally thought of the issue of ocean demarcation. In this era, Britain has not yet drawn ocean borders with neighboring countries. It is more appropriate to explain that it has not turned a corner for a while. In the past, the British Royal Navy was the strongest in the world. With such strength, Britain naturally did not need to take off its pants to fart. Any sea area was an inland sea for Britain. Today is different from the past. The Navy, a special type of military force, is almost nothing if it is not the first. Especially after the advent of the ironclad era, there is no possibility of the weak defeating the strong. Taking advantage of the current strength of the Royal Navy, which can still make countries other than the United States call it daddy, it will definitely take a lot of advantages in demarcation. Once the demarcation is completed, it will be extremely difficult to change it. If you don't believe it, just look at the demarcation between Greece and Turkey. Turkey wants to swim out of the country, but so what, since the demarcation is already a foregone conclusion? Are you sure there must be oil in the North Sea? Pamela Mountbatten asked, while holding the steering wheel. Her husband once said that there might be oil near the coast of Newfoundland, but it was not found. There is nothing 100% about this kind of thing, but even if it is for the North Sea fishing grounds, we should try to preserve it. Alan Wilson seemed to think of something when he said this. In fact, the country still has a large number of islands. These islands are not large in area, but they cover a large area of ocean. If oil resources can be found in the North Sea or Newfoundland, I believe the government will also pay attention to these inconspicuous islands. As if it is only good for the country. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her man, obviously dissatisfied with this answer. If oil is discovered, it will be of great benefit to my father. There may be oil and gas resources near the coast of every island. What if there is a Gulf of Mexico? Will it need naval protection? Then the importance of the Navy will be reflected. Alan Wilson patiently persuaded his wife and explained the key points. Now the exploration teams of the Mountbatten Group are everywhere, but even so, there is no guarantee that the oil and gas fields in Alan Wilson's memory can be found. He can only remember the approximate location and circle a location to slowly search. North Sea oil is of great significance to Britain. Other oil and gas fields are in the colonies, but the North Sea is a reliable energy source that can be used by the mainland. Even if the cabinet disagrees with private mining after the discovery, Pamela Mountbatten can discuss nationalization with the government. In any case, it will not be a bigger loss than selling Algerian oil to the French. You have to know that Attlee's entire nationalization campaign used £2 billion to acquire private enterprises. Alan Wilson also comforted his wife for her frustration in finding the oil and gas area. It's all a geological structure. What has been discovered now is definitely not all the oil and gas in the North Sea. The scattered oil resources in the North Sea were discovered as early as 100 years ago, when the wheat soil field was discovered near Hanover in northern Germany. Through systematic exploration of similar salt domes and associated anticlines, about 70 oil fields were discovered, with an annual output of 3 million barrels of oil, most of which were produced from the lower Cretaceous and Jurassic reservoirs. 20 years ago, the Netherlands also discovered some small oil and gas reserves in its territory, and began some oil production. The United Kingdom has also conducted exploration in the North Sea, but so far, none of the discoveries have much mining value. Before arriving at the airport, Pamela Mountbatten, who had made little progress in the North Sea, finally regained her fighting spirit. The two got off the car at the same time, and soon found the traces of the McCarthys. Alan Wilson waved to greet them from a distance. "Joseph, I heard that you are very popular in the United States." When they met, Alan Wilson spoke with a sincere smile, and mentioned the fact that McCarthy was in the limelight in the United States today. "Alan, I wonder what kind of happy water you have prepared." McCarthy was also very familiar with him. If his wife was not next to him, he would have hugged each other. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, the special relationship between Britain and the United States had not faded, and the two often kept in touch. Once it became a habit, McCarthy found that this British friend's insights on some things were often very unique. A few minutes later, the McCarthys got on the Gintama, and were very interested in seeing what the jurisdiction managed by their friend looked like. Alan Wilson's aesthetics have always been very general. In summary, the buildings should be symmetrical, large, and the streets should be wide. The layout of Kuala Lumpur is also based on this standard, but in general it is acceptable. Kuala Lumpur also has certain characteristics of a tropical city, and there is no lack of diversity. The city has the characteristics of Chinese, Malays and Indians, which can naturally be seen at a glance. Today, it is hard to imagine that this place, which was a gathering place for miners, has evolved into the capital of British Malaya today. The only thing that worried McCarthy was that there were too many Chinese faces. He was worried about the safety of his friend. "How many Chinese are there here? Will there be trouble?" "Probably slightly more than 50%. In a blink of an eye, Pamela Mountbatten had parked the car in front of a hotel. Alan Wilson got off the car and chatted with McCarthy, and also revealed some of the real situation in Malaya. Needless to say, the two men's discussion on the road of keyboards was inevitable. They were all heroes who intended to prove the truth through keyboards, so the topic could not leave the international situation and consolidate the foundation of the truth. McCarthy did not hide the purpose of coming to Malaya at all. With the help of alcohol, he told everything regarding the behavior of a country that feels good about itself and wants to proclaim itself the leader of the third world. The United States certainly did not say anything on the surface, but of course it was dissatisfied in its heart. Why did India do that? Of course, with India's population and area, the United States is willing to give a little sweetness to let the Indians entertain themselves. For example, during the Korean War and the Geneva Conference, it tacitly approved some of India's cross-border actions. "Joseph, I used to be an assistant to the Indian Commissioner. If you talk about other countries, I may not have the right to speak. But this country, I can only say that on a personal level, Indians are easy to get along with, but from a national perspective, this country is quite unreasonable. They only want to take advantage, and don't want to suffer any loss." Alan Wilson didn't expect that one day he would be able to contact India, but his friend McCarthy asked him. As a friend, he would be unfriendly if he didn't tell the truth. Probably on the eve of withdrawing from India, many of my colleagues and I felt that Nehru and his people were very ambitious. He had a mysterious liking for the Soviet Union. Why didn't Britain get rid of this man at the time? McCarthy asked without thinking. That way everything would be solved, and we wouldn't have to worry about it today. "Joseph, things are not that simple. Patel's performance seemed to be more radical at the time, and Nehru's true nature has not yet been exposed. How do we know that Patel died just after independence?" Alan Wilson was shirking responsibility without any basis. The dead would not object. Patel was already a skeleton. He would not object to the definition given to him by the two people who represent the special relationship between Britain and the United States today. After explaining the dilemma of Britain at that time, Alan Wilson returned to the essence, reminding the United States in both explicit and implicit ways that India was an object of defense. His glorious days were back, and he was still the Assistant Commissioner of British India, so high-spirited, so charming, and eloquent. What Alan meant was that Nehru's inclination could not be judged at the time. Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband reminiscing about the past years and could not help but explain. He talked endlessly when he mentioned British India, and Pamela Mountbatten had no choice. She thought her husband had a special mentality towards India, but she just didn't know why. Pamela is right. We couldn't judge it at the time, but now Nehru's performance after independence. Our concerns are correct. Alan Wilson expressed his different view of Nehru and said uncertainly, is this Boga conference trying to form a third force in the world to make the already very delicate situation more complicated? The 5 South Asian countries of the Boga conference actually have another identity, which is the initiator of the Bandung conference. Speaking of the famous Bandung conference and later generations, the protagonist who stole the limelight was of course Nehru. It was Nehru who contacted, and Tito of Yugoslavia and Nasser of Egypt took the lead in convening it. As for China, it was Nehru who invited it, giving China the opportunity to show up at such an international conference. Third-party force. Nehru is taking it for granted. McCarthy sneered, as you said, Nehru's ambition is very big, and Washington has also noticed this. We want to attend the conference. But Nehru refused. Nehru has guts. Alan Wilson thought to himself that this is what the leader of the third world, the leader of the third camp independent of the United States and the Soviet Union, should do. Thinking of this in his heart, he frowned and said, Nehru also rejected Britain's proposal to attend the conference. Due to the traditional relationship between Britain and India, we don't want to see this scene. This is of course a lie. India's import and export trade is settled in pounds. How could Britain be prejudiced against India? Not only against India, but also against China. The reason is the British assets in China. We all have flesh and blood. Alan Wilson was very troubled. He believed that the United States was more qualified to deal with such matters. Chapter 788, Instructing McCarthy. From McCarthy, Alan Wilson got the US attitude towards India. McCarthy was the only one who was tough. Washington still had no clear idea about India. After a few years, you are already the chief Republican member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I'm still just a colonial steward. Alan Wilson raised his glass to McCarthy, his tone quite self-pitying. Anyway, our friendship remains unchanged. McCarthy clinked glasses with Alan Wilson without a care. When McCarthy was deeply in the center of public opinion, this British man got to know him and walked out of the difficult situation. Of course, the friendship was more solid. Faced with McCarthy's deep affection and eagerness, Alan Wilson drank the wine in the glass and said to himself, I thought too much. Our friendship is like the special relationship between Britain and the United States, which will never change. Pamela Mountbatten, who was chatting with Mrs. McCarthy, was startled, as if she smelled the smell of conspiracy. Without mentioning the special relationship between Britain and the United States, she believed that her husband really cherished this friendship, and if he mentioned it, it must be false. After the welcoming banquet, Alan Wilson had arranged for someone to send the McCarthys to the cleaned villa to rest. He took a walk before going home to get rid of the alcohol. This American seems to trust you very much, Pamela Mountbatten asked with a smile. Where did you find such a treasure? It's really rare. Ha ha. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He naturally understood what his wife said. It is indeed very rare for someone like McCarthy to engage in politics. His weaknesses are too outstanding. Firm anti-Sovietism is not a burden to politicians like McCarthy. On the contrary, it allows McCarthy to avoid some shortcomings. But even so, McCarthy still overturned in history. The halo that is destined to rise to prominence on ordinary people did not cover McCarthy, which shows how unsuitable he is to be a politician. On the other hand, look at Kennedy. He was a playboy when he first entered politics, but he was able to ascend to the presidency step by step. Of course, he really failed in the end, and even his skull was not saved. But he did not delay his presidency, which is a different question. After a long time, Alan Wilson's laughter from the bottom of his heart stopped, and he explained softly, McCarthy is a good man. There is no special way to deal with a man like him. The best way is to make friends with him sincerely. You may not believe it when I say it, but I'm sincere in making friends with him. Even now, I have a clear conscience. Then use the special relationship between Britain and the United States to illustrate your friendship. Pamela Mountbatten's mouth curled up slightly, with a look that said, I don't trust you, but who do I trust? This is not the same thing, but we still need to think carefully about the purpose of McCarthy's visit this time. But it is best for the Americans to put pressure on India. And it seems that the United States is indeed very interested in it at the moment. Alan Wilson sobered up a little and said easily, Americans are now happy to interfere everywhere. It depends on who they are targeting. Although India is not a good country, its population and area are there. Especially Nehru feels good about himself now, and he is not a character that is easy to deal with. It is unlikely that he will give in after being frightened twice. For India, it has been smooth sailing since independence, especially in recent years. It has been like I mediated the Korean War and hosted the Geneva Conference. The United States is tolerant and the Soviet Union is polite. The two major powers serve India. Isn't this a small blessing? In the eyes of Indians, Nehru is taking India to the road of a powerful country with great strides. In this case, general threats will not make India retreat, but will arouse the disgust of Indians and increase Nehru's support rate. At present, Britain cannot have a bad relationship with India. When India does not use the pound for settlement, Britain can squeeze India with confidence. Now it is definitely not possible. Then the question is, the most powerful democracy in the world and the largest democracy in the world are about to clash. What do you like to see? Alan Wilson can't wait. India here has less help than the original India in history. Independent Yugoslavia, the leader of the Arab world Egypt. Where are they? The relationship between Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union is much better than in history. Egypt is still under the rule of Pharaoh Kai, who claims to be the living Ali Pasha. Two of the initiators of the non-aligned movement are missing, and Nehru should be alone. If Alan Wilson were to analyze, Indonesia, as the venue for this Boga conference, must have been regarded as a great help by Nehru, and Sukarno was probably willing to increase Indonesia's momentum. Needless to say, the rest can still support Nehru. Nehru now needs China more than in the original history. Otherwise, the non-aligned movement pulled out by India will be much inferior. While McCarthy was on vacation, in fact, he came to communicate with the local British forces. Washington was also discussing with London how to treat India within the framework of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. It's just that the timing is not very good. The UK is about to hold a general election, and the election atmosphere is strong. After Churchill was forced to abdicate without the knowledge of outsiders, the popular Eden led the Conservative Party, which made the Labour Party led by Attlee pay great attention. As an electoral country, when the election is approaching, of course the election is the most important, and the Americans must agree. Otherwise, you can recall the three major battles of the Liberation War when Dewey and Truman were elected. Did Washington react at all? And just as Alan Wilson thought, under the premise that Indian trade is settled in pounds, Britain is unwilling to have unpleasantness with independent India, which will have an impact on the status of the pound. In view of this, Britain said that Britain no longer considers itself a world power. Regarding how to communicate with Nehru, Britain will make a match after the election and block Washington's request. Soon, Washington and McCarthy were almost simultaneously rejected by India for their requests to attend the conference, on the grounds that this is a conference of newly independent countries excluding former colonial countries. This person is arrogant, and self-righteous. McCarthy was caught off guard by this unexpected rejection. At this time, he seemed to have returned to the Washington Congress in his dream, and wanted to immediately investigate Nehru to see if this person was reliable. Arrogant. The arrogant and unreasonable person was cursing the leader of another country, but this was his friend, so Alan Wilson pretended not to see it. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems that India really wants to start a new business. The dream is really far-reaching. It's okay for the Soviet Union to oppose us, but India dares to think so? It's really surprising." In fact, he knew in his heart that India's current behavior was also another kind of group warming up. India has been independent for less than 10 years, and its current demand is to break through diplomatic isolation. It's surprising, right? India's demands were similar to those of the Soviet Union and China when they were first founded, all of which were to break through the blockade. This is not difficult to understand. Although the United States and the Soviet Union have a tolerant attitude towards India, they used to be big names in the world, and India was a colony called British India. In the early 1950s, although India had become independent, the defeated France returned to the Indochina Peninsula, and the United Kingdom also took over the South Pacific Islands, seemingly watching the situation. Seeing the return of the Western powers in Southeast Asia, how could India not be afraid? India is extremely afraid that the Western powers will clean itself up after they recover. The new India is afraid that the Western powers will interfere in India's internal affairs. At this time, India urgently needs to gather together for warmth and find some countries that have been cleaned up by imperialism. This is why Nehru insisted on not allowing colonial countries to participate in the meeting. The United States is also a colonial country, although its colonies are not large. McCarthy also has a major issue that Washington is very concerned about, that is, how India views China, and it has also received an ambiguous response, and loyalty is not absolute. This issue makes Washington very dissatisfied. Alan Wilson certainly knows Nehru's idea very well. India wants China to attract firepower in front. As a newly established Asian power, China attracts more attention, and India is more likely to make a fortune in silence. Especially now, when the Korean War has just ended, and the two sides have broken up, it is most beneficial to India. In this international environment, India's friendship with China can improve India's international status. Nehru is worthy of being educated in Britain, and is well versed in the art of alliances. Holding the newspaper on the claims of the 5 South Asian countries, Alan Wilson understood the reason for McCarthy's anger. One is the Soviet Union's open iron ally, and the other is the Indian Prime Minister who is suspected of having pro-Soviet tendencies. This makes Washington feel uneasy. Not to mention that Sukarno and Nehru behaved similarly. Seeing that McCarthy was in a bad mood, Alan Wilson added fuel to the fire without leaving a trace. If we imagine that China, India, and Indonesia are pulling a group of newly independent countries, independent of the Soviet bloc and the free world, what will happen? Not very good. These countries are not clear with the Soviet Union. McCarthy said without thinking, Alan, you are at the forefront of the confrontation. You should know how dangerous the current situation is. Don't have such naive ideas. You are right to remind me, Joseph. Alan Wilson laughed in his heart, but still pretended to be moved, and then sighed. It seems that the world has become more complicated. Obviously, the meeting held by the 5 South Asian countries in Bogor, Indonesia, has caused dissatisfaction in Washington, and what is even more unsatisfactory is that they are not clear with the opponent of the United States in the Korean War. There is another way. The Philippines is an independent country, and Japan is now in urgent need of returning to the international community. The United States has extraordinary influence in these two places. Let these two countries clarify things on behalf of the United States. Alan Wilson still decided to help McCarthy. After all, the two are friends. Friends without any interests. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Patriots sympathize with each other. Anyone who knows whether Japan is a dog of the United States will understand this question. The domestic situation in the Philippines is relatively complicated, but it still listens to the United States. These two countries are the ones that the United States can attack wherever it points. McCarthy is the chief Republican member of the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It is his job to carry out some diplomatic work. It can also dilute the negative impression that he always shoots in Congress, which is definitely a good thing. As for how to make McCarthy agree, just say it directly. There is no need to package it with words, like facing an old bureaucrat. McCarthy may not understand it. Alan Wilson explained the pros and cons very straightforwardly. He said that letting Japan and the Philippines act as white gloves can improve McCarthy's score in the field of diplomacy. The fact is that India will not allow former colonial countries to participate in this international conference, where India considers itself the protagonist. This will steal India's limelight. It can find a vassal country, that is nominally an independent country, to do it for it. Philippines? Japan? McCarthy looked thoughtful. He was really considering his good friend's advice. He asked further, Alan, if it were you, what responsibilities do you think these two countries should bear? Alan Wilson thought that he had asked the right person. He said sorry to Japan in his heart and said, from the current situation, Japan seems to need this international conference more to reintegrate into the international community. Let Japan say what the United States cannot say at the conference, and see the reactions of other countries. I believe Japan is also happy to do so. McCarthy nodded frequently. The British talent in diplomacy is still trustworthy. There is no harm in listening more. Of course there is no harm. Japan has done all the things that offend people. What harm is there for the United States? There are only benefits. After the Canberra Claims Conference, fate brought Alan Wilson and Japan together again. The Japanese don't need to thank him. After all, he helped this friend of McCarthy. When the Bandung Conference was held, Japan offended all the newly independent countries. Referring to the law that Japan's misfortune is the achievement of Malaya, Alan Wilson will be more confident in the future economic competition with Japan. As long as Japan strictly follows the instructions of the United States and acts like a puppet, I believe that at the Bandung Conference, not only will it not be able to change the negative impression left by the war, but it will also be implied by Nehru for a while. Sometimes I can always gain something by talking to you, McCarthy said with emotion. The two have never lost contact by telegram. If Alan Wilson is a Soviet spy, McCarthy will probably feel that the clown is me. Oh, this is really a good evaluation. But who makes me such an excellent person? Alan Wilson praised himself. Excellent people always get along with excellent people and become even better. Prime Minister Ichiro Hatoyama, who is far away in Tokyo, doesn't know why he always feels that something bad will happen on this day. After all, he, Alan Wilson, is still a foreign friend of Mr. Ichiro Hatoyama, and it is his duty to help the United States and Japan consolidate the alliance. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the Imperial Commissioner is that he does not covet false reputation. Even if he does good things, he is unwilling to let Ichiro Hatoyama know, and does not expect the gratitude of the Japanese Prime Minister. Even if a claims meeting gets Ichiro Hatoyama's rival Shigeru Yoshida out of office, he did not take credit. He was dismissed by a minor actor, Yachigo Sakoru. From this point of view, the Japanese made a lot of money. In fact, Britain suffered no less criticism at this five-nation conference, and even more. Indonesian leader Sukarno once again denounced the shamelessness of colonialism, which divided Indonesia's territory, and urged the Netherlands and Britain to return the illegally occupied Indonesian land and set an example to end colonialism. He is thinking nonsense. I would rather detonate a hydrogen bomb in the center of Kuala Lumpur than hand over British Malaya to Indonesia, no matter who it is. If it were the agricultural era, I would have started ethnic cleansing a long time ago. Why am I still listening to his nonsense? Regarding the issue of the British Malaya commissioners, but Alan Wilson certainly did not have a good face. He sneered at Sukarno's appeal brought up by Elisa. If the Netherlands was not really weak, he would have felt that Indonesia was still too big at that time. Indonesia only needed to keep Java and Sumatra. It would be a waste if it had more. I heard there's a movie that's being shown right now, and it's causing a sensation in Europe. It's called 007, Moscow Storm. Alyssa pretended she hadn't heard anything about ethnic cleansing, and changed the subject to something lighter. Will Malaya introduce it? I heard it's going to be shown in North America next week. Introduction is not a matter of words. Alan Wilson thought that the boss of Woodpecker Pictures would come to offer condolences. This is a flattering movie for the Adley cabinet, so it's good to introduce it. The more brainwashing, the better. The North American market has Vivian Leig's United Artists as a co-creator, so introducing it is certainly not a problem. Originally, the first movie in the 007 series had nothing to do with Moscow Storm, but it was recreated temporarily because the election was coming. If the response this time is enthusiastic, the 007 series of movies will really continue to be filmed according to the author's novel. McCarthy has not appeared in the past 2 days. He is discussing countermeasures with Washington, discussing the international conference organized by India, excluding the United States, and the ambition to start a new one. The Republicans had not expected McCarthy to make any useful suggestions. Many people felt that McCarthy's vacation abroad was a quiet time, and they didn't have to listen to McCarthy's speeches in Congress. But in the telegram, McCarthy said that a roundabout strategy should be adopted, using Japan and the Philippines as white gloves to express the voice of the United States. This really surprised Washington. Is this a method that the drunkard could come up with? Too surprising. Even President Eisenhower in the White House was shocked and couldn't believe what the Secretary of State said. He didn't have a good impression of McCarthy and felt that McCarthy's methods were not very bright. But who would have thought that the original intention of simply letting McCarthy go abroad and have some peace and quiet would actually have unexpected gains? I was surprised too. Dulles did not hide his surprise. Dulles knew McCarthy better than other Republican officials. His brother was the director of the CIA. Who was McCarthy? Didn't the CIA know? I believe even your brother would be surprised. Eisenhower joked, the joy of life is to constantly have a new understanding of the world. That's right, President. Dulles also gave a positive response to the president's question. Joseph wants to go to Japan and visit in his personal capacity to test the views of the Japanese Prime Minister. You know, Prime Minister Hatoyama Ichiro seems to have more self-esteem than his predecessor. If you think about it this way, it's just right for him to go. Dulles hoped that McCarthy's presence would help the new Japanese Prime Minister realize the reality of the world. He really disliked politicians who defied the United States, and his brother Alan Dulles didn't like them either. As the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Alan Dulles' main job in recent months was to help the United Fruit Company drive Guatemalan President Arbenz out of office, successfully overthrowing the president who was suspected of being pro-Soviet, and protecting the legitimate rights and interests of the United Fruit Company, an American company. Arbenz sounded his own death knell when he confiscated the land of the United Fruit Company and distributed it to the poor. United Fruit is an American company that controls banana planting and export in Latin America, and through this, it controls the economic lifeline of many Latin American countries. Arbenz's attack on United Fruit Company is tantamount to declaring war on the American capital behind the company, and Alan Dulles was a director of the company before he became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Eisenhower was stunned and then nodded solemnly. Maybe McCarthy is indeed a suitable person to deal with the Japanese. What? It won't be long before you leave. In Kuala Lumpur, the capital of British Malaya, Alan Wilson expressed his reluctance to McCarthy. Joseph, you know, although life is long, it is not easy to find a like-minded friend. You and I belong to 2 different countries, and it is not easy to meet. I don't know when the next time we can drink together will be. Alan Wilson expressed his sincere desire to retain McCarthy without any falsehood. He always used the excuse of entertaining McCarthy to get into Vivian Leigh's bed. It was very sudden that he had to leave with such a good shield. There will be a chance, Alan. McCarthy patted Alan Wilson on the shoulder. He could feel his friend's sincerity in retaining him, but he still insisted on his own opinion. When the country needs us, you and I are both people who will not look back. As you said, the international conference organized by India is very important, and I must pay attention to this matter personally. Well, now that things have come to this, serving the supreme authority of the country is a patriot's duty. What is destined to happen will happen. When I think about it carefully, although I dare not say that we have shared honor and disgrace during this period, we have complemented each other. Now we have to part ways. In a word, although this is a sad moment, from the perspective of a friend, I wish Joseph a safe journey, and that he can achieve his goals in Japan, and defend the interests of the free world. Alan, don't make your words so heavy. McCarthy smiled bitterly. Although Alan Wilson expressed his intention to retain him, he always felt that something was wrong. I heard that Japan is also a good place. Have you been there? Of course, the blue sky, white clouds, lush water and grass make people forget their troubles. For many Americans, it is a paradise. The US troops stationed in Japan especially think so. Alan Wilson organized his words. He felt that what he said was right. Then there will be no problem. McCarthy put his hands on his waist after listening. Yes, there will be no problem with the US troops stationed in Japan. Writing about Britain is more difficult than the Soviet Union. In the previous book, Sharov was already a big shot in Italy. In Britain's position, he dared not to openly pit it. He could only sow discord. Chapter 790 thoughts are clear. As a defeated country that even needs the US troops stationed in Japan to ensure its safety, does it have the right to refuse the help from the United States? The answer is of course no. The US troops stationed in Japan don't even need to intervene. Just a little economic action can immediately make Japan dream back to 1945, when even eating was a problem. Alan Wilson certainly knows the nature of the American agricultural empire, which is like a god to some countries with food shortages. He doesn't mind the United States helping the Japanese lose weight, but unfortunately, it is estimated that it will not reach that level. But the efforts that should be made still need to be made. How can Japan refuse the United States? Half of its food needs to be imported. Joseph, this is destined to be a good environment for you to display diplomatic means. That's right. McCarthy nodded, agreeing with Alan Wilson's analysis, and then said, Alan, you seem to know Japan relatively well. Not to say that I know. My work relationship is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have studied some noteworthy countries. Alan Wilson smiled, and then took the initiative to propose, Joseph, relying on our relationship, I'm willing to prepare some materials for you to make your trip to Japan smoother. Oh, that's great. McCarthy's eyes lit up and expressed his gratitude. Look, I'm here for vacation, but I'm bothering you again. I really don't know what to say. Alan Wilson said that this is what should be done. Regarding the relationship between Britain and the United States, who else should he help if not McCarthy? In fact, he is also very busy. Things always come one after another at the end of the year, but he still takes out energy to help his friend's trip to Japan. It is true that he has no grudges against the Japanese. All this is for the overall interests of the free world. McCarthy was also very grateful for this. On the way to the airport, he was still expressing his gratitude and also expressing his concerns. Alan, there are too many Chinese in the territory you manage. This is an unstable factor. You are my friend, so I will tell you the truth and think of a solution. Oh, Joseph, you are right. It's just that in the current stable situation, I don't have many ways, although I did say that I would expel the Chinese. But that is the last resort. If there is no reason, it may intensify the conflict. Alan Wilson spread his hands with an embarrassed look on his face. Everyone has their own difficulties. I hope that each other can understand each other. After taking office, he has been working hard. Deep down, he does not believe that a backward place can export ideas to a wealthy place. The key to Europe's ability to withstand the Soviet Union's ideological storm is that the part of the free world is indeed much richer than Eastern Europe. As long as British Malaya can lead the surrounding economies, it will be useless, even if it is really infiltrated, even if they are of the same language and race. At the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, Alan Wilson said goodbye to the McCarthys, and then took out an island authorization and said, Joseph, if you are willing to go around, you can go to the designated island for vacation in the future. All expenses are free. In fact, I wanted to give you an island, but this may cause unnecessary disputes, so I gave up the idea. You are so polite. McCarthy expressed his gratitude. He didn't care whether he could be the owner of the island. For McCarthy, the farthest vacation was Hawaii. Generally, if he wanted to enjoy the tropical scenery, Puerto Rico would be enough. He accepted it because the person who gave this convenience was his friend. McCarthy raised his wrist to check the time and said, it's about time. The two of us are leaving. If you have anything, please contact me by telegram. No problem. I wish you a complete success in your trip to Japan. Alan Wilson watched the McCarthys disappear at the airport, then turned around and blew a whistle. As for who has a better chance of winning between the Japanese Prime Minister and the American Senator, this question still needs to be thought about. At the Malacca port, tanks were unloaded from cargo ships. The expansion of the British Army in Malaysia under the Far East Joint Operations Command was a foregone conclusion. At this time of year, the plan to send a large number of soldiers to the Far East was temporarily shelved. It is estimated that it will not be realized until after the election. However, the weapons needed by the British Army in Malaysia have arrived first. Churchill tanks and Cromwell tanks are also among them. Both tanks are actually about to be retired from active service. However, because the production of tanks during the war was very large, when the British Army in Malaysia was expanded, a large number of tanks that were originally to be sealed were unsealed and sent here to increase the armored strength of the British Army in Malaysia. The British troops stationed in Malaysia are almost heading straight for the World War. At the Far East Joint Operations Command in Singapore, Alan Wilson, holding a telegram forwarded from Kuala Lumpur, joked to Lieutenant General Bilton, "This place seems to have become a forgotten corner of the world, and the country keeps putting outdated weapons here. Churchill tanks and Cromwell tanks have difficulty fighting T-34s. Fortunately, the Soviet Union's T-54 tanks have not yet been mass-produced. Otherwise, in a few years, there will be no room for these two outdated tanks to play. London is considering the Centurion tank." Lieutenant General Bilton also looked down on these weapons and equipment during the World War, but when he saw the Malayan Commissioner say so, he still stood from the military's perspective to maintain London's authority. "It's funny to say that. I heard that the Centurion tanks have been exported to Egypt and Iraq. Are you only concerned about making money and giving these junks to Malaya, which is almost on the front line?" Alan Wilson shook his head. "Of course, the Royal Navy stationed in Malaya is powerful, so it is understandable that it is ignored. Britain is currently maintaining the inertia of willing to take out all weapons and equipment for money after World War II. Even active aircraft carriers are constantly being promoted for export, and the first generation of main battle tanks, the Centurion, is no exception. Because Britain did not participate in the Korean War in this time and space, the Centurion tank lacks actual combat experience in a certain sense. Although the army has reported some usage experience, the Centurion tank has performed poorly for a long time, and there are many jokes. At the beginning of the design, it was not considered to fight in a low temperature environment, so that the Centurion tank suffered various mechanical failures in a low temperature environment, and it took half an hour to warm up the tank just to start the tank. These problems, not big or small, have brought a lot of trouble to the Centurion tank, and the reliability of the Centurion tank has been questioned. But it can't stop Britain's determination to spread technology after the war. Originally, more than half of the Centurion tanks were produced for export. Now that the Labour Party has been in power for 2 terms, the Centurion tanks have been quickly put on the shelves. In addition to the Commonwealth countries, Britain's protectorates in the Middle East are also within the scope of export. The significance of the Centurion tank is still very significant. Britain has long used first-class technology to manufacture second-class military equipment. In the field of tanks, the Churchill tank is an infantry tank, and the Cromwell tank is a cruiser tank. The most reliable tank for Britain in the World War was the Sherman produced in the United States. This situation really worried the British. After all, how could Britain always rely on American tanks? Britain also needs to have its own tanks. For Britain, the Centurion tank is an epoch-making existence. It truly got rid of the old division mode of infantry tanks and cruiser tanks in Britain, and put British tanks on the right path of tank development. The Centurion tank was also used as a test product for nuclear tests. During the second atomic bomb test, it withstood the impact of the nuclear bomb, and was immediately used for export advertising. The only difference is that in the original history, Israel was a major importer of Centurions, importing more than 1,000 vehicles in total, becoming the main force in all the Middle East wars, but now it is obviously different. Egypt and Iraq have become the main importers in the Middle East, which is exactly the opposite of the original history. If a war breaks out in the Middle East in a few years, it is likely that there will be a scene of British tanks fighting American tanks. After complaining about the Centurion exit and the use of Churchill and Cromwell in the garrison, Alan Wilson was still more concerned about the deployment of the Air Force. The West Malaysia of British Malaya was a peninsula and the East Malaysia was an isolated island. It was not impossible to use inferior goods for ground forces. Although the Navy also used inferior goods, the inferior goods of the Royal Navy were far more than the capital ships of ordinary countries, which was no problem. But the Air Force could not be dealt with. The battleship Prince of Wales was sunk by Japan, which has shown that battleships also need air superiority. Wasn't the Battle of Dien Bien Phu because the French Air Force could not support it, which led to the annihilation of the garrison? Isn't your wife a partner of de Havilland? Didn't she know that the vampire squadron was coming? Lieutenant General Bilton was very surprised. Didn't the Mountbatten family communicate about such things? I didn't care about that. Pamela was mainly concerned about civilian airliners. Alan Wilson slapped his head and said in annoyance, "There is one thing I forgot. Thanks to you for reminding me." Lieutenant General Bilton had a question mark on his head. What did he remind him of? Why do young people nowadays speak half sentences? Alan Wilson had previously drawn a bunch of weapon shells based on his memory. He originally wanted to use the military relationship of the Mountbatten family to correct the problem of using first-class equipment to make second-class weapons. But Pamela Mountbatten was not there, so he forgot about it. He only remembered it when he came to the Far East Operations Command today, exporting Centurions and using Churchill for himself. This kind of operation that my Great Britain has its own national conditions here will be skipped for the time being. He now has to find a way to stabilize the country and the country in front of his wife. While British Malaya was strengthening its armaments, McCarthy in Tokyo was also fighting for America to move from one victory to another. He could feel Ichiro Hatoyama's inner resistance, but it didn't matter. Thinking about the US troops stationed in Japan would make him understand. The United States and Japan are close allies. Japan can help the United States say something to change the isolated diplomatic environment as soon as possible. And respected Prime Minister, many people have reported that Japan has dumped textiles on the United States. McCarthy looked at Ichiro Hatoyama with his fingers crossed. He was not threatening anything. This was a fact. Chapter 791 Military Expert Wilson. The United States opened its market to Japan, allowing Japan to get out of the quagmire of war starting from the textile industry. In McCarthy's eyes, this was a unilateral favor. The current living standards of the Japanese exceeded those of Japan at any time. All this was brought by the United States. Alan Wilson said so when he was in Malaya, and McCarthy also thought so. Since it was a favor, Japan had to repay the United States at a critical moment. The international conference organized by Nehru prevented the United States from exerting its influence on the grounds that the United States was a colonial country. Then the task of speaking for the United States fell on Japan, and McCarthy had to get Ichiro Hatoyama to agree with this. It has to be said that Ichiro Hatoyama and Shigeru Yoshida are different. Although in terms of reducing the burden of US troops stationed in Japan and conducting self-protection, Ichiro Hatoyama did not even want to establish the self-defense forces compared to Yoshida Shigeru, and completely relied on the protection of the United States, which was considered a favor to the United States. But Ichiro Hatoyama wanted more. He really wanted to be independent. After knowing McCarthy's intention, he was unwilling to offend people on behalf of the United States from the bottom of his heart. If he reintegrated into the international community as an American lackey, it would be a blow to the concept pursued by Ichiro Hatoyama. McCarthy was not a good-tempered visitor. After the miscommunication, he directly offered the so-called facts. That is, the United States can conduct an anti-dumping investigation on Japanese textiles. This is exactly what McCarthy is good at, but he used to investigate the so-called pro-Soviet suspects. Well, due to the alliance with the United States, this is what Japan should do. Hatoyama Ichiro made a polite assurance. The threat of anti-dumping investigation forced him to think clearly. For Japan at this time, the anti-dumping investigation on textiles is almost fatal. Japan's textile exports are too dependent on the US market. Once hit by Washington, Japan will take a big step back. As Alan Wilson expected, there is no need to threaten agriculture at all. Just thinking about textile exports is enough to make Japan compromise. McCarthy directly got the guarantee he wanted from Hatoyama Ichiro. Japan is a country built on the support of the United States. This relationship is unequal. Once the United States is serious, Japan has no other choice but to compromise. Sincere friendship is like that between Alan Wilson and McCarthy. After making progress in Tokyo, McCarthy shared this victory with Alan Wilson in a happy tone. Great. Alan Wilson looked at McCarthy's letter, and the process was almost the same as he predicted. Japan would compromise if the United States issued a threat, so he supported McCarthy's trip to Japan very much. McCarthy's trip to Japan has one advantage, that is, given McCarthy's character, once things don't go well, he will definitely force Japan to compromise in a threatening tone. Japan's compromise will set a very bad precedent, that is, Japan has no choice in the face of the threat from the United States. McCarthy succeeded this time, and there will be a steady stream of American politicians following suit in the future. It can be said that McCarthy has provided a model for the United States to deal with Japan in the future. With such a role model, people who follow his example will surely appear one after another. As long as the United States needs it, Japan will be dealt with. This is certainly worth celebrating. Only the United States can deal with Japan, and other countries do not have this condition. The so-called Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, and three gives birth to all things. Alan Wilson used a literary phrase to explain the truth that once there is a time, there will be countless times, and he was very much looking forward to the United States taking advantage of Japan, while constantly trying to use all possible means to create obstacles for Japan. The economic development of Malaya must also be carried out simultaneously. Whether it is the nominal three-ring diplomacy or the actual two-wing flying, the Commonwealth and colonies are the basis of this policy. The British Empire, which includes colonies and dominions, is the foundation of the three rings and the capital for Britain to play a role in the three rings. Without the Commonwealth and colonies, Britain is nothing. The Attlee Labour government faced serious economic difficulties after the war, so it put a large part of its energy on domestic economic recovery and social reform. On the issue of dominions and colonies, the Labour government attached importance to economic relations with dominions and colonies, and implemented an enlightened colonial policy, advocating to follow the trend of the post-war national liberation movement, put down some burdens, enable politically mature colonies to achieve autonomy, and try to bring them into the Commonwealth. The fundamental purpose is to continue the political and economic relations with the colonies. For most of the colonies, London has adopted a strategy of delaying as much as possible. Independence is not impossible, but it is not possible now. But British Malaya is different. The Labour government did not want Malaya to be independent at the beginning, and it is even more unwilling now. Because Malaya has begun to gradually make up for the shortage of the mainland. This year's steel production is already on par with that of the British mainland. This fact has made London realize that another wing to maintain the British Empire has emerged, otherwise it would not have begun to increase its military presence in the Malayan colony. The British Empire with colonies and the Commonwealth is qualified to lead Europe and achieve a relatively independent status. From 1945 to now, it can be said that Britain is approaching this goal step by step. The relationship between Britain and the United States is just like Britain supporting the United States' global free trade, while trying its best to retain the existence of the pound zone in the imperial preferential system. In short, it is very complicated. After returning home and putting down all the documents brought back from the administrative office, Pamela Mountbatten held a pile of drawings and marveled at them. It seemed that she had reacquainted herself with her husband. Seeing her husband bring back a pile of documents, she asked, "What are they?" There are several categories, including but not limited to the size of the assets of the Committee on Overseas Assets Control this year, various statistics on Malaya, intelligence on American crimes in Japan and South Korea, including murder and rape, etc., and observations of the CIA's operations in Guatemala, etc. Alan Wilson took out the documents one by one from his briefcase and answered absent-mindedly, "Why are you secretly monitoring the actions of Americans again?" Pamela Mountbatten muttered unhappily, "You don't understand. It may come in handy at a critical moment." Alan Wilson smiled. "It may not be much in a year, but if it is added up over the years, the accumulated amount will be huge. In case Kennedy still wants to blackmail Britain at that time, all this intelligence collection that is unfavorable to the United States will come in handy. If Alan Wilson had no authority now, he would have wanted MI6 to go to the United States, set up a trap for Kennedy, and then leave the evidence. Unfortunately, his current position is not enough to command MI6 to do things. He can only collect some criminal records of American soldiers overseas. He hopes that, when he is promoted, Kennedy is not a big shot yet, so he can set up a trap for Kennedy. I don't care about what you do, but I didn't realize that you actually studied weapon design. Pamela Mountbatten turned to take out the previous weapon sketch, as if she had discovered a new world. Pamela Mountbatten was holding a sketch of an Apache attack helicopter. Of course, it was not from Alan Wilson. He didn't have the talent for painting, so he asked someone else to draw it. Even if a picture is definitely not very accurate, Alan Wilson still asked with interest, "Dear, how do you feel? I have seen helicopters, but I think your work is very beautiful." Pamela Mountbatten tilted her head and thought, which was very cute. There was no special reason, just an intuitive feeling. Unable to resist kissing his wife's red lips, Alan Wilson explained, "Appearance is combat effectiveness. If a weapon looks awkward, the performance of this weapon will not be very strong. The warships of the British Royal Navy are all pretty good. Look at the fighter jets of the current Air Force. They are all strange in shape. What are they? They are almost like failed creatures that have evolved into a dead end. One thing must be admitted. The appearance of American weapons in later generations is real. At first glance, it feels like a high-tech weapon. Of course, Soviet weapons are not bad either. White Swan and Kirov look difficult to mess with. As for British weapons, they are really ugly. The Apache attack helicopter is a famous American star equipment. Its excellent performance and excellent actual combat performance have always ranked first in the comprehensive ranking of armed helicopters in the world since its birth. Alan Wilson found someone to help draw it, and he must need the military to calibrate the data, but even so, it is better than the current almost blank British helicopter design. Even without a tail rotor, is the level of Britain in the field of helicopters. Of course I believe you, but if you want to get an order for a weapon, you have to specify what kind of target it will face. Pamela Mountbatten wanted to help her husband, but she was a little embarrassed. The military doesn't think helicopters are particularly useful. It can deal with guerrillas and large-scale tank groups of the Soviet Union. Is this reason enough? Unknowingly, the couple sat on a chair again. Alan Wilson, holding his wife, explained to her how to win the military support for the research of armed helicopters. He also used the Dien Bien Phu battle as an example, and talked about the Soviet steel torrent that Britain is most concerned about as evidence. The Apache was originally developed to make up for the shortcomings of fixed-wing attack aircraft and anti-tank capabilities and to eliminate the huge disadvantage of NATO countries in the number of armored forces in the European battlefield, compared to Warsaw Pact countries. It is defined as a professional anti-tank armed helicopter that can carry anti-tank missiles and pays special attention to hunting hard targets and multi-target engagement capabilities. It shouldn't be a problem to ask the Ministry of Defense for funding. Think about it, the vast colonies may face the threat of guerrillas, and the Soviet Union has an absolute advantage in ground forces in Europe. If there is a weapon that can work in both aspects, will the cabinet not pay for it? Alan Wilson asked confidently. Yes, with these two threats, the cabinet will definitely pay for it. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "My husband is also a military expert." Chapter 790 to the four major families. No one knows more about military affairs than me. Alan Wilson held his head high and added arrogantly, "I know the whole world." Pamela Mountbatten giggled. This man who seemed like a treasure was her husband. Having such a man accompany her in life really made her feel like God was watching over her. She couldn't help but kiss him and said, "No one knows the whole world better than my husband. Let's go into the military field. I'll let Zakharov oversee which local company has technical reserves and acquire or invest in it. One day, the country will thank you." Isn't this the relationship that should exist between an individual and a country? With such a considerate wife by his side, Alan Wilson was also fortunate. He hoped that Britain would change the style of its weapons in the future. It would be best if the ugly or unique ugliness did not appear again. Just thinking about the weirdness of British weapons is purely asking for trouble, because there are already so many that you can't count them with two hands. Not only are they ugly and independent, but they are also equipped in large quantities. In the post-war era of rapid weapon replacement, God knows how much money Britain, which has almost spent all its empire's capital, has spent and how many weapon systems it has manufactured without regrets. Alan Wilson even believes that the reason why Britain later disarmed itself without hesitation and destroyed the huge empire's legacy in a short period of time, in addition to the blow of the failure of the Suez Canal War, another major reason may be that it has been extremely disappointed with its own arms suppliers. With the same level of technology, the United States and the Soviet Union can use a weapon for 20 years, while the United Kingdom needs to update and redesign it in 5 years. No one can accept this reality. Pamela Mountbatten put away the dozen or so weapon sketches that her husband had drawn, which looked very pleasing to the eye. She had a hunch that this might be a huge fortune that was no less than the newly discovered oil and gas. For the current Mountbatten group, entering the military industry as an arms dealer is not a difficult thing. De Havilland was originally the main supplier of the Royal Air Force. A long time ago, de Havilland accepted Pamela Mountbatten's investment, also considering the factor of General Mountbatten, a modern aristocratic general. Facts have proved that de Havilland's guess was not wrong. General Mountbatten continued to advance triumphantly after the war, and was only one step away from the First Sea Lord. By then, Mountbatten would be a giant in the British military. With such a father in the military, Pamela Mountbatten had all the conditions to be an arms dealer. It was really just a matter of thought, and now this idea has appeared. Don't you think about it more? Military industry is not an industry that bends down to pick up money. Alan Wilson teased his wife. This time is not the only company with a few backgrounds left in the UK in the future. There are quite a lot of military enterprises in the UK at present. It is not at all that the UK has no choice for decades. In fact, the same is true for the United States. There are many military suppliers competing in the country, and the competition in the UK is relatively greater than that in the United States. There are de Havilland, Avro, Armstrong Whitworth, Bristol, Handley Page, Gloucester, Short Brothers, and more than a dozen companies that can supply the Royal Air Force. The oligopoly of American military-industrial enterprises is already a matter of the end of the Cold War. The then US Secretary of Defense's pin invited major US military-industrial giants to dinner. After this last dinner, US military-industrial enterprises accelerated their mergers with each other. Pamela Mountbatten did not take it seriously. After listening to her husband's reminder, she just said, "I believe you will not harm me. I'm your wife. There is nothing wrong with trusting your husband. I will spend my whole life to prove that this trust is reasonable. Sooner or later, you will be the wealth benchmark of this world. Morgan and Rockefeller, as long as there is time, they will sooner or later be behind." After hearing his wife's two good words, Alan Wilson was in a trance and didn't know where his soul was going. For Alan Wilson, making Pamela Mountbatten the richest person in the world is already the simplest goal. The end of the year is a rare time for people who have worked hard for a year to breathe a sigh of relief. With the widespread acceptance of the Gregorian calendar, some Western festivals are also valued by the imperial subjects of British Malaya. Although he is the commissioner of the Malayan colony, Alan Wilson has never thought about promoting the Anglican Church and letting the glory of God shine on this important imperial colony. According to his observations, the current public holidays are just a simple holiday for the people in the colonies. You can take advantage of this day to have a good meal, drink a little wine, and take a rest. It is a very practical view. The Imperial Commissioner is of course also a hard-working person among the masses. He even works an extra hour every day, and only after get off work can he accompany his wife to go around and see this land. It's really lively. It seems that people here don't reject Christmas. Pamela Mountbatten was very surprised. She drove the Jinnah bulletproof car and saw some Chinese people who were also beaming with joy. Well, I guess so. Alan Wilson thought that for the Chinese, this kind of festival is just an excuse to do business. What about Christmas? That's all overthinking. In later generations, China is used to celebrating festivals, and the main force in promoting this festival or that festival must have a place for various businesses. If there is interest involved, of course they are enthusiastic. Take Christmas for example. They didn't establish diplomatic relations with the Vatican, but they celebrated it happily. As for the matter of establishing diplomatic relations alone, in addition to some empty considerations, there are actually vital interests involved. If diplomatic relations are established with the Vatican, it will not be all good for the Vatican. Given the Chinese population, once the Vatican recognizes it, there will inevitably be a large number of Chinese cardinals, which will also have a huge impact on the political landscape within Christianity. Can Chinese cardinals and Latin American cardinals piss in the same pot? There are also black bishops. Speaking of Christmas, 2 guests are coming to Kuala Lumpur. Pamela Mountbatten, who was walking around and returning home with her husband, revealed one thing: they are business partners. Who is so idle? Why don't you stay in China and come here to visit? Alan Wilson was carrying a lot of packages and said suspiciously, they are not from China, but from the Shihuaya family and the Keswick family. In the Far East, their foundation is very solid. They took the initiative to get to know each other. I think it's okay. Pamela Mountbatten opened the door while speaking, took a few packages and explained, if we can provide some financial support and do business together, why not? It turned out to be them. Alan Wilson knew who it was as soon as he heard it, the controller of the later Swire Group and the Jardine Group. Compared with the fame of the 2 groups, Taikuli, which always attracts internet celebrities and is regarded as a holy place for street photography, is much more famous. Behind Swire Properties stands a giant company. It is the Swire Group of the Shihuaya family. In Hong Kong, Swire, Jardine Matheson of the Keswick family, Hutchison Whampoa of the Cade family, and Wheelock of the Madden family are collectively known as the 4 major companies. Their founders are all British. The business of the Swire family involves shipping, aviation, real estate, transportation, refrigeration, trade and industry, insurance, agriculture, retail, etc. The Keswick family is even stronger than the Swire family and is the largest British consortium in the Far East. The headquarters of the Jardine Matheson Group is in Shanghai, not Hong Kong, but with a wind blowing from London, the scale of its assets in China should be reduced. The Jardine Matheson Group also has a tendency to withdraw from China. The Jardine Matheson Group has invested in railways, factories, docks, mining, etc. in China, and has assets in major cities. It is not so easy to withdraw, and it should be in progress now. The 2 of them should not leave the other 2 families behind. They should be considered the 4 families rooted in the Far East who want to talk to you about cooperation. Sitting on the sofa, Alan Wilson made a judgment. That should be it. Pamela Mountbatten also said that she thought so, and asked, what do you think? They will definitely not leave the Far East. They have been doing business here for 100 years. The country is already unfamiliar to them. Alan Wilson said while thinking, now the most special place is obviously Hong Kong. After they withdraw their funds, they will take root in Hong Kong and continue to do business with the advantage of the location. Not to mention now, even the 21st century Swire Group and the Jardine Group have not left China. I haven't heard much about the other 2, probably because they are declining. These families that are not well known to ordinary British citizens in China are not inferior to domestic companies in terms of strength. The so-called £250 million of British assets in China account for a large part of them. I guess I will be very busy during Christmas. After all, they come to visit and may not be able to accompany you. Pamela Mountbatten said in a low voice with apology. Wow. Alan Wilson frowned and said helplessly, there is nothing I can do about it. Of course I have to support your career, but from a personal perspective, it is not suitable for me to appear in overly commercial occasions. I hope you can understand. Pamela Mountbatten kissed her husband. I'm also afraid of affecting your reputation. Who made me your husband? Alan Wilson sighed. He could understand that at the end of the year, after a year of hard work, many people wanted to relax. For example, the boss of Woodpecker Pictures, the boss of United Artists Pictures, and the controller of the Hellman family, who had already booked tickets, were indeed busy. Who doesn't want to relax after a year of hard work? Take Hepburn, who was the first to arrive in Kuala Lumpur, for example. Her purpose was very simple. There was no special reason. She just came to see a man of the same status as her husband. Chapter 793 yesterday reappears. Standing outside the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, Hepburn looked at the flow of people with curiosity. The scene here still surprised her. It was not as backward as she imagined. Not far away, Radwich appeared in front of Hepburn half a minute later with the guidance of a finger. "Is it Miss Hepburn? My boss asked me to pick you up. Who are you?" Audrey Hepburn's eyes behind her sunglasses were full of vigilance. She followed her mother to England a long time ago, and she was not a little girl who could be fooled at will. "Yes, it's like this." Radwich took out a gold coin, shook it in front of Audrey Hepburn, and then said, "Can you believe me now? This gold coin doesn't look very good, and it can even be said that the craftsmanship is very poor," but Hepburn recognized it at a glance. "It's Alan Wilson's thing, because she also has one." Alan Wilson also left 2 of this batch of Roman gold coins unearthed from the Harkson treasure, originally for comparison. But later he also gave Hepburn one. Radwich took out this gold coin, and was immediately recognized by Hepburn. Soon, Hepburn entered an old Mercedes, and disappeared in the crowd of the international airport. "I didn't expect the flights here to be so busy." Hepburn looked around through the car window like a curious baby, and kept talking about what he saw and heard along the way. "Recently, a group of officers from the country came here because of the expansion of the garrison. The new garrison will arrive after the new year, and the officers will come here with their families by flight first. I have arranged a residential area for them." After listening, Alan Wilson explained to Hepburn the reason why the flights to Malaya were busy recently. The people of the command organization arrived first and built the skeleton. When a large number of soldiers arrived, they could immediately form combat effectiveness. This is also a tricky method. In fact, the Soviet Union also used this method. The Soviet Union has a 4-level mobilization system, which originated from Prussia. The first 2 levels of full staff divisions and understaffed divisions are respectively on the European front and deep in Eastern Europe. What is more similar to the British troops stationed in Malaysia now is that the Soviet Union, except for the skeleton divisions of the first 2 types of troops, is generally placed in the reserve in the Far East. The Soviet Union has 103 armored divisions. All command structures at the company level and above are fully staffed, and there are enough people to maintain the equipment in stock, but the soldiers are only 1/3 of the full-strength divisions. The personnel ratio of armored divisions in peacetime limits them to company-level training, unless reservists are mobilized. Many low-level armored divisions need to recruit 10,000 reservists before they can be mobilized. Even among these divisions, the Independent Tactical Missile Battalion is fully staffed. It takes 6 days to mobilize reservists, but training takes more time before the division can be put into combat. Although the Soviet armored divisions are short of personnel in peacetime, they are not short of heavy equipment, and can be pulled into the battlefield after training. The expansion of the British Army stationed in Malaysia is based on the appearance of armored divisions, and a bunch of weapons are transported over and placed in warehouses in Malaya. But it is estimated that the expansion is very large. But what about the personnel? Only when people come here can we know. With a population of 50 million in the UK, there are now 800,000 active soldiers, which is actually close to the limit that the UK can maintain in peacetime. In terms of proportion, the size of the British Army is larger than that of the United States. According to this ratio, China has to maintain an army of 8 million all year round. This is exactly the case. London cannot squeeze out more military forces to deploy in the Far East, so the real fact of expanding the Malaya garrison this time is to expand the equipment of the Far East Operations Command, and then put a framework of a skeleton division. If something really happens, the troops from the Middle East Joint Operations Command will be transferred to Malaya to directly use the existing equipment for combat. So that's the case. Is it unsafe here? Hepburn was actually not interested, but still asked this question. Be prepared. Alan Wilson explained to Hepburn with a smile. Hepburn's dress today was very eye-catching. It is absolutely a mistake to think that Hepburn can only play a princess. Hepburn's performance in Dinner at Tiffany's shows that she can also play a bitchy protagonist. Radwich, holding the steering wheel, looked straight ahead and continued to drive with a professional look, secretly sighing in his heart. Northern Rhodesia and Alan Wilson have a deep fit. He came here specifically to serve the Imperial Commissioner himself and has no relationship with the fellow countrymen of the Mountbatten group. But at this moment, he just wanted to say admiration. Where did the boss of this service find such a beautiful woman? Is it possible to do it with colorful flags flying outside? Soon the car drove to the residential area, where they were arranged. The scenery here is quite good, with good visibility and location. You can also go out for a walk in your spare time. Alan Wilson dragged the luggage and went in with Hepburn. This will be Hepburn's residence here. The furnishings in the room are in full view. What makes Hepburn particularly satisfied is that it does not seem too empty. After turning around with great interest, the jet lag of the long distance flight made Hepburn a little drowsy. With Alan Wilson next to her, Hepburn also let down her guard, put down her luggage, put her clothes in the closet, and fell asleep in a short while. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the books on the bookshelf had disappeared, including the complete works of British poets Wordsworth, Keats and Shelley, the Canterbury Tales, the complete works of Shakespeare, and the novels of Fitzgerald and Hemingway, that she read a lot. Looking toward the bookshelf, she saw a neat row of books written by Armister, each offering the promise of self-study. Her knees wobbled from the long flight and the empty stomach as she crossed the room to the closet. "God," she prayed silently as she pulled open the closet door. On the left, as before, were her dresses, skirts, and blouses. But the men's shirts and shorts were gone, except for a white shirt that was worn and stained by his neighbor. His two twill suit jackets with patches on the sleeves, a pair of extra shoes, his clothes, and a slightly scuffed briefcase were also gone. A discarded white shirt, hanging alone, open for all to see, brought tears to her eyes. She steeled herself and forced the tears back, then took a step or two toward their dresser. But she couldn't bring herself to open his drawers, because she couldn't bear not to find any trace of him. "You woke up sooner than I expected." Alan Wilson walked in, smiling as he watched Sleeping Beauty get up. "I thought you would do something bad to me." Hepburn's beautiful face turned to Alan Wilson, as if she was a proud peacock, hiding her chaotic thoughts. "I didn't expect you to be so gentlemanly." "It depends on who you are facing. I still can't bear to blaspheme your words." Alan Wilson seemed to have changed into a different person, not quite the same as usual. The decadent and backward Briton didn't understand the advancement of men having 3 wives and 4 concubines. "I'm a little hungry," Hepburn said pitifully. "I won't delay your time. You are a commissioner here. You don't have much private time except for official business." "It depends on who you are." Alan Wilson got up and walked out of the room in 2 or 3 steps. Soon, there was a clanging sound from the kitchen. Not long after, Hepburn leaned against the kitchen door in a men's shirt, watching the man busying around. The facilities of this apartment are complete, which can be said to meet all basic needs. When you are upset, you can also listen to music to relieve boredom. Although I know everything, and think I have learned everything from both Chinese and Western cultures, I still seem to be a little bit underprepared. Just make do with it. Alan Wilson turned around, took the bread slices, added the sausages he had prepared before, and asked Hepburn to sit down and eat. "I saw you always had a camera in your hand, and I thought you liked taking pictures the most." Hepburn ate vaguely, and said without any goddess style, "Is this your personal hobby?" "Of course." Alan Wilson answered straightforwardly. "His collection is quite rich. If it is leaked, he will definitely die under the enthusiasm of male compatriots all over the world. For an official like him, this hobby is quite risky, but in life, there are always some pursuits." The two of them enjoyed their world of 2 people comfortably, but the weather was not good, and it rained. This surprised Alan Wilson, the Imperial Commissioner, because it rarely rained at this time of year. But for him and Hepburn, rain has a special meaning. The important external condition for the two to get together was that there was a rare heavy rain when they went to Scotland, which led to a new explanation for the group warmth. Obviously, the sudden heavy rain also reminded Hepburn of the past, and her dignified face began to turn red. Soon, Hepburn knew that it was not her own trouble. A pair of strong arms hugged her, and Hepburn's petite body was surrounded by a broad and warm chest, which formed a sharp contrast with the rain outside. "You haven't changed at all. You always take advantage of people's misfortunes at such times," Hepburn complained with squinting eyes. In response to her, Alan Wilson's enthusiastic reaction like optical fiber seemed to be telling the longing for not seeing her for a long time. The life of the Imperial Commissioner is so simple and boring. It's nothing more than the things that everyone knows. At this moment, there is no end to explaining. They should have been in love and lingering, making up for the missed nights of flowers and moon. So there is no need for others to know. After a long time, the two people hugging each other seemed to feel each other's heartbeat. How did the two attract each other? And why did they not want to leave each other? This is a question without a source. Can you stay for a day? The four eyes met, and Hepburn held the man's head in front of her expectantly. No problem. Who can refuse Hepburn's invitation? I can't do that anyway. Alan Wilson agreed without any reluctance. As for his going out under the pretext of inspecting the Isthmus of Crap, it can only be said that he was foresighted. The preparations of the master of time management have always been sufficient and impeccable. Chapter 794 3 consecutive victories. A plan to avoid collisions must be made for a large number of overseas guests who will come to the glorious Malaya. For example, Hepburn is not suitable to meet other actresses. This time, the guests are a test even for the invincible Alan Wilson. But no matter what, 800,000 versus 600,000, the advantage is mine. Alan Wilson did not hide his words about Hepburn and answered some difficult questions in life. It is very normal for actors to want to be well known, and there is no illusion about the beauty of English Rose. In short, her face and figure will be her assets for a period of time in the future. Through the examples of the public sweethearts in the past, she will recognize a fact. The duration of her popularity will depend on how long her beauty can last. Your competitors should be the same age as Monroe and Taylor. The stars of the previous generation are no longer able to compete with you. Alan Wilson told the truth. Ingrid Bergman and Hedy Lamarr only have the tail of their golden age. Vivien Leigh has even retired from the film industry. They are all very beautiful. Hepburn was unusually unconfident, although she was already one step ahead, having won the Oscar for Best Actress in September. In other words, she was now a queen of the screen. But Hepburn was a big hit after all, and she had not yet changed her mindset, and the other two were even more famous, especially Monroe, whose popularity was really terrifying. It must be said that Monroe was so popular in the United States that she had become synonymous with blondes in everyone's eyes. Her blonde hair fluttered naturally, making her face look particularly cute. Her eyes were surrounded by thick eyelashes, her nose was short and straight, her lips were plump and sexy, her chin was small and pointed, and her skin was as white as a magnolia. She had a beauty that was almost like the early Raphael paintings, an unusual beauty that gave her many opportunities to step on stage and be sought after by thousands of people. I will try my best to help you find a solution, but Monroe is an American after all. She deserves to be popular. In front of women, Alan Wilson never knew what it meant to refuse. Even if he couldn't do it, he would agree first and then find a solution later. After a night of full-speed operation like a tank, Alan Wilson stabilized the mood of the distinguished guest who came from afar to the east. During the cycle of patrolling the Isthmus of Crap, he would repeat similar things several times. This really opened Radwich's eyes. It seemed that he had never been so shocked in his life. One after another, the world-famous and well-known actresses appeared, all rushing for a man, and this man was at ease, full of energy every day, using different tones to mingle with the visitors. Even two women he didn't know looked no worse than several Oscar-winning actresses, and they were sisters. If someone asked Radwich who he admired most in the world, then there was no doubt that only Alan Wilson deserved his vote. This was a role model for men. It's amazing. The steel output of a colony is the same as that of Germany now. Bokina still did not change her capable nature, and her short golden hair made this temperament even better. 10 years have passed since the war, and Germany has also emerged from that tragic war and recovered faster than Germany's Asian ally Japan, because the heads of major companies that were liquidated during the war have been released. In the past year, Germany's steel production has been on par with that of the British mainland and is at a comparable level. But I didn't expect that a colony in British Malaya would also achieve this. This is something that even Japan could not do in the past. There are many reasons for this. Alan Wilson, who had a camera hanging around his neck, tried to downplay it. Being too boastful, as if he was proud, would damage his image. It's mainly your ability. Anna was very different from Bokina. She seemed much more enthusiastic and didn't care that Bokina was still there. She almost sat in Alan Wilson's arms, looking very happy. since West Berlin. This was the first time Bokina met this man, and she was a little reluctant to let go. Just like now, Bokina and Alan Wilson sat face to face, and Anna enjoyed the man's warm embrace. "Moscow hasn't contacted you?" Alan Wilson asked, and then he suddenly remembered that Beria should have been dead for a year, and now the adapted movies are all released in London. Bokina shook her head, and then the two fell into an awkward silence. Even if Anna kept looking for topics, it was useless. "What's wrong with you admitting your mistakes?" Alan Wilson was angry and amused. He really met a strong woman. "I don't care about you two spies. You can't even admit your mistakes. It's easy to apologize verbally." Bokina said half a sentence and then kept silent. She was the one who made the decision, and it was not as simple as Anna thought. "Do you think I can help you in the future?" If the Beria incident really ended contact with Moscow forever, Bokina didn't think that the matter was over. It was simple. Even if they were free, because of the accident, Alan Wilson knew their identities. In other words, the two were spies, and Alan Wilson still knew it. "You've thought a lot. Let me think about it." After hearing this, Alan Wilson seemed to be really thinking about how to punish the other party. After a long time, he said, "How about this? Aren't you spies? It's easy to contact a woman, right? This is the basic requirement, but don't expose our relationship, okay? Is it that simple?" Bokina looked stunned and seemed a little unbelievable. "What's her name?" "Audrey Hepburn. She is very lonely now. I have to hold a cocktail party with the elite of the colony on New Year's Day. Time is not abundant." Alan Wilson talked about the loopholes in the current itinerary plan. There are also places that the master of time management cannot avoid. Now he needs the assistance of two professionals to deal with the concentrated fire of his confidence and fight for a breath. The heroine of Roman Holiday is really amazing. Bokina obviously knew this movie that was popular all over the world, and the heroine had just became an Oscar winner. Immediately, Bokina agreed. She was actually very grateful. She felt that Alan Wilson was just looking for an excuse to write off the past. This man still misses the old times. Alan Wilson's feeling was correct. The New Year's Eve of 1955 would be the ultimate test of his time management. In addition to dealing with the boss of the film company, there were also the newly promoted actress and the dragoons of the Hellman family. In the days to come, Alan Wilson once recalled himself at this time point. He only had admiration in his heart for a long time. It was no easier than the election that was getting closer and closer. Of course, he also had to thank the Dragoon sisters for sharing his worries. The Bokina sisters easily let Audrey Hepburn know that those who can act are not necessarily actors. The two sisters made the newly promoted actress feel no time passing, which helped the Imperial Commissioner a lot. He almost used up all the excuses in front of Pamela Mountbatten, from the Far East Command to the New Year's celebration. Just the fact that he would have to hold a New Year's Eve party every year in the future made him dry his mouth. It was not easy for Pamela Mountbatten to confirm that her husband's busyness was that there were new plans every day. "But you should take a break, dear. Can't you see? The fatigue on your face is obvious." Pamela Mountbatten was a little worried, hoping that her husband would not continue to work so hard. "Impossible. My second brother is invincible in the world," and the second half of the sentence was not said, but Alan Wilson said with all his strength, "Our motherland needs me now. I will do my best to help Britain find a way out in this complicated era." "Got it. Let's take a bath and rest first." Pamela Mountbatten almost pushed her husband into the bathroom. The third general election in Britain after the war has been scheduled for January 5th. Will the Labour Party be able to win 3 consecutive victories against the traditional ruling party, the Conservative Party, or will the Conservative Party in the post-Churchill era be able to fight back? Many people are very concerned. For Alan Wilson, this is just another excuse for him to be busy. The concern is real concern, and the excuse is also real excuse. There is no contradiction. They are all for finding a chance to breathe. Although it was the coldest time of the year, Conservative rallies could still be seen on the streets of London. Eden, who had left a deep impression in the war, had been giving speeches at rallies since Christmas. It was clear that he was determined to win this election and to wipe out the decline of the Churchill era after the war. From the beginning of December, according to tradition, the cabinet could not discuss any new or controversial government motions with the public. The Conservative Party led by Eden was aggressive and wanted to regain the ruling party status that had been lost for 10 years. After Eden's uninterrupted speeches, the atmosphere of Conservative voters had been fully mobilized. There was also a new Liwat lady who was as enthusiastic as the Conservative leader, Margaret, the former campus Conservative leader, and now Mrs. Thatcher, who was very enthusiastic and kept going to various parts of the country to give speeches. She got up at 7 in the morning and was busy until the early morning of the next day before going to bed. This frequency was almost the same as Alan Wilson, who was busy in British Malaya at the same time. They were all racing against time with fate. On January 5th, with the London smog having eased but still lingering, countless voters went out of their homes to cast their sacred votes to decide who would be the ruling party in the UK for a period of time in the future. Both the current Prime Minister of the Labour Party, Attlee, and the new leader of the Conservative Party, Eden, were nervously waiting for the final result. Unlike the previous two elections, the process of counting votes was very tense from the beginning, and people dared not relax at all. Finally, on the second day, the election results came out. The Labour Party narrowly defeated the Conservative Party with 312 seats. The final decisive constituency was concentrated in Wales. With the victory in Wales, the Labour Party managed to pass the test by chance and was 17 seats ahead of the Conservative Party. Chapter 795, Chief's Opinion. Got it? Pamela Mountbatten muttered while holding the phone, then put down the receiver and said to her husband who had just arrived home, the Labour Party won the general election, but it was not an easy victory. Before the results in Wales came out, the Conservatives and the Labour Party were evenly matched. Oh, the result is not bad at last, Alan Wilson said while taking off his clothes. I believe Attlee was also sweating. It's not that the British parties don't have a base, but unlike the large number of iron votes in the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States, the role of the base is limited. Relatively speaking, the Labour Party has a relative advantage in Scotland and Wales. As for England, it is a mixed battle with the Conservative Party. In the last two elections, only the East End of London was very stable. This is how electoral countries are. It is actually very difficult to govern for 3 consecutive terms. Once a party has been in power for a long time, voters have a desire to change. The biggest difficulty facing the current Labour Party is that after 2 terms of government, many voters have become bored. This desire to change people, coupled with the Conservative Party entering the post-Churchill era, this election is considered to be fierce. Without the old and frail Churchill, Eden showed great enthusiasm for voting. I wonder if Eden is disappointed. Pamela Mountbatten half lying on the sofa, teasing with an indifferent attitude. It shouldn't be that bad. This time it was really a little bit short. The Labour Party won very reluctantly. Alan Wilson shrugged. Of course this also proves one thing. Attlee is really more popular than Churchill. Anyway, you are happy. Pamela Mountbatten knew her husband and hoped that the Labour Party would be in power. In fact, Alan Wilson's second term had already begun, and the election would not affect his career as a commissioner. After a while, the couple ate and talked. The victory of the Labour Party showed that the current policy would not change much. The attitude towards the colonies is still to do everything possible to maintain them by means other than war. Africa is generally safe. The danger is still in the British Malayan colony. The enemies here are stronger. Alan Wilson knew this very well. In many ways, the arrangement of the 3 major joint combat commands in the Near East, the Middle East and the Far East has already made the local ideas very clear. If Africa is important, an African command will be established. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, and after finishing the meal, while cleaning up the tableau, she said, I have met the people of the Shihuayaya family and the Keswick family. The 4 major families want to cooperate. They all have a seat in the Hong Kong Administrative Council. I feel good. I think it's good too. Personal relations with the governor of Hong Kong are certainly one aspect of harmony, but the binding of interests is more effective. Alan Wilson and his wife cleaned up together. In this way, you can enhance your strength, and it will be much easier to do things in the future. But one day, they will know that the 4 major families are actually taking advantage. Cooperation with the four major families in Hong Kong can make up for many shortcomings of the Mountbatten Group at once. Although his wife's business is currently developing rapidly, she does not need any help in terms of funds. But several old-fashioned consortiums in the Far East have been developing for 100 years, and the accumulation of many fields is what the Mountbatten Group needs. Now that the cooperation has been confirmed, it can save the Mountbatten Group a lot of time. This is also beneficial to British Malaya. The upstream leader of Malaya's sugar production is the Shihuayaya family. As early as 70 years ago, the Shihuayaya family was already the world's #1 sugar factory, and it also operates a wide range of marine businesses. The four major families occupy a large share of Far East shipping, and this alone cannot be ignored. They have come to this day purely by relying on 100 years of accumulation. As for Pamela Mountbatten, it was completely because of indescribable factors that she soared to the sky. Even York Kidston Shihuayaya, who came to Malaya, was surprised that such a powerful group had emerged in a few years. He felt that Shihuayaya's 100 years of operation had gone to nowhere. In the eyes of these families, the Mountbatten Group seemed to appear out of thin air. At first, they were not noticed. They thought it was just a little girl who didn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, relying on the connections of the nobles, and dreaming of unrealistic business. And then, under the eyes of several old companies, they suddenly became a group running on par with each other. Before they could adapt, the Mountbatten Group surpassed them without stopping. Being caught up, and even surpassed so quickly, even the Shihuayaya family, which has always been very conservative in business, could not remain calm. In the eyes of the Shihuayaya family, the Mountbatten Group was just a product of a group of aristocratic children playing around. But now these aristocratic children, who are already powerful, have such inflated financial resources that they have to pay attention to them, which led to this active contact. What surprised York Kidston Shihuayaya was that the rich and powerful Pamela Mountbatten seemed to be very obedient to her husband, and even very flattering. York Kidston Shihuayaya was very surprised. Although a colonial official has a high status, it doesn't need to be like this, right? Pamela Mountbatten's father is the commander of the Grand Fleet, and she is so rich. Shouldn't it be the other way around? My husband, the High Commissioner of Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten pointed at Alan Wilson, who was holding her daughter, and introduced him to the visiting York Kidston Squire and Ike Keswick. Both of them nodded and looked at Alan Wilson with a calm look. They were both members of the Hong Kong Administrative Council. When they saw the governor, they were just like now, just opening their mouths to say something. Pamela Mountbatten called her husband over, so the two of them held back their words, and could only say some words about how good the couple's relationship was. Alan Wilson, who was a nanny, could only come over and sit down. He nodded and reminded the two guests, "You are all gentlemen. Your daughter is still young. It's okay to control the volume of your speech." The commissioner also studies parenting. Ike Keswick looked at the Imperial Commissioner, who was so skilled, and couldn't help but tease. "Practice makes perfect." Alan Wilson raised his head and spoke the truth. After all, he had many children and more contact would always give him some experience. Then he changed the subject and said, "Gentlemen, do you think I'm not qualified to sit here and listen to the business giants show goodwill to each other?" York Kidston Squire and Ike Keswick shook their heads at the same time. Although they didn't know why, everyone could see that the boss of the Mountbatten Group obeyed her husband's words. They were not blind. "I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Asset Management Committee and I control £3.5 billion of national assets overseas. Although this money is not mine," Alan Wilson said calmly, and then said, "You are welcome to do whatever you want. I'll just listen casually." Pamela Mountbatten has expressed her agreement with practical actions, and said directly, "My husband has always respected British businessmen working overseas, but we don't have much business dealings, so we haven't had in-depth cooperation before. In fact, the Mountbatten Group has many shareholders, and has inextricable contacts with you, so you are not too unfamiliar with each other. Dear madam, this is what we want to say. The problem now is that our business has encountered difficulties. In fact, when doing business in the Far East, our most optimistic headquarters location is Shanghai in principle, but the current environment is worrying. The Keswick family has a lot of debate because of this. Ike Keswick immediately said, some radical members even think that they should evacuate from the Far East, and Hong Kong is not very reliable. This kind of speech is really radical. Alan Wilson laughed when he heard it, but I agree that we should withdraw from the mainland immediately, but should we withdraw from Hong Kong? This is a very bold decision. Anyway, history has proved that the four major families have not left, especially the Taku group controlled by the two families in front of him. The Jardine group did not leave even after Hong Kong broke away from Britain. These two groups were not weaker than the Lee family in Hong Kong, but they were not mentioned. Long before the tea came, the couple had already discussed that overseas British-funded groups should unite, but there was still the question of who would listen to whom. There was only one result. In terms of current wealth, the Mountbatten group was stronger than the four major families combined, and this was just the beginning. The help of the four major families can save the development time of the Mountbatten group. If the four major families do not help, the result will be the same. The Mountbatten group, supported by the British aristocracy, will still surpass the four major families like a rocket. An hour later, York Kidston Swire and Ike Keswick politely left, saying they would contact the family before giving a final answer. Alan Wilson, who had already carried his daughter upstairs, pushed the cradle and listened to Pamela Mountbatten talking about the negotiation process. After all, it is a company that has been in business for 100 years, and they still want to maintain their independence. I said that the Mountbatten group will not swallow up their group, but some shareholders of the group may have to enter their enterprises. They said they would think about it carefully. Those noble shareholders should also get some benefits. It can't be that only your company is fleecing them, right? Alan Wilson chuckled and said, otherwise, what value do they have? They can't help at all. Just provide channels accumulated over 100 years, and talk about cooperation? Finally, Alan Wilson ended with two sentences in Chinese, greedy and full of nonsense. What are you talking about? Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly, and asked in a tone that she wanted an explanation. You are not talking about me. You can't talk about your wife. Don't say anything I can't understand in front of me in the future. Why would I talk about you? Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and said absent-mindedly, I'm telling you what the general manager thinks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796. First Sea Lord. After coaxing my daughter, it's time to coax me. Pamela Mountbatten pulled her husband up and threw herself into the man's arms. In fact, I don't care much about how much wealth you have, as long as you treat me well. Reaching out and patting his wife's back, Alan Wilson comforted her softly. Wealth can reduce your extra troubles, so that the love between husband and wife can be more pure. God, how can I say such a reasonable thing? This was a gentle and pleasant night, a passionate night without taboos. You can explore the world without leaving home. Pamela Mountbatten responded with the same enthusiasm. Alan Wilson had no reason to argue on this point, especially on the point of enthusiasm. At this moment, Pamela Mountbatten needed to stay with her husband so that he could kiss her neck, bite her earlobe, and use that evil temptation to make her burn under the touch. She let her long hair spread out, and her hairstyle always fascinated her husband. The curls were scattered on her shoulders and fell on her back like a waterfall in the sunset. Alan Wilson raised his hand and touched the curls. He stroked them gently, feeling the hair flowing through his fingers. His wife's eyes were full of familiar enthusiasm, and Alan Wilson's breath warmed his wife's neck, letting her slender body wrap around him. I want to give you an heir. Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband in a daze while enduring the storm. This is the greatest wish of the current famous British strong woman. Alan Wilson kissed his wife and whispered, let it be. This kind of thing can be done slowly, but it is obvious that Pamela Mountbatten is very anxious. She wants a little man who can stand up to the sky. The negotiations with the four major families will inevitably take up a long time for Pamela Mountbatten. She did not hesitate to ask her husband for advice on some uncertain places. At any time, she believed in her husband. They will agree. They will. Alan Wilson said firmly, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son digs a hole in the ground. The style of the Lee family in Hong Kong in later generations can actually be reversed to deduce the style of British businessmen doing business in the Far East. The Lee family must have developed such a profit-seeking style during the British rule. Facing such an opponent, insisting on one's own opinion can definitely subdue them and achieve the desired goal. Although everyone is British in theory, when it comes to fighting for interests, a nationality does not mean anything. In business, getting more benefits from the four major families is the fundamental reason for this contact. With her husband's assertion, Pamela Mountbatten had a bottom line in her heart, and she must take down these four local snakes who have been operating in the Far East for 100 years. His wife had something to do, and Alan Wilson also fell into busyness and continued his career as a master of time management. He wished there were 48 hours in a day, and the camera hanging around his neck showed how hardworking and studious he was. If you lose your camera, men all over the world will kill you. Ingrid Bergman threatened fiercely. So what? Alan Wilson sneered, with a look of looking up at the sky. Why? Chaplin can marry every 16-year-old female star he sees? You and I are going to be killed. That old thing can live well, but I'm going to be hunted by men all over the world. It's absurd. Most of Chaplin's wives were not famous when they married her. Hedy Lam leaned against the head of the bed with her body lying on the bed, naked, and glanced at the man with a charming smile. It's not the same as your current behavior. There must be some pursuit in life. Alan Wilson grinned and defended himself. I won't regret this choice. Whatever you want. Ingrid Bergman snorted lightly, not entangled in this topic. The reality is already like this, and it doesn't work to say these things. For this man, she has compromised to this point. Looking back, it seems like a dream. In fact, I'm more concerned about when you will return to Europe. It is always inconvenient for us. We may be discovered if we always come here. Hedy Lam asked with a look of desire. The distance across half the world is still too troublesome. Whitehall's previous telegram also mentioned this issue. At the end of my first term, I was going to return to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's just that the achievements of the Malayan colony are overvalued. London attaches great importance to the benefits provided by this colony. So I hope that I can consolidate the achievements here in my second term. Alan Wilson did not hide anything and said directly, Sir Norman told me not to worry. The cabinet and Whitehall have seen all the achievements. Hedy Lam and Ingrid Bergman nodded at the same time. Of course, the two women also care about the future development of this man. A colonial administrative commissioner of 500,000 square kilometers is like a god to the entire colony. With so many visible and invisible benefits, who can remain indifferent? Even the two of them benefited from it. What do you think? Where can the development here catch up? Ingrid Bergman was not interested in politics at first, but over time, she always got a little bit of men's habits. Portugal. Alan Wilson wanted to say Japan, but when she thought about it, the two women had no idea about Japan. So she took out a European country for comparison. Portugal. Hedy Lam said that she had been to the country on the Iberian Peninsula and had a good impression of it. After all, it is a European country. Will it be difficult? It will take time. But I believe that as long as there is time, it should not be a problem. Alan Wilson admitted the difficulty and then changed the subject. Didn't I also spend a lot of time to make you accept the status quo? The two rolled their eyes at the man with a hint of provocation in their eyes. The two movie queens had a common idea and wanted to take advantage of this time to teach the sanctimonious imperial commissioner a lesson. I want to challenge my weakness. Alan Wilson responded recklessly, unaware of the danger. In London, the capital of the United Kingdom, the previous election has faded away, the dust has settled, and people have returned to normal life. For most people, work is an indispensable part of life. Send this telegram to Cyprus. Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke called the Permanent Undersecretary of Defense to his office and took out a cabinet appointment letter, looking quite solemn. This telegram, which was of great significance to Mountbatten's life, went directly to the Mediterranean Fleet Command through invisible radio waves. It was never a secret that Mountbatten wanted to be the first Sea Lord, and with Mountbatten's own character, he would not keep the secret from others. In fact, the leaders of both parties supported Mountbatten's ideals. Attlee also said, "I hope Mountbatten will become the first Sea Lord." Not to mention Churchill, who wanted to hand over the British Admiralty to Mountbatten immediately. However, the British political system, especially the appointment and dismissal procedures and regulations of the Royal Navy, made them all powerless. So Mountbatten was first appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Fleet. A year later, he was promoted to a formal admiral. In this way, the way was paved for Mountbatten to obtain his ideal position step by step. The British military is a place with traditional aristocratic legacy, and with Mountbatten's relationship with the royal family, many people believe that it is only a matter of time before Mountbatten gets what he wants, but they don't know the exact date. Now, after the victory of the general election, the Labour Prime Minister Attlee decided to realise Mountbatten's wish as an appointment that would satisfy both the royal family and the military nobles. At the Mediterranean Fleet Command, Admiral Mountbatten, who was bored, took the telegram handed over by the staff, ready to see what else happened in London, but immediately, ecstasy appeared on Mountbatten's face. The words of the first Sea Lord hit him accurately. This was his dream for many years. Admiral Mountbatten read this short telegram several times. He couldn't believe that his lifelong wish had come true. The ecstatic Mountbatten stood up and walked around his office several times. Through the window, the scenery here, which had long been boring, seemed to become colorful again. It didn't take long for the entire headquarters to know the good news. Fleet Commander Mountbatten had received the appointment of Prime Minister Attlee in London and was about to return to London to serve as the first Sea Lord and become the #1 figure in the Navy. Mountbatten, whose dream had come true, accepted the congratulations of his subordinates, threw himself into the celebration, and immediately informed his wife and 2 daughters of the news. At the same time, he prepared to return to London and landed in his Royal Admiralty building. The office of the first Sea Lord, once his father, Prince Louis, would also become his office. After making the necessary preparations, Mountbatten boarded the military plane and returned to London. The general has been appointed as the first Sea Lord. Listening to his wife's happy report, Alan Wilson also happily expressed his desire to celebrate. Does this mean that the affairs of the Royal Navy will become part of his responsibility in the future? This has been my father's dream for many years, and now it has finally come true. Pamela Mountbatten jumped up and down like an underage girl, pulling her husband's arm and spinning around. "Dear, do you know how many years my father has waited for this day? I believe this is just the beginning." Alan Wilson answered like a charlatan. He remembered that Mountbatten was not only a giant in the Navy, but also the head of the British Army, Navy, and Air Force. Almost immediately, Mountbatten left the Mediterranean Command on a military plane and arrived in London. This shows how anxious he was. After arriving in London, Mountbatten first went to 10 Downing Street. Chapter 797, The Admiral's Thoughts. The general election a month ago scared the Labour Party, which had been in power for nearly 10 years, out of a cold sweat, but it was all over. Attlee created a record of Labour's winning streak against the Conservative Party. For a party much younger than the Conservative Party, this was of course a huge achievement, but no one expected that Attlee's first order was to make Mountbatten the first Sea Lord. In terms of status, it was natural for Mountbatten to become the first Sea Lord, and Attlee was happy to fulfill Mountbatten's dream, but at the same time he was at a loss for what to do about the stubbornness of the old school admirals in the Navy, and wanted to find someone to suppress the admirals. Mountbatten was the most suitable. Attlee was actually only 10 years younger than Churchill, and he was already 71 years old this year. Britain was currently facing future problems, and in fact, the Labour Party was not calm either. The early grievances between Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Morrison were almost an open secret of the Labour Party. Attlee could accept anyone to become the future leader of the Labour Party, except Morrison. But in front of Mountbatten, Attlee did not show such worries, and encouraged the new first Sea Lord. "Louis, what do you think about the future development of the Navy? Let me be frank. Under the threat of nuclear war, many people have expressed some controversial opinions on the existence of the large fleet. Is that so?" Mountbatten pretended to be enlightened, and said in a cautious tone, "Then, what are the specific aspects?" Attlee told Mountbatten, "I think the Treasury is no longer interested in the Navy. The Navy ranks third among all branches of the military. Moreover, people have always doubted whether the Navy can play a role in the era of nuclear war. Even generals of other branches of the military have this view." Even Field Marshal Montgomery said in a speech at the Royal United Military College, "The Navy can only play a small role in world wars. In other periods, the Navy can do almost nothing." Mountbatten recalled the frequent communications with his son-in-law in Kuala Lumpur, and the fact that they had discussed the status of the Navy more than once. He paused for a moment and said, "The status of the Navy is a macro issue. In terms of status, it depends on whether Britain is a global power or an insignificant role that only exists in Europe. If it is the former, the importance of the Navy can be solved through structural optimization, and it can work together with other services. If it is the latter, the Navy is indeed useless. As for the optimization and development of the Navy, we must of course find a way to build a Navy that is threatening enough and not bloated. Apart from anything else, the overseas assets of £3.5 billion also need global naval protection. I almost forgot that your son-in-law is the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Control Committee." Prime Minister Attlee nodded. Mountbatten could not hide how many state-owned overseas assets Britain has now. The Navy can also become a more concealed launch platform. I mean the role of nuclear submarines. Mountbatten seemed to have thought about this issue for a long time and proposed the two cornerstones of the Navy's positioning. The Navy must first make others admit that the Royal Navy's ships can become carriers of large swimming rockets in the future, and then other matters can be put on the agenda. The second cornerstone is to ensure support for amphibious strike forces that carry out missions to protect British interests around the world. No matter which of the three major joint combat commands in the Near East, the Middle East or the Far East, the Navy needs to play a role. So the first thing I did when I took office as the first Sea Lord was to visit the United States and talk about the issue of nuclear submarines. General Mountbatten added, "Only when we have a reliable counterattack force can we calmly reduce the size of the surface fleet. The best way to deal with submarines is to develop submarines." The submarine threat mentioned by Mountbatten refers to the Soviet nuclear submarine. The Soviet nuclear submarine has already started construction. It is the second type of nuclear submarine to start construction after the US Nautilus nuclear submarine. Intelligence has been mastered by the UK. The first generation of Soviet attack nuclear submarines, known as the Red October class by NATO, referred to as the N class, was developed by the Soviet Malachite Design Bureau and built by the Severodvinsk shipyard. After this intelligence was verified, Britain was the first country to feel the pressure. After all, the United States was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, so how could it empathize with Britain? As the commander of the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet, Mountbatten certainly knew the development of the navies of various countries. After all, this was his favorite profession, and he would not mess around like other aspects. That, of course, couldn't be better, but as for the United States, success is the best, and you must be mentally prepared for failure. Attlee was still nervous when he heard that Mountbatten's first thing after taking office was to discuss nuclear submarine cooperation with the Americans. He didn't want to say that the Americans were treacherous, but in fact, the tearing up of the agreement after the successful nuclear weapons test was a clear proof. But when he thought that, if Mountbatten was still rejected by the Americans with his good connections, it would also be a good thing for Britain to give up early and do research on its own, so he didn't speak up to stop it. Nuclear submarines are indeed very important to Britain, especially after the Soviet Union's nuclear submarine intelligence was verified. The cabinet's support for the nuclear submarine project increased again. Attlee also hoped that Mountbatten could make progress. The international situation is very chaotic. France is withdrawing from Asia, and India is promoting an international conference that excludes the free world. Louis, you are the last Governor General of British India. What do you think Nehru is thinking? Attlee scratched his forehead, which was brighter than a light bulb, showing a typical British hairstyle. It is the dream of many people to have thick hair like Mountbatten, not to mention that Mountbatten has more than that. The word wealth means rich to ordinary people, but for Mountbatten, the richness is his embodiment. Nehru? That's right, we look for the answer from history. Mountbatten is also a master of rhetoric. While he was talking, he was thinking about his son-in-law who really expressed his concern for India. He, the Governor-General of British India, was also looking for fun. After taking office, the most thing he did was to hold banquets at the governor's mansion and get familiar with the upper class people in India. His son-in-law is the one who has a deep understanding of India. Nehru enjoyed almost complete freedom in India's foreign affairs. The core ideas formed in practice are mainly 5: independence, nationalism, anti-colonialism, internationalism and neutralism or non-alignment. They became the guiding principles of India's foreign affairs. He was also wary of the United States, because the United States believed that Kashmir should be independent. In 1949, Nehru visited the United States, but this visit did not increase the friendship between the United States and India. On the contrary, after returning home, Nehru led the nationalization and took back the Mysore iron mine under the US Steel Corporation. Mountbatten certainly knew the ins and outs of this, because the Mysore iron mine was sold to the US Steel Corporation by his son-in-law at the time. But the fundamental reason was the attitude of the United States towards Kashmir. When Nehru visited the United States, when India and Pakistan were arguing over the ownership of Kashmir, the United States insisted on the independence of Kashmir and became the Switzerland of the East. It believed that Kashmir was the heart of Asia and had an important strategic position. This made Nehru very angry. Attlee nodded in approval of Mountbatten's judgment. He thought that as the Governor-General of British India, Mountbatten should have such an understanding. However, he did not know that there was someone else who had such an understanding, but he always communicated with his father-in-law by telegram. After a while, Mountbatten left 10 Downing Street, but did not go home. Instead, he could not wait to rush to the Admiralty headquarters building, and his eagerness was evident. It would not be a dream come true if he did not sit in the office where his father had stayed. Although there was a yellow-brown building in front of the window of Prince Louis' office, blocking the sunlight from outside, it did not affect Mountbatten's good mood. This was the position he had dreamed of for many years, and had dreamed of countless times. Now some people have doubts about the status of the Royal Navy, but Mountbatten still forgot the little unhappiness, and devoted himself to the first day of work as the Minister of the Navy. Mrs. Wilson, congratulations on your father becoming the first Sea Lord. Yorkshire expressed his congratulations to the woman in front of him. After meeting her several times, he also knew Pamela Mountbatten, and preferred others to call her Mrs. Wilson. Ike Keswick did not express it so clearly. Today's newspaper said that there was an ethnic conflict in East Malaysia, and hundreds of people died. Commissioner Wilson should be busy. He is not busy. He will expose this fake news in a few days and attribute the emergence of fake news to Indonesia or some other country's conspiracy to disrupt British Malaya and provoke harmonious ethnic relations. Pamela Mountbatten maintained her ladylike sitting posture and said casually, "The fake news was also released by the administrative office." "Why do you do this?" Yorkshire asked puzzledly. "It scared us. All major newspapers are talking about this. Who will believe in newspapers in the future? Freedom of speech. To provoke ethnic conflicts, it is better for the two major ethnic groups in Malaya not to be too harmonious." Pamela Mountbatten chuckled. "By the way, expose the fake news and throw dirty water on Indonesia." At this moment, the door was pushed open, and the mastermind behind the provocation of ethnic conflicts appeared, followed by a Chinese face. The two chatted and laughed. Alan Wilson took out the telegram from his pocket, after looking at the two guests from the Shahui family and the Keswick family. "Father sent you a telegram to share his joy. Father obviously talked more to you than to me," Pamela Mountbatten said with a little complaint, then watched her husband and the guests go, and turned her attention back to her own guests, continuing to test them one by one. She felt that the two were able to come again after her father's promotion, and they should have been ready to compromise. Chapter 798 Visit to Washington. "Please sit down." Alan Wilson, who came upstairs, made a gesture of invitation for Su Yang to sit down, and took 2 cups and filled them with water. "Don't blame me for not taking good care of you. You saw that Pamela was talking about something." Su Yang sat upright with his hand on the cup, waiting for the next words. The reason why he came today was entirely because he was entrusted by someone about a conflict between a friend and the British military. I will pay attention to the coca matter. Alan Wilson took a sip of water and assured calmly, when I find out who it is, I will give him an explanation. He will definitely be satisfied. Thank you, Lord Zhangtang. Su Yang put his worries aside when he heard it. Actually, I shouldn't trouble Lord Zhangtang because it involves a British man, and it will definitely be troublesome for you to deal with it. Trouble? Alan Wilson's face was very interesting, as if he wanted to laugh out loud, but couldn't do so. Do you think that, out of consideration for the country, I will stand on the side of the British if I encounter such a thing, not to mention that it might be a British officer? Su Yang nodded. His attitude was self-evident. That's what he thought. Finding Alan Wilson was just a tried-out attitude, and he didn't think there would be any results. If Coca was an ordinary person, I might just say a few words to comfort him. It's not difficult to choose between a colonial subject and an Englishman. But his business is doing well, that's different. Alan Wilson laughed and said, if there is any British who disrespects Ali Khan, there is no need for Maharaja Ali Khan to find me. I will take the initiative to find him. For a noble monarch like Ali Khan, let alone the conflict between the British and him, even if he likes a British girl, I'm willing to help him get her. What's so difficult to understand about this? This is a consideration from different angles. Standing on the side of the British is to consider that blood is thicker than water, and standing in front of the Chinese is to consider the overall situation. You can stand on either side, but Coca's business is doing well, and Alan Wilson must also consider the issue from a class perspective. After all, the environment of the colonies is special, and it is necessary to rely on trustworthy groups to help Britain maintain the stability of the colonies. For the benefit of the entire British Empire, when encountering Chinese businessmen who are starting to become big, some British people with little background should make sacrifices. This is completely reasonable. If Alan Wilson finds out that the British soldier who brought Coca to the hospital has no background, he can even give Coca a chance to kill him. Of course, Coca must leave evidence and put it here with Alan Wilson so as to prove his infinite loyalty to the British Empire. Facing Su Yang's expression of gratitude, Alan Wilson waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I hope that one day, when faced with similar choices, you and your successful business friends can make the same choice as me. What the Soviets said is right. Everyone has a price. Some people's lives are never mentioned. We are not the kind of people who are not worth mentioning in value, right? Alan Wilson hinted that Su Yang and other big compradors are the same kind of people as himself, not the same kind of people as the so-called Chinese group. Billionaires of different nationalities are more like the same kind than the rich and the poor of the same nationality. He didn't think he was wrong. Even if he only treated Su Yang a glass of water now, he was still the same kind. Then he sent Su Yang downstairs and saw his wife downstairs negotiating conditions in a slightly forceful manner. If it was someone else, it would be just talking nonsense. But what about his wife? It's right. It should be done this way. I want to invest in the companies of the 4 major families. They are willing to sell shares at half price, but this is mutual, and they have to exchange shares. Pamela Mountbatten tiptoed up after the discussion. Seeing her husband reading a telegram, she asked on her own, Dear, what do you think? The assets of the 4 of them combined are less than £200 million, right? Alan Wilson answered with 2 minds. The assets of the Mountbatten Group exceeded $350 million last year. Don't they feel at a disadvantage? If not, just exchange a small amount of shares. Several of them are family businesses, and a small amount of shares cannot change the decision. We will suffer a loss if we exchange a large amount of shares. I will ask the accounting firm to come tomorrow to calculate the assets of the several families. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. She would not suffer a loss. Alan Wilson nodded and took the telegram. Father may visit the United States in the near future. He wants to test whether the United States can transfer nuclear submarine technology. Do you think it can succeed? Pamela Mountbatten glanced at the telegram. She still believed in her husband's judgment. How should I know? Alan Wilson said without thinking, but I think it mainly depends on how far the domestic submarines have progressed. When he was in the British occupied area, he focused on plundering a group of German submarine talents. I don't know which shipyard these people are serving now. He is not in the country, so it is not easy to inquire about these things. Let's see what technology we can exchange. Steam catapults are not enough. If the blue light missile can make progress, it is also a good choice to talk to the Americans with the blue light missile. Alan Wilson was also a little helpless. Some things are easy to talk about, but it is not the same thing when it comes to practice. That requires money. Having money is only one of the basic conditions. You can't be impatient. If the forced launch fails, Britain is not the Soviet Union and does not have such strong resistance as the Soviet Union. He decided to contribute to his father-in-law's character setting and talk about the Indian issue. India will hold the Bandung Conference in 3 months. If Mountbatten is going to visit the United States before that, he might talk about this matter. Mountbatten is the last British Indian Governor General. Maybe he will be asked about it when he visits the United States. The one-sided statement about relying on nuclear weapons to solve all problems is just a ridiculous fantasy made by some cabinet ministers who don't know what profession they are in. Nuclear weapons can never replace conventional weapons. Does Britain have to use nuclear weapons to threaten pro-Soviet guerrillas? The role of nuclear weapons in the colonies is to curb the enemy's large-scale attack on the colonies. In the face of the infiltration force, a strong garrison is needed to solve it. In view of this, Mountbatten looked at the telegram sent from Kuala Lumpur and thought about when to leave for Washington. He wrote down the names of generals who had a good personal relationship with the US military during the World War to see if it would be useful at that time. Of course, there are also his son-in-law's connections, McCarthy, who completed his trip to Japan and was praised by the Republicans. Are you reading Alan's telegram again? Edwina glanced at the content of the telegram in her husband's hand and said with a teasing tone, "A long time ago, I remember that you seemed to have been setting obstacles for Pamela's marriage. I don't deny this. In fact, I finally agreed to their marriage because my title could not be inherited by Pamela. Having a husband who loves her and takes care of her finally made me agree to their marriage." Mountbatten did not hide from his wife that if Alan Wilson had feelings for his eldest daughter Patricia, he would never compromise. He was not open-minded enough to that extent. Now it seems that the relationship between the two is very stable. Edwina agreed. It doesn't matter whether they are nobles or not. There are always some people who can break this limit. There is not only one example. The marriage of Edwina and Mountbatten is also a standard combination of interests. With a role model, the younger daughter insisted on marrying her son-in-law, which also inherited the family tradition. "I'm going to visit the United States. You can go with me." Mountbatten touched his wife's face and invited her. "Okay." Edwina nodded with a smile. She knew that this visit was not easy and her husband needed someone to take care of him. Mountbatten was no stranger to the United States because he had personally attended the Quebec Conference between Britain and the United States. When discussing Operation Overlord, Mountbatten once spoke in the name of an amphibious warfare expert, but in fact he was bargaining with the United States on behalf of the British government, but he had a military identity. At that time, Mountbatten also met US President Roosevelt and established a good personal relationship with Roosevelt's son. At the meeting, as a condition for the United States to lead Operation Overlord, General Alexander of Britain served as the Supreme Commander of the Mediterranean Theater, and Mountbatten served as the Supreme Commander of the newly established Allied Southeast Asia Theater. Roosevelt readily agreed to Churchill's nomination of the two British generals, especially Mountbatten. Among the senior British generals, Roosevelt liked Mountbatten the most. Now think about it, this happened 12 years ago, and the then US President Roosevelt had died of illness for a long time. Now Churchill has also retired from politics, and Eisenhower, who had maintained correspondence during the war, has become the President of the United States. In Alan Wilson's telegram, he also said that he should take advantage of President Eisenhower's term to visit. In his eyes, the Republican Party is always easier to approach. Someone also expressed a similar view and preferred the Republican Party. Eisenhower was still a soldier, and he was a soldier of the same type as Mountbatten, so they always had something in common. It was easier to approach than the later Kennedy. If Kennedy was easier to approach, his skull would not have flown off in the end. With the support of his wife and the consent of the cabinet, Mountbatten formed a British military delegation to officially start his visit to the United States. In fact, he had just been in office for a week. Such an impatient visit would definitely not work without the support of Prime Minister Attlee. Attlee also hoped that Mountbatten could take the relationship between Britain and the United States to a higher level. Washington was not without any opinions on Britain's firm standstill during the Korean War. Before the visit, Mountbatten also specifically learned about the progress of the British nuclear submarine project, so that he could understand each other when communicating with the United States. In this way, the Comet airline loaded with the British military delegation crossed the Atlantic and landed in Washington. I squinted for a while, and squinted too much. It was hard to make it before 12 o'clock. Chapter 799, Binding the North American French Army. For Mountbatten, it was not a problem to maintain and develop relations with the Americans, because many of the military leaders of the United States were his old comrades and old friends during the war, and they were spread across the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Let Alan Wilson say that, if Mountbatten were an American, perhaps Eisenhower's presidency would be Mountbatten's now. The two were essentially the same type of military personnel. Not to mention his father-in-law's trip to Washington, Alan Wilson wished that his 48-hour life would continue. He had reason not to waste a bit of time, even when meeting guests. This guest was the French commander of Vietnam, Nava, who had met several times. General Nava ended his service in Asia and was preparing to return to France. As for whether he would be reused by the French government in the future, it was too early to say. Singapore, the location of the British Far East Joint Operations Command. Alan Wilson rushed here to meet General Nava. He was not a specialist who flattered the high and trampled on the low. He would not think that General Nava had lost his value because his future was uncertain. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Alan Wilson appeared in the trough of many people and helped many people. McCarthy, Ali Khan, Princess Badiaya, Farouk can prove it, and maybe Bayode will be there in the future. As for whether he harmed more people, that is another question. Times have changed. General Nava is completely different from when he took office in a hurry. At that time, although he also thought that suppressing the resistance of Vietnam might not go smoothly, he just thought so out of military caution. Now it is different. The French army has really withdrawn from the Indochina Peninsula. Otherwise, the French can't think it through. I hope General Nava can live longer and see the scene of the Sagan Iron Fist. Then he will feel that France now seems to be okay. More than a year ago, when I came to Asia, you, Alan, also received me. General Nava sighed. His military uniform was still spotless, but he was a little bleak. He didn't know if he could continue to wear this uniform. General, failure in Asia does not mean total failure. Alan Wilson did not insult France today, so he should not rub salt into his fellow sufferers at this time. The problems faced by France are also faced by Britain. Moreover, before France left, at the Geneva Conference, the free world united to prevent North Vietnam from unifying Vietnam. In a sense, North Vietnam had to continue to wait for the opportunity. I just don't know if the Viet Minh remembered the saying at this time. France won without winning, and Vietnam lost without losing. Then again, we left the Far East, and only you Britain were left. France's problems are also your problems. What if the revolutionary wave swept Malaya? General Nava spread his hands and said, it's better to prepare early. It's different. It's not easy to infiltrate Malaya. If the enemy wants, they can swim over. Maybe they think that the Royal Navy has reached a point where it can't even suppress the Third World. Alan Wilson was not worried. He knew who General Nava was talking about, the country that supported North Vietnam's weapons and ammunition. He knew that he would not change his words, so if he didn't agree, he could swim over. Skipping this topic, Alan Wilson made an invitation straight to the point. What if General Nava? Of course I hope the general can still serve his motherland in the army, but if not, the Mountbatten Group has several oil fields in Libya. If General Nava doesn't mind, the Mountbatten Group is willing to hire you as the local regional director. Judging from the current situation, France should not let go of North Africa, and there will be a long-term military presence. Libya is not a British colony, and the UK has no troops stationed there. The oil fields of the Mountbatten Group need a kind of protection. Of course, Britain has not thought of a way. For example, the expansion of the embassy in Libya is exaggerated, which is also to protect the local British interests, but the embassy is an embassy, and the threat of the army cannot be replaced by the embassy. If General Nava has to leave the army, his personal connections will not be lost. Algeria and Libya are bordering each other. If General Nava is employed by the Mountbatten Group, it can play a deterrent role by borrowing the power of the French army. This is one of the main purposes of his meeting with General Nava in Singapore. There is no need to hide anything, just say it directly. You really look like a businessman. General Nava was stunned, then smiled bitterly. I can't help it. I'm a family man who is happy to solve problems for the woman I love. Otherwise, I will not find the value of my existence. Alan Wilson was calm and did not feel ashamed at all. This is what men pursue. Libya's oil quality is second to none in North Africa, and it is also an important source of income for the Mountbatten Group. Moreover, for the whole of Europe, the resources in Libya are very important considering the location factor. Others don't understand, but General Nava is a French general. He absolutely understands the relationship between North Africa and Europe. Otherwise, why would France attack Libya decades later? The south of France faces the Mediterranean Sea, which is the junction of 3 continents. France's interests in the Mediterranean, the Middle East and North Africa are one of France's most fundamental interests. The Fifth Republic was established because of the Algerian War, and the most important base of Free France at that time was also in North Africa. Not to mention oil. To put it in a broader sense, the Roman Empire 2000 years ago was half European and the other half North African. France's Mediterranean Union plan is almost a replica of the Roman Empire. Britain is naturally not interested in the Mediterranean Union. Britain has its own commonwealth to run. At present, it simply hopes to preserve Libya's oil interests. If something happens in Libya, there may not be enough motivation to send troops, but France definitely has sufficient motivation to send troops, so it is necessary to tie France up. If I have to leave the army, I will seriously consider this olive branch. After thinking for a long time, General Nava decided to leave a way out for himself. This is considered an agreement. General Nava knows very well that Alan Wilson saw that Libya borders French Algeria, and Algeria has a large French army that can protect the oil revenue of the Mountbatten Group. However, General Nava also heard that there are a large number of French shareholders in Libya's oil share. This can also be regarded as protecting France's interests. Thinking about it this way, it can also be regarded as protecting France's interests. Libya's oil shares refer to the example of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal Company also has a large number of French shareholders. Otherwise, in the original history, France would not have followed Britain to attack Egypt excitedly. This is all about interests. The purpose of absorbing French shareholders was to bind France and let the French protect Pamela Mountbatten's interests in Libya. Hearing General Nava's agreement, Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. He came out under the banner of running around for his wife. If General Nava refused, Pamela Mountbatten would definitely be unhappy. Then I wish you a happy cooperation. Alan Wilson took out a bottle of whiskey like a magic trick, and took out a memorandum with his other hand, asking General Nava to see if the treatment was appropriate. General Nava's income is 5% of the Mountbatten Group's oil income in Libya. This income will be paid by Pamela Mountbatten alone, without the Libyan royal family or French shareholders sharing. From this point of view, Pamela Mountbatten has a leadership style, and is sincere enough. I even want to be forced to retire. General Nava sighed, picked up the wine glass and said, then I wish you a happy cooperation. Of course, it depends on what the Paris government thinks of me. Just like the friendship between the two countries. Alan Wilson also smiled and raised his glass to indicate, stand the test of time. Chapter 800, The Warsaw Pact is established. How to face France. As a British, Alan Wilson was very entangled. He certainly didn't want France to be stronger than Britain. But now the United States and the Soviet Union were eyeing him covetously. He still tried his best to help the French. Maybe in the original history, from the end of World War II to before the Suez Canal War, this was the extremely entangled heart of the British political circle, and now Alan Wilson also experienced it. In terms of specific actions, it became a matter of implying France, but constantly helping France. He said no, but his body was very honest. He just hoped that Britain and France would have a place on the world stage in the future. General Nava only planned to stay in Singapore for one day. During this day, he also had a direct impression of this important city and the British colony. If the three French countries also had such prosperity, it might not be like this today. After all, it's still different. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. Vietnam is too far away from France, but too close to China with a long border. It is different from British Malaya, where West Malaysia only needs to defend the Isthmus of Kra, and East Malaysia and the Netherlands use the navy to block infiltration. British Malaya looks good today, for many reasons, including the fact that the Dutch power has not completely subsided, the support of to loyal followers, Australia, and New Zealand, the opening of Chinese immigration, to dilute the original power, and even the contribution of Japanese prisoners of war. Later, it was determined to be one of the two wings flying together. With the current British Commonwealth influence and the full support of the Pound Zone, it has just achieved such an achievement. Various reasons have contributed to the current situation, but even so, it cannot be said that it has not been fully accomplished. Until the real test comes, no one knows whether the deployment that is as solid as a rock is another 800,000 to 600,000. Alan Wilson said that he would send General Nava to the ship the next day and hurriedly left to work overtime. The time of France's withdrawal seems to be a little faster than the original history, but it is unknown whether it is faster by a few months. This may be because the discovery of Algeria's oil resources has brought about a butterfly effect, which has made France's withdrawal more decisive, and it does not want the French army in Asia to dawdle. A French active general who may be the head of the North African group of the Mountbatten Group is certainly worthy of the Imperial Commissioner's special farewell. At the Singapore dock, French soldiers who had rested for a day on the shore set off on their journey home with the smoke of gunpowder on their bodies. After the fierce baptism of war, many soldiers were very tired, but they finally left this vortex temporarily. The withdrawal of French troops in South Vietnam has just begun. In the next few months, France will follow the promise of the Geneva Conference, withdraw its fist, and focus on operating French Africa. Surrounded by French soldiers who kept boarding the ship, when it was time to say goodbye, General Nava and Alan Wilson held hands together. Goodbye. General Nava looked back at the French officers and soldiers who were boarding the ship, and expressed his gratitude to Alan Wilson who came to see him off. If my memory does not deceive me, Commissioner Wilson has helped us a lot. Aren't you going to attribute the deaths of many innocent Vietnamese to me? Well, I mean, the red element bewitched by the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson made a joke, and then nodded solemnly. In any case, I hope we will have the opportunity to help each other in the future. The whistle was blown, and the passenger ship loaded with the French Expeditionary Force left the port of Singapore. Alan Wilson looked at the passenger ship in silence. Although he didn't want to describe it as a rabbit dying and a fox mourning, his mood at the moment was indeed quite heavy. He was going to write a report on the ins and outs of the French withdrawal and submit it to Whitehall, expounding on the comprehensive suggestion that the independence of the colonies must not spread the shock to the mainland, and listing several possible foreign policies after the withdrawal of the French troops. There was no way. He was just a person who was eating gutter oil and worrying about the life of Downing Street. Commissioner, you seem very heavy. Even Radwich could see that the boss was in a bad mood and asked while starting the car. Alan Wilson answered honestly, Northern Rhodesia where you live will face this problem sooner or later. I hope that, when that day comes, we can be prepared. We have blocked the borders on both sides of the east and west with barbed wire and minefields, leaving only a few exits. The north and south sides are more problematic. We have observed the animal migration routes in Africa. Even if it is blocked, it will be broken by the huge herds of animals. Radwich knew the special relationship between Alan Wilson and Northern Rhodesia, so he naturally would not hide anything. This is a good idea. Although the method is stupid, it really works. Alan Wilson nodded. The Slavs from the Balkans have been cleansing each other for hundreds of years. At least they are not naive on racial issues. Unlike immigrants in South Africa and Rhodesia, they want to comfortably use black people as cheap labor, to be superior to others, hoping that black people will never resist and accept their fate as old-fashioned slaves. Being both a leader and a loser is destined to get nothing. The fake news about the conflict between Chinese and Malays in Sabah has been widely reported. It is not ruled out that it is the result of instigation by foreign countries with ambitions for Malaya. The British and Malaysian governments will take corresponding countermeasures to cut off the black hands reaching into the imperial territory. Ingrid Bergman sat on the sofa, flipping through the newspaper boredly, her long legs jumping up and down, her thrilling body covered by silk pajamas. She and Hedy Lamarr also came to Singapore to do logistical work for the Imperial Commissioner. The door lock was pried open, and Alan Wilson appeared. He just saw the female president of Woodpecker Pictures and asked, "Where's Hedy?" "She's packing clothes upstairs." Ingrid Bergman nodded slightly and asked, "Have you finished your work? It's really getting too much. You asked us to follow you, as if no one can live without you." "Ingrid, you know I can't live without you, and I cherish the time I can spend with you." Alan Wilson nodded and fawned like a dog, without the demeanor of an imperial commissioner. He came over and pulled Ingrid Bergman up to flatter her. "This is the source of my hard work. Don't you dislike our age?" Ingrid Bergman said faintly, "Although I think I'm still very beautiful, but I, or we all, will not be beautiful one day. But young women always have that." "What are you talking about? Even if you are older, I will still treat you the same as I do now. Time will not defeat true beauty. There is no woman who is always 18 years old in this world, but there are always 18-year-old women. Every woman is 18 years old, but is every woman as attractive as you? You only know how to say nice things." Ingrid Bergman looked at the man with flowery words, trying her best to keep a straight face, but still failed. She muttered, "It's as if I came to this world like this just for you." Then they were pulled together, and the magnificent waves under their pajamas were almost ready to burst out. "Maybe I came at the wrong time." Hedy Lamarr, who came down the stairs, was wearing a dark long dress and a pair of tender almond eyes. She happened to see this scene. "No, you're here at the right time." Alan Wilson stretched out his free arm, showing the man's broad mind. At this moment, the Lord Zantang seemed to own the whole world. He decided to work overtime today. Regarding the colonial commissioner working overtime for the empire late at night, comprehensive considerations. In a nutshell, readers don't need to know. Perfection has always been what Alan Wilson pursues. Hepburn is about to return to Europe with the two pearls of the Hellman family, the famous German strongwoman she just met. Unlike Vivien Leigh and the other two who have been promoted from stars to company bosses and gradually hidden behind the scenes, Hepburn is still on the road to stabilize the first-line actresses. She is still very ambitious. The sisters Pockiner and Anna cannot leave Bonn for a long time, otherwise it would be strange for the two German upstarts to disappear for such a long time at the same time. Three ladies of equal status with his wife are leaving. Alan Wilson cannot drop the chain at the last moment. It is imperative to reflect the responsibilities of a husband. On the last night in Malaya, Hepburn hugged the man and said something that made fans sad. "Those photos must not be leaked. Don't think that I'm like this because of your request. No, don't worry." Alan Wilson swore and said that the two were busy with work and could not meet often, so they left a memorial to relieve the pain of missing each other. These are all the commissioner's private collections. How could others see them? Alan Wilson is not selfish. He wants to protect the fragile hearts of the majority of male compatriots. The world is so cruel that some truth should be buried in the fog. Just like the newly promoted Conservative Party famous female activist Mrs. Thatcher, she would definitely agree with this. A piece of news came from Warsaw, which shocked the world. The Soviet Union, the German Democratic Republic, the People's Republic of Poland, Czechoslovakia, the People's Republic of Hungary, the Socialist Republic of Romania, the People's Republic of Bulgaria, the People's Republic of Albania, and the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, a total of 9 countries, held a European conference on safeguarding European peace and security in Warsaw. The conference adopted a declaration stating that, because Western countries have approved the Paris Agreement, the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries will take joint measures in organizing armed forces and joint commands. The contracting parties set up standing committees, foreign ministers' committees, defense ministers' committees, joint commands, joint armed forces military committees, joint armed forces staff and technical committees. The Warsaw Treaty was officially signed, and a military alliance parallel to NATO appeared in Europe. It was a few months earlier, and there was an additional Yugoslavia. Seeing this news, Alan Wilson calculated the differences. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.